get me to admit that like I think that women should be in prison for murder. The reason why I do not think is for the argument that I already displayed. You guys are giving coherent and sound arguments for why you shouldn't, but I
Okay.
can
Oh,
easily
then here,
dismantle those
I have a
arguments.
question. Do you think that the person the person who tried to unalive Donald Trump should have been like able to like not be put in prison for it because he could have given an argument?
No, if
What?
assassinating, if if I don't want to like mistranslate anything or say anything on your live that will get it taken down. If getting rid of a president or pew-pewing a president had made its way through checks and balances throughout time, through like a Roe v. Wade of assassination attempts, then yeah, an argument could be made for that. But no, because that hasn't happened, which is the argument that I'm presenting to you. No, I don't think so.
So like if Donald Trump just drone strike or just
Can,
drone strike the political opponent?
if that had made its, can you please steel man what I'm saying? I keep repeating myself, and I feel like you're not hearing me.
Dude, I just want you to like respond to my point here, and then we can address
I
that.
will, and then you can address that. Okay, perfect. So, no, it would still be wrong. That person should be in prison or put to, or pew-pewed, whatever, like what happened.
But they have
Be-
presidential immunity.
so, what are you asking me? I thought you were asking me about the assassinator. That person doesn't have presidential immunity.
Well, I mean, I give you two separate questions. The first question I gave you was specifically about that because your only point was that it shouldn't be illegal because they can give a coherent argument for why they engaged in this murder.
And it's made
And
its
then,
way
like,
through checks
I
and
think,
balances. Remember
well,
that.
I think that there's probably like going to be a lot more coherent arguments, right, to engage in like that particular behavior that you could bring up, right, right. As long as what you mean by coherent is just logically consistent. You can give a
Um,
logically consistent argument in saying that it's justified. Is that not possible? Like logically speaking?
there are plenty of logically consistent
Yeah, okay.
arguments
Well,
that
then
can.
there are coherent
I
arguments
didn't. I
for
didn't call yours a
calling.
logically consistent argument.
Okay,
What I was going to say was that
so
there
what
are
do you mean by
logically consistent.
coherent? What do you
Oh
mean
my
by
gosh.
coherent?
Understandable based on the principles that general population upholds,
The general,
but
so
not true.
norms, so norms.
I guess, like for
Is,
instance, the
wait,
principle.
is the norm
Oh my
right now
gosh,
that people should go to prison for getting an abortion in the first trimester? Is that the norm?
no. Which is why I wouldn't put them in prison for getting it. Thank you for displaying my point.
Okay. So is okay. Well, then you wouldn't put people in prison for getting an abortion in the first trimester. Okay, not even in the
Oh
future,
no.
right? Because that's not the norm.
In the
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so
wait,
much. Thank you. Because you wanted to do it in the
do you
future. You
understand
just
what I'm
didn't want.
trying to do?
No, you just didn't want to do it retroactively.
In the past,
Yeah, but I'm talking about the future. Because the norm currently
yeah.
is
So if
this.
but yeah, so okay, you're asking me a question about the future, which is interesting because usually you guys don't like bringing up the future in particular topics like abortion.
What?
But
What? What do you
if
mean? What? Why?
because people would say that a human fetus is going to become a human baby in the future, and then you guys don't like that argument. But
I value the future so long as there's a past or a present established. But if there's
yeah,
not a
so
past
in
or a present,
relationship,
wait, if there's not a past or present established, and it's never existed before, well then you're valuing just potential in of itself. And I don't think
so
just
under
potential in
this,
of itself is necessarily valuable.
so under the supposition that
You're
the
a big ass.
future exists where it is normal for people to view abortion as murder, then a person who has abortion being put in prison for murder doesn't sound that crazy to me.
But that's not the norm. So if the norm
I'm
isn't
saying
that,
if it
wait,
is,
if the norm isn't that in our society, well then would you say it shouldn't be illegal?
um, no, I guess I'm confused on your question. You just asked me if the future uh, puts abortion as murder, but according to the norm, it's not. That doesn't even make sense. Should people
You're
be put
basing
in
it on the
prison?
norm. Your standard was based upon the norm. The norm indicates that it shouldn't be illegal.
I didn't say that. I said the only reason why it could make its way through checks and balances would be if it's targeting norms in society that are twisted.
is that your standard for accounting for like whether or not it's good?
Whether or not abortion is good? No, it's not.
And why was it relevant to bring up? Jessica, thank you for the $2. And
Because
Cassidy,
you
thank you so
because
much
you
for the
asked
$20.
me
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Cassidy. Thank you.
you asked me if abortion should be murder right now, and then I said no because of the checks and balances that have, because of the argument that's been brought through checks and balances
Well, I don't even
to
know what
the
that means.
point of now.
What does that mean?
Yeah, so Roe v. Wade, originally it was viewed as murder, and now it's not because an argument was made to where it made it through checks and balances, and they made it the law of the land. So now I would not put people in murder in the murder category for something that is not murder, at least in accordance to law. But if you want my argument for why it is murder, I could present that to you, but clearly you don't want to hear it.
I do. I'm confused with your position though, because I don't think you grant morality based upon like legality. So like, I don't know why you would say that just because it has gone through the checks and balances or hasn't gone through the checks and balances, that you would grant it as like a rightful law.
The reason why I would, because, wait, as a rightful law, can you repeat that one more time? I'm so confused on what you're asking.
Yeah, you're essentially saying that like the law, right? How the law is established, right, or the norms of our society is relevant in your determination of what's a rightful law.
In terms
And
of what's
I
a
just
rightful law,
I don't know what's so confusing about what I'm
I
saying.
didn't say it was a rightful law. I said it wouldn't make sense for me to put people in prison for murder when that isn't the law now. And then you asked me how I got to that, and I said it's made its way through checks and balances. Like, can you? I guess like the
Yeah, like
reason
is
why
that
I'm
why
so
is that relevant to bring up? It went through checks and balances.
because it's the law of the land now, and in order for that to happen, it has to go through checks and balances.
Okay, but like, why is that relevant in you determining whether or not it's a rightful law to exist?
Oh yeah, it's not a rightful law to exist. So now we might be getting somewhere.
Okay, so when you say it's not a rightful law, what were you referencing?
Abortion,
Okay, so
like it
abortion is
being
not a
legal,
rightful law.
it being legal.
Okay, so you think it should be illegal, right?
Yes, thank
I'm
you.
asking you why you think it should be illegal.
The reason why it should be illegal is because human life should be valued from the state of fertilization.
Why?
Because we value it in every other sense, and when drawing the line can be very murky. Number one, and then number two, the only reason why you say human life is not worth valuing is for the same reason that someone would say it's not even human life at all. I've
Are,
heard people say
I have a
it's not
question.
human life,
Are all
and they
human
give the
lives?
exact. Hold up, I'll finish real quick. I've debated people a bunch on whether or not a fetus is human life. It's very easy for me to dismantle that because scientifically it is. The thing is, you're logically consistent enough to say that it is human life. It's just not human life worth valuing. But the interesting thing is that you guys present the exact same arguments.
What do you mean?
You guys will present the burning building argument. You guys will bring up IVF arguments. You guys will say, do you understand what I mean now?
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with it. I just found it interesting that you guys are the exact same. You guys are bringing up the exact same arguments when one person says it's not human life uh, versus somebody who says it's not human life worth valuing. Like the exact same arguments are there,
What do you mean? I'm
and that
confused.
doesn't make any sense to me.
Hmm? Are you saying that other people who hold different views use the same arguments I am?
Yes.
Okay. What's your dispute of like my position? Like, do you think that a zygote is equally valued as a newborn baby?
Yes.
Really? So
At least enough not to kill it. At the very least, don't kill it.
so not equally valuable.
Like you don't have to breastfeed a zygote, so I guess not.
Whether or not it can be breastfed is somehow
Well,
relevant to its value?
in terms of what you should do with it, it doesn't involve as much action to take care of a
Can
zygote that
you
it would to take care of
can
a
I ask you a
fetus
question?
or to take care of a baby.
Can you breastfeed an embryo?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Can you breastfeed a fetus?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's the point that I'm making. That's why it would be differently in value, but it wouldn't be we can kill it type value.
So are you saying that if oh so you're saying that if it can't be breastfed, then it has less value?
No, you asked if I valued it the exact same way, and I said only in the way, and I guess I haven't thought of other ways that we value things that we don't kill it. I don't really know what a definition of
So
like
so
valuing
so
something would be, as long
I'm
as
just
it's not
asking. I'm just
murdering it.
asking morally. Do you value a zygote to the same degree as you value a newborn baby?
Because I can't think of like a differential example of like the definition of value outside of killing it. I guess yes.
They are. Okay. So if you were in a burning building, like I've brought up in other analogies before, right, and you could either save two zygotes or one newborn baby from burning alive. Could you tell me, like, in that scenario, which would you rather save?
I would go for the baby, but the correct answer would be
What?
the
The
100 zygotes.
I said two zygotes. The correct answer?
Usually you say
Wait,
a
so
100, but
you said the correct answer would be picking two zygotes, but you yourself you would pick the one newborn baby. Why would you do that?
thank you for asking. The reason why I would do that is because I would have an emotional reaction to the baby feeling pain and the zygotes not feeling pain. And now you're probably going to say, well, Levi, aren't you bringing up a value proposition in terms of pain? And I would say, no, not necessarily, because I could give you an exact same hypothetical using sentient life to where the exact same outcome would happen. For
Go
instance,
ahead.
if we had, thank you, if we had 40 men that were all going to get pew-pewed in the head, but it's going to be completely painless, like let's say these men are super useful to society. If we don't have them, your society collapses. And then you have one little girl that has to suffer the Chinese torture method. I would still save that little girl. What would you do?
So are you essentially saying, like, do you value people
What would you,
dying
just
or
real
the
quick, what
pain
would
that
you
they
do?
go through?
Real quick, what would you do? And then we can go on
By
with
the
that.
way, there's sentient beings there. What would I do in that
I
scenario?
know. That's
I
that's the reason why I gave it that why I brought it up.
I don't know. I don't know if I would value like suffering or torture to the same degree as like someone's life. I'd have to think about that for a second. But
No, but you only had
hold
five
up, hold
seconds to
up.
do it.
If
Burning
again,
building.
hold up. You're not understanding the distinction. I'm not asking you if you. So are you saying that you do value the two human beings more? You're just saying that you would go against the suffering because you think the suffering is worse than the two human beings that are lost.
Yes, because we're all
Okay,
human. I
well
would have an
then,
emotional reaction to the pain.
wait. Okay, well, what if the baby was unconscious?
What if the baby was unconscious?
So are you saying that you would then, if the baby was unconscious, save the the two zygotes?
So where the baby wouldn't feel any pain? Is this under the hypothetical that they have a 100% chance of survival?
Hmm.
I would go for the kid. I would go for the zygotes.
You'd go for the zygotes
I thought that you were bringing up a pain
over an
differential.
unconscious baby, a
I
newborn
thought that you were
baby.
going over the pain differential. You mean you mean
Wait.
two
I could
newborn
go.
babies?
Wait,
Well,
no.
wait, it's two
I
newborn
meant
babies as well.
no. I meant one
Yes, it
newborn.
is.
Listen, dude, you're not listening. I meant
I
one
am.
newborn baby that's unconscious, or two zygotes, and you'd rather save the two zygotes over the one newborn baby?
Over the two newborn babies, yeah.
I'm not saying two. I said one. Are you hearing me?
Wait. If I'm not hearing you, then how come you said that this would have a 100% chance of them becoming two babies? Why did you say that?
We're talking about two zygotes.
Yeah, and
Two
you said that they yes, and then you
versus
said
two zygotes or one newborn baby. You're
and
saying you
then
would
you
save the
said,
two
let me
zygotes, right?
finish. Let me finish. You said that they had a one. The only reason I answered this question was because you clarified this. You said that they had a 100% chance of survival, thus meaning they are also two babies. So if we
What?
were to
You think
be
a
in like a,
zygote is a baby?
if we were to be in a court,
Okay.
the only difference is that sometimes they don't make it out. But you said that it
We're
was in a
still.
100% chance case. Now, if we were to be in like moral
Wait, Jaden,
court,
Jaden,
well,
Jaden,
wait.
hold up. You could.
Oh my
Are you
gosh.
really saying a zygote is a baby?
If we were wait, no, I'm not. But you
No.
didn't. But under the supposition that it has a 100% chance of survival is an
Well, they
impossibility.
will
That's
be
not real.
babies. They will be babies. They're not currently
That's what I
babies.
just said.
Okay,
And by the
so
way,
you will save the two will be babies, right, over the one actual baby.
you're engaging in a fallacy, bro.
What
You
fallacy?
said, I'll explain. You are trying to say that my conception of a zygote is a baby. The reason why I don't consider zygotes to be a baby is because they don't have a 100% chance of survival, so there's no way for us to technically be able to make that claim.
Wait, you're
But
saying
you
that
wait,
you're
let me
saying
finish, let me
something
finish, let me
isn't a.
finish.
You can't say something isn't a baby
Oh
if
my
it doesn't
gosh.
have a 100% chance of survival. That's an insane take. There are plenty of babies that do not have a 100% chance of survival. Are you okay?
That's what I'm saying. But you're not going to let me finish, so that's why this makes no sense. So, if you have a 100% chance of survival fetus or zygote, then it will become a baby. then I would classify it in the same factor as a baby. The reason why I don't do that in real life, because by the way, that's impossible for a zygote to have a 100% probability, is because there's no way of
No, it's
telling
not.
as to whether or not it would survive.
No, it's not. All things considered, if you were to look back at the zygote that led to my existence, right, we would say that that has a 100% chance of getting to a point in which there's a human being. Okay, all things considered, because we know all the evidentiary claims to justify that this happened, because I'm here today. Okay, so we obviously can
Can I finish,
establish
though?
100% probability in real life scenarios. What do you mean
No, we
finish?
can't.
I did let you finish. I just
No, we
established it.
didn't. You did not let me finish.
The zygote that led to my existence is 100%
Yeah, but what
probable
I
to
was
have
trying
led to
to
my existence, because I currently
I was
exist
trying to
here.
present an argument for why it makes sense why I would do that. If we were to go into moral court, like 4 months down the line, let's say like 9 months or 10 months down the line, and we had like a court that determines morality, I would be able to point to right behind me and say, "Yo, these are the two kids that I saved." Those kids would point at you and say, "You wanted me dead," and then the little girl would point at me and say, You wanted me dead, Levi or Jaden." So
Jaden, they can't say anything to you because they're single cell fucking organisms. What the hell are you talking
no,
about?
no.
What
Did you not hear
capacity
what I
could they
said?
say
You didn't
something
hear
to
me.
you?
You didn't hear me. You didn't hear me. I said
If
9 months
wait,
down the
if
line.
there is no 9 months down the line if they were killed. There's a zygote. There is no
Oh my
9 months
gosh.
down the line.
Do you not understand what a hypothetical is?
It doesn't make sense if they're dead.
It's an impossibility. A hypothetical is an impossibility. Let me present you the hypothetical. Under the hypothetical that we both had our evidence for our morality. So I understand that, like, yes, they died, but let's say like we're entered the spirit realm where both of them are now existing, and then they
Spirit realm?
both like
Wait, I don't believe in spirit realm. I don't know
oh
what
my
the hell you're talking
gosh,
about.
whatever. It's a hypothetical, bro.
Okay, wait.
Can you like not wrap your head around impossible hypotheticals? Is that just impossible for you?
Impossible. I don't know what you mean by impossible because it's
Because
logically
all
possible.
hypotheticals
A
are
hypothetical has
impossible.
to be logically possible.
No. Whoa. No way you just said that. Whoa, wait. So hold up. You think
What?
that all hypotheticals have to be
Logically
logically possible?
possible. Yeah, to make
Perfect.
sense.
Okay, perfect. So I can dismantle that very, very quickly. First of all, that is low tier. You need to do, like, bro, no way you just said that. So the reason why
What?
hypotheticals, I'll explain. The reason why
You're
hypotheticals,
saying that
dude, let me explain,
no. You're
bro.
you're saying coherent hypotheticals can contradict? What the hell would you what? Are you okay?
The
Is your
reason
brain
why,
functioning properly?
yeah, so if you don't let me talk, you're not going to be able to understand. The reason why hypotheticals don't have to be possible is because they test the logical consistency of something, like regardless of their possibility. So that's why if somebody were to ask you like a hypothetical, and then you go, well, that's impossible, so I'm not going to answer it, you just sound like, I can't believe you haven't been presented this before.
Wait,
So
restate that claim. Restate that. Restate that.
hypotheticals, in order to test logic, don't have to be possible. That's what I'm saying.
Logically?
Um, don't have to be, don't, like in reality. I don't know if that's the same as
Okay,
logically.
wait, okay, so like going to occur in reality on a probabilistic basis is different from what's logically possible. Do you understand that there's a distinction between those two things? Where's the
Dude,
galaxy?
Levi, what are you doing?
What's up, Dean?
Levi,
Yo, by
listen,
the way, you lied 3 times in our debate.
Dean,
Levi,
you lied.
I didn't lie to you then,
I can prove
and
it.
I'm not gonna lie now either.
All right.
You're right now embarrassing yourself
Oh
because
no.
you are confusing logical possibility with physical possibility. A
Yeah,
hypothetical
that's why I said
does have to
reality.
be logically possible in order for it to be valid. You cannot hypothetically posit a squared circle to try to test the logical validity of a position. You're basically saying,
I didn't say
I'm
square
going to
circle.
use an inherently false proposition, because remember, everything that is not logically possible is false, to test the logical validity of your position. What you mean to say is that it doesn't have to be physically possible in the world we live in.
That's
Like,
what I
for
said.
instance, sometimes I'll run a hypothetical about asking a pro-lifer if they value Superman. And that's when they'll be like, Superman's not real. He can't physically exist. And that's when I'm like, you're a low-tier debater. He doesn't need to actually exist. He just needs to possibly exist.
Yeah.
Okay? So when Parker says that all hypotheticals have to be logically possible, then you call him stupid. You are
I didn't. I
embarrassing
never said he was stupid. I just said it made no
You
sense.
said
But
I
I'll explain.
can't believe you said that.
Yes,
Do you understand now? Do you understand now how you were
I
wrong?
do understand. I can restate it for you. You said that the reason why I was in making the incorrect claim was because I was saying that something can't be an illogical hypothetical, but something can be a physical, like not being able to be physical hypothetical. So I understand the difference.
You
But
can posit any hypothetical that's logically possible. That's all that Parker was saying, and then you started giving him flack for it. Tell Parker you're sorry.
I had
With tears
I
No,
I
no,
had
you
no
didn't.
intention.
and Mr. Krabs ukulele.
There's so many things that I've been trying to say that like you don't let me get out. So like until you apologize to me for that,
Bro,
like
you're
bro.
such a
But hold
gaslighter.
up. I will say that I will say that
Just
if
say
I
that you were
said
wrong, bro. Like,
if
straight up,
wait, let
Levi,
me be
own it.
specific. If I said that illogical hypotheticals are possible, then I am sorry.
Okay, now say it to Parker. Say,
I
Parker,
was
I'm
talking to
sorry.
Parker. I wasn't talking. Wasn't talking to the air.
Say, Parker, I'm so sorry.
Did I say illogical hypotheticals are possible?
Yes.
Then I would be sorry if I said that. I don't think I did though.
Okay, do you just not remember what you said 5 seconds ago? Are you just not
Sure,
thinking before you speak?
sure. But you
Okay,
lied
well,
3 times in our debate, Dean. Are you going to apologize to me for that?
no, because I didn't lie.
Didn't think so. But you did lie. I can prove it. It's not. It's not going to be hard. I can just go back and then show you that you lied.
You can't prove that I
Go ahead,
lied.
do it.
Yeah, you have it recorded. Okay, so the first time you lied was when I was specifically we were talking about IVF, and then you said, I was like, why are you grasping onto this one little thing that doesn't even have to do with the definition of abortion? Why are you just like only hanging on to this? And then you go, Levi, how long do you think we've been debating? And I go, it's felt like 20 minutes, bro. We've been debating for like 20 minutes. And then you go, we've only been debating for 10. When do you think you said that in our debate?
I said that at the 20-minute mark and
Yes, you did.
53
Yes, you
second.
did.
No, well, 1 second. Allow me to finish. I said that at the 20-minute mark and 53-second mark of my live stream, in
Thank you
which
for
you were
checking.
the second guest, meaning that at that point, because I had 2 guests and I distributed the time each of them were on my live, meaning at that point, it was likely or most likely you had been on the live for 10 minutes.
How much money you want to put on that? How much money?
Jaden.
It's Levi.
Maga math?
Dean already
How
exposed.
much money do I
Maga
how,
math?
how much how much money do I want to put on it that it was most likely because of statistics that you were on the live for 10 minutes at that point? Every dollar to my name.
Okay, bet. Perfect. So I'm about to take every single dime. You started the debate out with me, Dean. You started the debate out with me. Like we were like, Levi is the first debater in our group. We're gonna start, and we jumped right into the topic right when we started. So are you gonna apologize to me now?
No, because you're
Didn't
wrong.
think so. Didn't think so. Oh, you want to bet? Like, how much money you want to put on that?
I want to put every dollar to my name. By the way, guys, he's actually right. I was wrong, but I'm just gonna
Oh my
continue to
gosh.
gaslight him.
Okay. Well, now
No,
that
you're
we've
wrong.
both
You owe me money.
every dollar to your name, he said. Every
You,
viewer
you,
has
you owe
seen.
me
He
every
said
dollar
every
to
dollar to
every
my.
you owe me every dollar to your name because you were wrong.
Yeah. Okay. You said you were gaslighting, so I don't really
Levi,
care.
you're literally wrong.
Dude,
Yeah,
gaslighting isn't real. You're fucking
Yeah,
crazy.
seriously, you're actually fucking crazy.
You guys are too
Jaden,
scared to
what the
debate.
fuck, dude? You're literally
Too
it's
scared to
actually.
debate.
What are you talking about, dude? You're running away right now.
Yep.
Like, why are you muting yourself, dude? Like, seriously, dude. That's like super weird to run away like that. Really weird to run away by muting yourself. I'm serious. That's like a really interesting thing to do. Just muting yourself like over and over again. It's just like really weird. Douglas, thank you for the 2 Australian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Wordplay, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Bro, don't stop spam muting him. He's gonna say that you're scared and running away.
Maybe I would Wordplay.
You're running away from Levi by muting him, Parker.
Do you want to hear what else you were wrong about, Dean?
Yes, I actually do. I
What
really
was
do
wrong
want. I
about him?
really do want to hear what more he was wrong about.
Yeah.
Parker, I actually think you'll agree with me on this one, but you'll just try to gaslight me again.
No, I will. I don't think gaslighting exists.
Yeah, dude. What was I wrong about?
You like don't even say that liberal shit, dude. Like
Yeah.
gaslighting was created by liberals in like 2012.
Snowflake. What was I wrong about there, bud?
All right. So you said in terms of IVF, I thought this was wrong, but I wasn't. You said in terms of IVF, it kills millions of zygotes per year. Are you going to retract that?
No.
Okay,
Wait,
why?
IVF does kill millions of zygotes per year.
It's max 300, and that was in 2004. 300,000, by the way, not even a million.
That's patients.
Yeah, that's like.
Are
that's
you
like,
assuming that there's one zygote per patient?
How many zygotes have been created this year?
Wait, there's going to be several per patient.
Millions.
Several per patient.
I wasn't sure if you were right, which is why I engaged
let me
in
look up the
argument.
average.
Thank you.
Average amount of zygotes in embryos.
Please show me the article too. I guess I won't be able to.
IVF.
I looked this up, bro, and I swear it did not say that. But I still engaged with the argument regardless, so it doesn't matter. But I wasn't. Then when I did my research after that, I was like, hold up.
The number of embryos implanted implanted typically ranges 8 to 15. Hold up, that's just the first one that comes up.
The max was 300,000. It was in 2004. But I mean, you could be right.
That's patients. That's patients.
Yeah. You could be right. You could be right. But please show me some contradicting articles.
Someone said they personally had 16 embryos. Could be up to 25. That's wild, dude.
I just got the facts.
Oh,
I just
crap.
got the facts.
Go ahead.
So every single year, so what you're pulling me, so the number that you just gave me, that 300,000 figure, that's the amount of IVF patients per year. And I just,
said, yeah.
yeah. So to be more precise, the CDC reports exactly 289,000 IVF patients per year. However, on average, it takes anywhere between 10 to 12 embryos per patient for successful implantation. So the
you're right then. You're right.
of zygotes that die per year is in between 1.6 and 1.9 million.
Yeah, you're right.
Are you okay with IVF?
Yeah, well, I debated Dean for like 40 minutes on this, but if you want to do it again, we can do that.
Are you against IVF?
No, I am okay with IVF. The same way, by the way, I didn't present this argument yesterday.
What?
The same way.
Under your view, that's murder.
Can you let me finish? Wait, if that's true, then
fun,
technically...
Parker. Have fun. I'm gonna go and dip down. You get to hear about the principle of what do you call it, Levi?
You said you were going to drop down.
Yeah, after you
stay?
tell me what your principle's called.
I'll tell you only if you stay.
Okay, I'll stay.
Okay, beautiful. The principle of sustenance of your population, but let me be clear.
Yeah,
so
I'm gonna go ahead and drop. I'm gonna go ahead and drop, but I just want to say now you get to hear about Levi's principle of sustenance of the human population, Parker.
Dean's just cool with lying left and right.
Is it incoherent gibberish?
Oh, it's absolutely incoherent gibberish. Have fun. Peace out.
Oh, great. No. What have you left
So
me
there
with,
were a
Dean?
few times where he was genuinely confused on my arguments, but then I found out when I rewatched the video back was because he muted me like multiple times when I was trying to explain it to him. And then like when I had finally explained it to him, he was like,
Hey, Levi, you can always go get some therapy. It's great. It's incredible. You should do it.
Sounds good. Are you going to engage with an argument or not?
Yeah,
so
you
the
weren't
argument.
arguing.
Well, you're not letting me present one.
I am.
Okay, thank you. So the argument that I want to present is if you think that logically I shouldn't support IVF because it kills millions of zygotes, or it just like has human rights violations in there, then wouldn't you also think that I just don't support pregnancies at all because they end up in miscarriages?
So, again, we're saying that like it is the case that in terms of IVF, that you know that it's going to lead to 12 to 15. You do not know.
Same with miscarriages.
You do not.
No, I know.
You do not know when you're going to become pregnant that there is going to be a miscarriage.
No, but we know that they happen every year.
But you do know that it's going to use multiple embryos to cause IVF.
And we do know that there are going to be miscarriages in embryos with pregnancy.
But again, what you're not understanding is that it is the case that it doesn't happen every time, as it does.
Same with IVF.
Do you think it happens the first time?
No, but the same way with pregnancy.
But it goes typically 12 times.
Sure, so you're just saying it's a numbers game, but the logic is still there.
We're talking about typicals, right?
No, dude, you're talking about the principle of me saying that it would be illogical for me to say that I support IVF and then also like not support abortions.
Is
What I'm
is
saying is
IVF
if that's
intentional?
no, it's not intentional. This is exactly what Dean and I were debating.
So IVF is not intentional?
Yeah, it's not intentional.
No, I mean like the process of IVF.
It's not intentional in the sense that if we could have a 100% success rate, we would.
For embryos implanting?
Is that true or false? Yes.
Wait, I have a question. Jaden, are you religious?
Are you changing the subject
No.
already?
I promise you, it's
That was
not.
fast.
Wait, JJ. I promise you, it's not changing the subject. I promise you, it's relevant. I seriously like. I'll
Okay.
explain it to you right now. Are you Christian?
Yes.
Okay. So there's actually like a percentage of zygotes that get washed out of the system, just naturally. So God is all knowing, all powerful, all good. Right? Why did He make our biology that way?
You are 100% changing the subject. But
That
I
is
will answer
not
your
changing the
question.
subject because it's specifically related to that. Because you're talking about if you had the ability to do otherwise, you would make it 100%. Well, God didn't do that.
God didn't make it 100% that we'd have
No,
a
God did not
chance of
make it
survival. Is that what you're
100%.
saying?
God did not make implantation 100%.
Yes,
That
you're
is
right.
that is purposefully not changing the subject. That is 100% on topic.
Oh, so you're saying God's making a human rights violation? Is that what you're saying?
Under your view, yes.
Okay. Let me think. That I haven't heard the argument before.
Because you said if we could make it 100%, we would. God didn't. That's my point. And yet you still think that's ethical.
Actually, nope. I know exactly why. So, if you're abiding by my logic when it comes to Christianity, then you would also have to be abiding by my logic that imperfectness instantly entered the world when Eve ate the apple. So, I could make the argument to you that there was no such things as miscarriages or anything. I wouldn't be able to prove it, but it wouldn't even matter before she ate the apple.
So then why did God make it a consequence of eating the apple?
So now you're asking another question.
Wait, but that's still God establishing our biology to work this way.
How would he? So you tell me, if you were to make a wind-up toy, and then that wind-up toy did something that you didn't want, would
If I was
you be
all
at
knowing
fault
and all
for?
powerful, how would it do something that I didn't want if I created it?
So now you're getting into a theological debate. Like I said, you were changing the topic,
I'm not.
but
I'm not changing the topic. You're literally trying to use things
bro,
to evade my position, which is all I'm doing is establishing that it's not 100%. And you're
yeah,
trying to use religion, right,
and
to
I
be
could
able
make the
to
argument, and it
create
wouldn't be a
smoke and
bad
mirrors.
argument. Okay, so what I'm saying is that if she didn't eat from the apple, then it would be a 100% just survival. And what you're saying is, well, why did he create her to eat the apple? That is not at
No.
all.
I said, why was it a consequence of the apple?
I think I have no idea. Wait, I'm okay with saying I don't know on this.
Yeah,
I'm
but like,
totally fine with saying
who
I don't know.
establishes the consequence of eating the apple? That's God, right?
Um,
So then, are you saying it's a
we
perfect
we actually
consequence?
we do not know if it was. We could easily say that it would be the devil that put the apple there. We could easily say that because Lucifer had already been sent to hell before the earth was created. And you are changing the subject, by the
Wait,
way.
no, I wasn't. Again, because you were saying that like if we could, we would make it 100%. That it was the case that like there would not is never a single mess up with IVF, but that's not true in terms of biology, because God, right? You're saying as a consequence of the sin that Eve engaged in, right? Created that as an aspect of our biology, right?
He created that as an aspect of our biology, like the apple itself. Our desire to eat like a forbidden fruit, is that the biology you're talking about? Or I guess like rehash it one more
No. I'm
time.
saying
It's my fault for not understanding. It's not your fault.
the biology as a consequence of eating the apple. You're saying that the biology was formed to then operate that way because Eve ate the apple. But what I'm saying is that in order for that to be a consequence of eating the apple, God had to have programmed that as a consequence of eating the apple. So we can still judge God for causing that to be a consequence of eating the apple.
Okay. So your argument would be that God is making the human rights violations. Like God is allowing evil into this earth. That's basically your argument.
I'm just saying, no, my point, again,
That is your
is,
argument.
listen, you said that if we had the chance to make it 100% that zygotes were going to be implanted into the uterine wall, or embryos are going to be perfectly implanted through IVF, we would do it. But God does not choose for there to be perfect implantation. So why?
Yeah,
Why
for
is
the
it?
same
Is
the same reason why.
is it the case that God doesn't value zygotes? That's my question. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. You could present that argument in any type of evil, though. Like, you could say, why did God allow slavery if, like, he never intended for that to be a relevant factor in the way that we operate as human beings? You could present that argument as well. You could
I do
also
present
say,
that argument.
oh, well, yeah. So there's a bunch of different like ways that you can go with it. But just to be clear, you are dismantling my abortion argument by using God and not actually by engaging in like the definition of
Wait,
abortion.
where does your morality come from?
No, I'm using secular arguments. What do you mean?
Where does your morality come from?
My morality would come from God, but that has nothing to do with this debate.
If are we having a conversation about morality?
Well, yeah, but it's not a transcendental morality. It's not.
Where does your morality come from? God. We're having a
But
conversation about morality, and it wouldn't be relevant for me to bring up your position on God? That's interesting.
Because I have presented you every single morality principle that has like that an atheist could hold as well. So like there's alleviation of unnecessary suffering principle.
Is that your position
there's
is
sustenance of population principle.
but
These are all secular arguments.
Inevitably, these arguments stem from your intuition, right? Your intuition, right? That it is the
Which
case
comes
that,
from God.
Yeah, that's what I'm arguing. I have to argue against your intuition.
But if you're not going to like, if you want to have a Christianity debate, that's fine. But dude, do you not see how like you're literally going to the bottom of the barrel?
You're not listening. You're not listening though. You're not hearing the point that I'm making in terms of like the original point I brought it up was that it seems like God does not care about zygotes, and if your basis for value for human beings is predicated off of God's position, well then if God lacks value for zygotes, why wouldn't that be good reason for you to lack value for zygotes?
Because you could dismantle that with any argument I present. Any argument.
Go for it.
You could say God doesn't care about anyone in general because he allows them to suffer.
Yes, I say all of these things. I'm an atheist.
Yes,
I'm an agnostic atheist.
So why do you have to scrape to the bottom of the barrel before you can't even debate me on your own turf?
What? I am.
No, I said that we were going to use secular morality, and you won't do it.
Wait, we can't though, like because that's not that just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense for me to only argue secular if you aren't secular.
But I would use secular morals. What are you talking about? Why is it so hard for you to wrap your head around?
No, you don't.
I can tell you. So that's why
because my secular morals are predicated off of my emotional states that I have about how we should act, right? And
so,
your emotional states,
your preferences.
Your emotional states are predicated off of your religious beliefs. So I don't know what you mean by you have a concept of secular morals. You don't even believe in secular morals, do you?
I can explain this to you very easily.
Do you believe in secular morals?
I can explain this to you very easily. You were talking about how things essentially boil down to your personal preferences. I am willing to engage with the fact that I am going off of my personal preferences as well. But you are just instantly going to Christianity because you don't want to debate me on secular arguments because you think that like I'm
because like, your secular arguments are predicated off of ourselves, right? You don't predicate your position off of yourself.
But I'm doing it right now.
Off of your religious view. No, you're not. You're portraying it as if you are, but you're not actually. So there's no reason
I'm just following your
basis. There's no reason. It's not a convincing argument for me to provide
like me
you.
Saying,
hey, listen.
That's like me saying.
Am I able to finish?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So again, if it is the case that I'm not able to address your religious beliefs, I can't address your intuitions. So then I wouldn't even be addressing a secular position that you hold. So
that's like me saying that
secular position. So I don't know why you would be arguing from it.
Yeah, sure. So that's like me saying that you can't address Christianity because you don't hold Christian values. You can still engage with them the same way I can still engage.
I never said that you
arguments.
Can't address atheism. What I'm saying is that like you don't believe
reverse
in the
that.
secular morals because you believe that your morals come from God. Sid, thank you so much for the $100 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. Please some W's
Dude.
for Sid in the comment section right now for Hi Parker. Happy to see you as always. Yo, Sid, it's always good to see you. Every single day, always good to see you. We love you around here. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now for the $100 YouTube super chat? Holy shit. W's for Sid in the comment section. As well as Zach with the $20 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much for... He is poisoning the well, assuming the Bible is true. You'd have to demonize or demonstrate Adam and Eve existed first. That is a true point. That is a true point. Raven, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Colin, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Tanya, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Tanya, thank you so much. And Mike with the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. And Taylor with the $3.33. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for all of them in the comments.
So hold up. If I had a hierarchy list of my favorite foods, and I said, I like hot dogs the best, I like hamburgers the second, and then tomatoes for my third favorite food.
Your taste
Then
buds
would
don't
you
come
tell
from
me?
religious.
No. Just, you don't even understand my argument
Your
yet.
taste buds come from religious.
Actually, I'm not even going to say the argument because you already interrupted me. What was my argument going to be?
It sounds like you're saying that like the preferences of taste buds are comparable to the preferences of morality.
Nope, not what I was going to say.
Then clarify.
Thank you. I was going to say that if I had a hierarchy list by which I determined this, then would you tell me that I'm not allowed to talk about tomatoes because I hold hot dogs at the highest regard? Like, I can still engage in secular arguments just because I don't hold them at the highest regard.
Okay, so then what you're saying is that like you do have your own morals, you do care about your own morals, right? And you can get your own morals from yourself. Is that true?
Yeah, essentially you have to, because there's multiple religions, and you have to use your preferences in order to determine which one is your correct religion.
Wait, so then
do you understand?
So then your morals don't come from God.
No, morality itself, like for there to be morality in the first place, and you would agree with this probably. For there to be morality in the first place without it being like preferences, there would have to be a God, like fundamentally.
No,
so
I don't
what
believe.
I'm saying,
I don't believe in a God, and no. Why not? Or why so?
Bro, you are seriously pivoting. You realize we're on the topic of abortion, right? And you're just going everywhere.
If you make that argument, why am I not allowed to respond to it?
Because we're trying to stick on the topic of abortion, and you just can't do it.
But like,
It's
I'm not
impossible.
able to respond to the arguments that you provide. I'm not able to give counter responses without you being annoyed that I gave a counter response.
Not annoyed.
Because I originally asked you the question, you still haven't even engaged at that point.
Let's go, man. One sec.
Because you're acting like you hold secular views. Like, it's really weird. Sabrina, thank you so much for the 14 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much for you missed my super chat. Hope you're having a lovely Friday. Oh my gosh, Sabrina, I'm so sorry. Did you send that earlier? It doesn't show up for me for some reason. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. All right. Well, this guy's just like completely left. So
I can talk.
you're gonna drive?
No, not.
I just heard your car.
Yeah, I'm a valet.
So you're gonna drive? Yeah, I heard his car. Evie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I could hear the literal car, bro. All right, let's get this next person up here. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did not, but I wanted to kind of talk about your abortion. I voted.
I'm sorry. I am just looking for some debates. Someone said the way I talk. They don't like the way I talk. I gotta hear this. Steven, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? I know, right? It does sound like that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, dude?
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 18.
And
I don't live in US.
Why do you dislike my voice?
I don't know. It pisses me off.
Why?
But I hate Trump though. His ass. I'm from Georgia.
But like, why does my voice piss you off?
I don't know, bro. It just gives bad vibes. I don't know.
Bad vibes?
Yeah. like too feminine or something like that.
Too feminine. Okay, all right. So you have an issue with my voice being feminine? That's sounds like you say you're a Trump hater, but it sounds like you've got a little bit of misogyny ingrained there. Sounds like a little bit of misogyny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Fucking nigger.
What a weirdo. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yo, what's up, bro? Yes, I did.
Okay. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I don't know. I just hate abortion.
Why'd you vote for Donald Trump? I just have a feeling that they're trolling. Let's go to the next person. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. It should help 2,000 more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
What's my what?
Okay. Well, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Sabrina, thank you so much for the $7. Maybe Super Chat is glitching. I saw a bunch of comments saying their Super Chats got skipped. Really? Yeah, it must be glitching. Because I'm not seeing some of them, I guess. Yo, yeah, if someone is sending a Super Chat and it's not letting me see, I don't know why that would be doing that. That's super weird. Thank you for letting me know, though. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You talking to me or the other guy you let him?
I was gonna kick them out. So, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I voted for him. Well, originally it was the border, but I'm actually pretty happy you got rid of the Department of Education.
What's that of the Department of Education?
It's the Department of Administrators.
Wait, can you tell me what the Department of Education is?
It's to my knowledge, it's federal funding being given to the schools, which I'm fine with. But
it's not just that. It's also like federal educational rights and standards.
Okay, well you tell me what it is then.
So like there's federal educational standards and rights that are established by the Department of Education, right? So like certain states would be able to restrict, right, certain kids if they have disabilities access to certain types of education because it is the case that they don't want to provide the funding.
Okay,
so if you want to leave that discrimination left up to the states, well, then that's what you're advocating for and what conservatives are advocating for. But if you want to ensure that there are federally recognized educational rights for all students in America, well, then you're going to agree with my position that we should keep the Department of Education and that we should reform it to make it, again, more equitable and more efficient.
Well, I think it should be left up to the states.
Okay, well, then you think discrimination of educational rights should be left up to the states?
I don't think discriminating is a good thing in general, but I think it should be left up to the states. I think the states...
So you think discrimination should be left up to the states?
If that's what it is, then yeah.
Okay, well then I have a question. Do you think that segregation should have been left up to the states?
No.
Do you think civil rights should be left up to the states?
No.
Do you think women's suffrage should be left up to the states?
If you're talking about...
Do you think discrimination of any other sort or fashion should be left up to the states?
No.
So why only this form of discrimination?
Well, one, everything is going to a different department. I can't list off which departments off the top of my head, but everything is going to a different department. Everything is being reallocated to somewhere where Trump sees fit. So it's not like...
Can you give me one example?
I can't off the top of my head.
Because to me, I would assume tax cuts for billionaires.
It's not. I can promise you, it's not tax cuts for billionaires.
Well, that's his largest expenditure that he's going to increase.
Back to the Department of Education, because you're doing a red herring.
No, I'm not.
How does tax cuts to billionaires have anything to do with the Department of Education then?
He said he's going to take that money and put it into other things. I gave an example of what I think he's going to put it into. Is it possible you can turn off the TV?
Pause it. My buddy's just watching Ted on the side.
Nydia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, everything is being... I can't name everything off the top of my head. I probably can't even really name one because I only remembered watching one video on it, but everything is being reallocated to a different area. And I don't see how billionaire tax cuts have anything to do with the Department of Education.
I'm
And
saying
even
the
if
funding is that's what the funding is being reallocated to.
okay, well then, even if that is, I still think the state should be deciding to do what with the school. Canada, and obviously Canada is different than the States. I'm not saying we should become fucking Canada.
So you're totally okay with the money that went to the Department of Education, right, to maintain educational rights protected federally, recognized for all students in America. You're saying instead of that, you'd prefer that the money goes to billionaires and millionaires?
I'm not. The money should be going to the schools. That's fine. I'll agree with you on that. But I think the state should still decide on the grand scale of things what happens, because the state, every individual state knows what they need more rather than what the federal knows for what an individual.
Like we're talking about in terms of discrimination. Do you think that children should ever be discriminated against based upon educational rights?
No, and again,
okay. Well, then if you don't, then you don't think that the state would be able to make a better determination of whether or not to. You don't think the state would make a better determination on whether or not to restrict educational rights? So we should just provide federal funding to make sure that that's protected federally from the Department of Education perspective.
The state would have a better idea though, because they're dealing with the minors, its own individual state. Canada has the same thing. Canada leaves the schooling up to the province, and their schooling is way better than ours is.
What state do you live in?
I live in Michigan.
Oh, what time is it?
It's 9:21.
What's the capital of Michigan?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Name two states that border Michigan.
New York and I believe Minnesota does.
New York?
New York State.
Yeah. What's the capital of New York?
I'm either getting
What's the capital of New York?
That I don't know, because everybody only goes to New York City.
Do you know any capital of any country, or not any country, any state around?
No, I don't study American geography.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just want to let you know, I don't see anywhere where Michigan borders New York. So
I literally reclaimed either New Jersey or New York.
Nope, not even close. New Jersey? Do you even know where Michigan is located?
Yeah, near the northern border.
Northern border, on the right or left side of the country?
On the right side of the country.
The right side of the country. Can you name two cities within Michigan?
Detroit and what's the other one? Ann Arbor.
Ann Arbor?
Ann Arbor, however you want to say it.
I think there's I mean, it's Ann Arbor, but can you name one more?
Again, I don't study geography, buddy.
Well, I mean, like if you're like from a state, you should know more than two cities in the state.
I live in
Gorilla,
Detroit.
thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. You live in Detroit?
I live in
Plausible.
Detroit.
Thank you for the 10 Canadian. Okay. Is Detroit on the west or east side of Michigan?
Northern east, I want to say.
Northern east?
Yeah, northern east.
It's on the southern east side of Michigan. So I don't know where you got northern east side from. I really wonder how you got that one wrong if you're from Michigan and you live in Detroit. I have a question. Detroit, what does it border?
What do you mean by what does it border?
Yeah. What landmass does it border?
One of the Great Lakes, if that's what you're talking about.
And what is the name of the Great Lake?
Superior.
Superior? Really?
When did this?
And I can hear the person in the background trying to tell you the answer. They're wrong. They're literally wrong.
Bro, he's talking. I have two guys with me. They're talking amongst each other.
And I literally heard them try to whisper it.
Yeah, because they're whispering so we can have the conversation.
Yeah, because clearly you are not intelligent enough to know what city you live in, what lake is in the city, like right next to it. Like, you can see the lake from the city that you live in. Like, if you traveled 5 fucking minutes down the road, you'd probably be able to see it. You're telling me that city, you don't know anything about it.
Yeah, because I don't care about.
Well, why are you still gaslighting me, dude? First the
I don't
chicken.
care about
I
you
know that you're
either.
wrong. Why are you still gaslighting me,
We were
dude?
talking about the Department of Education, and then you brought in
Thank you for the
geography.
2 Canadian. Well, we're also talking about the American election system, and if you're not American, why the fuck are you in here?
I can't. I can't with you.
Philosophical, thank you for the 10
There's a
Canadian. Thank you so
reason
much.
why
You can't with me
Charlie
because you're not American.
There's
Kaylee,
a
thank you
reason
so much
why
for pushing the
Ben
$10.
Shapiro
Thank you
and
so much. I
Kirk
really appreciate it, Kaylee.
There's a reason why Shapiro and Kirk beat you.
Okay, now you're just rage baiting. You're totally
No,
rage
there's a
baiting.
reason.
Totally rage baiting. Wendy Sue, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I would have asked him. Amber, thank you for the gold mine. Yo, what's up, how do you? Yo, Jay, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. And this is why we need the Department of Education. Yeah. I'm like, he's Canadian. He wants to argue for Americans to be dumber. Come on. Yo, what's up, how do you?
19,
What's your birth year?
2006,
What month?
February.
February 2006? And you're 19?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Are you sure about that?
I'm 100% sure.
Okay. Why are you laughing? You got it right.
No, I'm just joking, you man.
Well, I know
I
you were
love you,
laughing.
bro. I fucking.
I know why you were laughing. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Do you see why I do that, chat? You see why I do that now? Even if they're right. Even if they're right. Nydia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Iron, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Yasar, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for me and my husband Raj. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Alexa, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Elise, thank you so much for the $2. Steven, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Catalina, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. How you doing? How you doing? All right, Jake, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
I didn't even tell you how old I am, but I'm 2005.
Okay. And how old are you?
20.
Okay. And what month?
March.
What day?
What date? 14th, bro. Like, you want my social security card number?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
He's just 10 times better than Kamala Harris.
And why is that?
Just like, I mean, mostly I like the border thing he does, deporting all the, Mexicans.
Why do you assume that he's only deporting people who are Mexican?
Well, that's just most of them.
I'm getting troll.
How? I'm answering your question. I don't know.
You literally just said that you support deporting people who are Mexican.
Yeah, because they're, I don't know, R-wording.
Why are you only assuming people who are Mexican are doing that?
Well, again, like I said 2 seconds ago, it's most of them.
That's just not even true.
But that's like the main issue, though, and that's what I'm.
Why is that the main issue?
Because that's what's happening. I don't know.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not. Then what's happening?
What's happening? You'd have to give me statistics to indicate that. Could you give me a single source that indicates that most people who have immigrated to the country are from Mexico?
I'm just saying what I've seen, but you're telling me it's not. So maybe I'm asking you for statistics. Actually, I don't know.
So you weren't the one making a claim about
I did,
you saying people who are Mexican are wording people?
If you're making a claim saying that they're not.
Are you rage baiting?
No, I'm being. Did you or did you not say they're not?
Did I or did I not say what?
That they're not all Mexicans, mostly Mexicans.
They're not.
Okay, so then you're making a claim,
I'm responding to the claim that you made that they are mostly.
Okay, and I was responding to your question.
So can you please provide me the source to indicate that they are mostly?
What do you want me to show you? How am I supposed to show you? I don't know. What do you
So
want
you
me to
don't have a source, so it's just to trust me, bro?
Yeah.
And why am I supposed to accept that?
Because then, well, okay, well, I don't accept what you said then. So we can just agree to disagree.
Do you accept that you're racist?
So you just pulled the racist card, I guess.
If you, yeah, I'm totally fine with saying that. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, you absolutely are a racist piece of shit. You think it's funny?
Nah, you're just not real. You're not a real person.
I am real.
Nah.
I'm being totally honest.
Nah, you're not real.
Really? Why am I not real?
You just pulled the race card. I don't know. You're telling me that you told me that they're not, but you won't give me a source, but you want me to give you one.
Hey, Dean, I have a question. Do you think that this guest is a racist piece of shit?
Yeah, absolutely, I do. I just want to add something on here. So he's trying to justify a reference of the mass deportations as deporting all the Mexicans because, under his view, over 50% of individuals who are undocumented migrants are Mexican. So, A, I don't think that we have the empirics to justify that. But B, I want to go ahead and assume that you're telling the truth. Jake, did I make you fall asleep?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, I feel like your third grade teacher right now. You were snoozing on the desk then. That's so obvious to me, at least. Now, moving back to what I wanted to say, I don't think it's okay to just say because Mexicans account for a majority of undocumented migrants, which we once again don't know to be true, that therefore we could just say he's deporting all the Mexicans and use that as a broad generalizing term. Like, I want to ask you a question about this. Let's also assume that at least 50% of undocumented migrants in America right now aren't white. Would you be okay with saying that you support Trump deporting all the people that aren't white?
No.
Even if they account for a majority of undocumented migrants?
If they are here legally with documents, then they're okay. But if they're not, then they need to get deported.
Exactly. So your answer to my question is no, and that just kind of demonstrates that no, you can't say that Donald Trump's deporting all the Mexicans because you think over 50% of undocumented migrants are Mexicans, because we could just choose another fact and assume it to be true of over 50% of undocumented migrants, such as the fact that let's just assume that 50.1% of undocumented migrants aren't white. Well, all of a sudden, the statement, Donald Trump is deporting all the Mexicans, is just as true as the statement, Donald Trump's deporting all the non-white people.
Are you calling him racist?
Well, I'm calling him and you racist, yeah.
Shit.
Ashley, think of you're amazing. Do you have any critical thought process? Like, is your brain functioning properly?
Yeah, I gave you my reasoning. You asked me why.
You didn't give any good reasoning.
You didn't give me either. You just said no, they're not. That's all you said.
That's not what we said. Did you hear anything Dean said? Can you repeat to me one thing Dean said?
Yeah, Dean. No, he might need to repeat himself.
Yeah, okay. You said that it's okay to say that Trump's deporting all the Mexicans since you believe a majority of undocumented migrants are Mexicans. I don't think it's okay to say...
I didn't say that, but it's all good.
So then what was your reasoning behind the statement, Donald Trump's deporting all the Mexicans, when there's many Mexicans who are U.S. citizens, legal residents, etc.?
Yeah, but he's not deporting them, though. If they have documents, why would he...
So therefore, he's not deporting all the Mexicans.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I made a mistake when I talked. Yeah, okay, I didn't specify exactly what I said, but...
And how do you feel about the undocumented migrants?
Everyone in here knew what I meant.
So I just had a curiosity. All like the... British undocumented migrants, the European undocumented migrants, the Venezuelan undocumented migrants. They get to stay in America since they're not Mexican?
Nah, you should deport them too.
Oh, but I thought you said he was just deporting all the Mexicans there, Jake.
Oh my God! Like yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. Though I'm only talking about that though.
Why are you only talking about that?
Because I didn't know that people from the UK were Mexican. I didn't know that Venezuelan individuals were Mexican. So when you say that you support Donald Trump in his effort to do a mass deportation, you must be specific and cannot say he's merely going to deport all the Mexicans, because guess what? Then other Trump supporters with around 30 brain cells are going to hear that and start hate criming more Mexicans, assuming they're undocumented because you and other Trump supporters said so.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. He's gone.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of chilling in the whip right now, eating some lunch. Sorry, dinner. Whoa.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and drop down and finish my talk.
Lunch at 7 p.m. is kind of wild.
I'm gonna see you later.
Have fun, bro. Michaela, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
How old are you?
23.
Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I support his opinions on immigration, but I do not agree with that last guest.
Okay. Can you name one immigration policy influence to get passed that you like? And Sandra, thank you so much for the $5.
I don't know his policies. I just know that he's not for the immigrants coming into this country and taking our jobs.
Okay. So then what are you even referencing if you don't know any of the policies? And by the way, before you do, Linda, you're still in my guest request, or not my guest request, still in my comment section. Why have you not sent a guest request yet, Linda? Go ahead.
Oh, I've
Wait,
just heard
are
a lot.
you a troll?
No,
I feel like you've been on my lab before.
you didn't accept me. And Dean ran away from me earlier.
How do you run away from you?
I joined his request and it said it brought me up, and immediately as I got brought up, he dropped me. So he ran.
It probably just wouldn't load. Okay. Do you think I have a real job?
What?
Do you think I have a real job?
What do you do for work?
This.
This is your job?
Yeah.
I mean, you get paid to do this?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's a real job.
Okay. All right. I was just trying to see if you had a crazy view. Go ahead. You were saying just immigration. You just wait. Why in your bio? Ugh, dude, I can't even talk about that. I hate TikTok. I'm really annoyed at
What?
TikTok. Your bio is just really not intelligent.
What's wrong with it?
I can't even talk about it on live because it's against TikTok's terms of service. It'll literally take down my live. So I can't.
I don't want to take down your live. I'm sorry.
Just L turfs. L turfs.
That's rude.
Well,
but
it was meant to be.
no, I don't agree with that last guest talking about the Mexican people. I just don't believe that there should be immigrants from any country coming in. I think that America needs to focus on the people that are already here.
Okay. All right. So is he doing that when he says he wants to he might use the military to take Panama and Greenland? He wants to use the U.S. to own Gaza in the long run
When
after
did
it
he
ethnically
say
cleanses
that?
the Palestinian population. The beginning
When
of his
did he?
administration, he was asked.
I didn't hear about that,
Sid, think
but
of the
I
$5. Look up
didn't
Trump.
agree with that.
Look up Trump might use the military to take Panama and Greenland. And he also bragged about making Canada the 51st state.
I don't think Canada should be a 51st state. I think Canada should stay.
Oh, banned. Harassment and bullying. I wonder how I was harassing and bullying her. Like what? How was I harassing and bullying? I was like being explicitly nice. Explicitly being nice. Great, dude. TikTok, why? Why do you do that, TikTok? You were, dude? What do you mean I was? All right, let me figure out what to do, chat. That was already my account, so I mean, should I just risk the main account, chat? Get it permit banned? Sounds like fun, right? Should we just risk the main account? Yeah. Sounds like a great idea, dude. Ah, I hate TikTok. No. Let's see what the push was like. Let's see what the push was like. Let's check. Gorilla, think of the $5. Thank you. I think you said, yeah. I meant it as an insult. Yeah, I meant to be rude. You know what? That's true. I fucked up. I should stop doing that. Ah, fuck, dude. I can't even be rude to turfs, dude. It's such a shit app, dude. It's such a shit app. Dog shit app. Horrible app. Appeal not approved. Look at that, dude. How long did I lose it for? A day. I just got it back, dude. Garrett, think of the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate Garrett. Dude, it's like I literally can't say L turfs, and I meant to be rude. Sal, thank you so much for the $100 YouTube super chat for I'll pay to be rude to MAGA. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I wish I could be rude to MAGA. You know, maybe should just go on. I was like, should we just go on X, everyone, and just run a Twitter space? I can't even do it on the iPad. They don't even have Twitter space on the iPad.
But if she hits...
Yeah, they don't even have it on the iPad. That's rough. They don't have a Twitter space on iPad, right? So we'll figure out what to do. X would be wild. Yes, X will be wild. Well, I can't use my third account. Use Matt's account again. I guess I could. You know, it's just like annoying to have to use his account all the time. Just to be able to get push, like. Maybe should I try without the background chat? Do you think the background is what? What about IG? IG wouldn't be able to get debates. Alrighty. It could be background. Maybe it is. I don't know. I have a feeling it's account related. Venus, thank you for the $2. Thank you. That's true. That's true. W intersectional feminism. Normal, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like I mean this one's not going to send out everyone here on this account. So we might just go to Matt's. That might be the move. Well, the viewers just started the live because they got banned. I want to be able to use the main account. Chat, I mean, like, think about it this way. Like, what is my main account doing for me if it's banned? I mean, if it's on account warning. Am I going to sit here for 2 months to try to get it back? You know what I'm saying? What does it do for me? You have so many followers, why would you risk it? But, like, the thing is, what do I get, though? What do I get if it just sits there? Like, because, like, I don't know. Kim, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I could use it to promote my alt accounts. Yeah, I guess. But it's just like I don't have like a legitimate alt account that I can use that actually has push. Because this alt account, no push. The other one that kind of does got banned immediately. Fruity Pebbles, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I don't know. Let me think about what to do. Because this account's not going to send out. I know for sure. Like, let me end this live. I know it's going to fucking tell me it didn't send out at all. What, 85%? Yeah, dude. It's just, like, not ever going to work. This is live, but it's not going to have guests, huh? Now confirm age. Sydney, thank you for the dollar. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Sid, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Can you say hi, Donald? Yes. What's up, Donald? Me and my boy. Someone said me and my boyfriend were arguing. I told them he's 18. He said you're 38. I'm 22 years old. I'm turning 23 here in about a week. Nathaniel, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I know. I wish I could get off TikTok, but I mean, just like the only place I can actually like legitimately get like debates like that. Let me ask Matt. Let me go to Matt. Hey, bro, could I use your account again? I got banned on my third already. Lol. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. We'll see if we can use Signal. Is Signal something you can live stream from? Wait, Parker, when's your birthday? Mine is April 3rd, April 7th. Look, I already have my stuff in the bio for Matt's account. Cam, thank you for the $2. Thank you, thank you. Yo, Vala, thank you so much for the 20 pound. Thank you so much for this is your only job, Parker. Yeah, it is my only job. Here's some compensation for your effort. TikTok censorship is too strict, but you shouldn't risk it in your main account. It depends on how long it takes to be safe. True. Yeah. True. Thank you so much for the 20 pounds, though. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I wish I could just do YouTube and get just debates on YouTube. You're going to do everything on YouTube, but I wish YouTube just doesn't have like the algorithm necessary to do that completely. It's very unfortunate. There's someone in the comment section already saying Trump is doing a great job. Let's invite them. I've already debated this person. I've debated you before. You're like the boyfriend.
You're honestly very pathetic.
Oh, okay. It's the girlfriend. Okay. How am I pathetic?
Because you're just a loser. Like, you do this on and on. You debate people and say the same stuff. You say every single day. You say the same stuff. It's just boring. It's like, honestly, satire at this point. Like, it's just a joke.
If it's so boring, why are you on the live?
Because I sadly don't have a life.
Oh, you're trolling.
And I have to sit here and watch you say the same stuff over and over and over again. Like if I'm watching a sitcom. Except it's not funny.
Ashley,
it's boring.
I remember you're a fan. I remember. Never mind.
I'm not. Why would I be a fan of you?
What are you talking
about? An anti-misogynistic man.
You're pro-misogyny?
I don't want to give my answer to that. Sorry.
Why not?
Because that's what you liberals do. You try to get an answer, and then once you get it, you get them in a corner, and then you just go and go and go. Like, you know?
You're totally trying to troll right now.
How am I trying to troll?
I remember your name for some reason. I don't know why I do, but I do remember your name.
I'm literally not trolling you.
Come on, what are you talking about?
I love Donald Trump, and I did vote for him, actually. And I'm not joking.
Really? Can you name one Trump policy?
I can. Mass deportation.
That's not a policy.
It is to me.
It is to you, really? Well, what is what is a policy? Wait, how many branches of government are there?
I believe there's like 8. I can name them as well.
Yeah, really? Yeah, go ahead and name them.
The executive branch, the judicial branch,
Mm-hmm.
And the other one is like, hold on, I got it. Frick. I think it's the Clinton administration.
Mm-hmm. That makes so much
Executive.
sense. That makes so much sense. You're right. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
My cats play with my
Yo,
phone.
what's up? How old are you?
My cats play with my phone. Please kick me. Please.
W-Cat. W-Cat. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I voted for Donald Trump.
Oh, why so?
Because I like his policy with the border.
What policy?
I feel that he has a border policy, doesn't he?
What border policy?
I don't know the name on the top of my head, but I know he has one. That's one of the.
Can you name one?
No, but can you name one though? Like I know you know, so can you tell me so I can,
Remain in Mexico?
Yeah, I like that one.
What is that? What does it do?
Like for asylum.
Oh, it does? Okay, I have a question. For people who are seeking asylum from Mexico, where should they stay while their claims are being processed in the court system?
They should stay in. Actually, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
Would it be that they stay in the United States or in Mexico?
They should probably stay in Mexico is what I think.
What's the point of the asylum process?
Just so they can come here legally, I think.
Based upon them being discriminated against based upon a certain protected class. So why would you continue to let them be discriminated against on the basis of that protected class, given that you want them and you think that they're literally going to be able to go through the asylum process? Would you want them to be able to stay in the country? And wouldn't you just want the legal asylum process to just go faster through the court system?
Yeah, I do want to go faster, but
so if you'd want it to go faster through the court system, that would be through the bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine. Najia, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Najia. Thank you so much. And Nathaniel, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much, Najia. I really appreciate it.
He undermined it?
Yeah, he called for people in Congress to undermine the bipartisan border bill.
I feel like you're lying. I feel like Charlie Kirk didn't talk. He would be talking about this kind of stuff, and Charlie Kirk is he knows everything about that kind of stuff. And
that was total rage bait. That rage bait attempt was wild.
I'm not I feel because he knows I'm not that informed, obviously, but if he really did that,
that was a bad rage bait attempt, man.
If you really did that, do you think Charlie Kirk would be talking about that kind of stuff with the liberals on the college campuses?
Why did you just want to bring up Charlie Kirk?
Because I listen to that guy for information. He's my main guy.
That's just rage bait, dude.
No, I actually do listen to me and my grandpa. We'll go on his live and we watch his videos on college campuses, and he always it's where I get most of our information from.
Okay, what's his denomination of Christianity?
Denomination?
Yeah.
What's denomination? Parker.
I'm waiting for you to answer.
I don't know what a denomination is. Dude. Come on.
Carly, thank you so much for the $5 for I'm sorry my cat tried to debate you.
Please, I
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Sorry, that was loud. Parker, dude, when is Charlie Kirk coming to my, I go to UT and I want to fucking crush him, dude. I want to be I'm going to be dude, why did you not debate Parker? And I want to
how much you want to bet? He says I'm disingenuous. I talk over him all the time.
Of course, bro. He's gonna fucking like try to flame you, but I want to flame him back. So, do you know when he's coming to UT?
I don't know. Look at his Turning Point website.
I so will. Thank you so much.
For sure.
Bye.
WU though? WU? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hell yeah.
Anti, think of the dollar. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, I voted for Trump because he's supposed to be bringing back the Falcon, the Ford Falcon.
Linda, if you don't accept that guest request that I just sent you, the invite, I'm gonna mute you from the chat. Actually, I'm gonna mute you from the chat. Good luck typing in the comment section, Linda. You can send a guest request, but you will not be in my guest or my comment section any longer, Linda. You're done. You're done. You can either send a guest request, Linda, or get out of the comments. Yo, it's a Paladin.
How's it going? 23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because he's so much better than Kamala Harris.
Why do you think that?
It's not because of his amazing policies.
August, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Hey everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Hey Linda, I still see that you have not sent a guest request yet. Linda, why are you a troll account? At this point, Linda, I think you're a troll account. I think you've always been a troll account, and you're not a real account. It just makes me think that. So if you want to convince me that you're not a troll account, send a guest request. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello. I'm 22. I was just wondering what time you go live.
I don't have a specific time. Appreciate you asking. I don't have a specific time. Some days I go live later in the day. Some days I go live earlier in the day. At some point, I will develop like more of a schedule like that. But right now, it just depends on the day. If you want to know like specifically when I go live, the best way to know is to subscribe to me on YouTube and turn notifications on. For notifications on YouTube, you should really only expect to see one video and one live stream a day. So it won't be like too many notifications or anything. So that's the best place. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We're not going to get pushed, are we, huh? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm jerking my fucking cock. Oh, fuck.
Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jesse. Thank you for the $5. That's funny, Jesse.
Wait.
How old are you?
Sorry, I was going to ask you a question.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah,
Okay, what's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I voted for Donald Trump because he was the
What
better
month, by the
alternative
way?
to Kamala.
What month?
October.
I'm sorry, I just don't really believe you.
I
I'm sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Tyler, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Tyler. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Sadly, yeah.
Why so? Oh wait, do you regret
So
your vote?
like, to a degree, like there's like things that I agree with him, and obviously, and there's things that I disagree with him on a wide span. But like, majority I disagree with now, looking back in retrospect. But there are some things that I still think that are like strengthening America.
Like?
His economic policies. We'll
Have I
select a
talked to
few
you
of them,
before?
but huh?
Have I talked to you before?
No.
Okay, so what economics policies? People are already saying I've talked to you. I hate when people are gaslighting me like that. It's really annoying. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do to chat for today. I don't know what we're gonna do today. I'm kind of losing hope. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Yeah, I'm old.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hell no.
Nice. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old
Hello?
are you?
27.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
Well, not being a leader, you just got to follow, whoever. I'm not really good with the political, reasoning, but, I felt that Donald Trump was really he was right for the president to be president.
Why so?
Because I think that he could have made better decisions, and I regret it now. Now I
You
regret it.
voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Nice. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 42.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I voted for him because he was one of the only presidents that we've had recently, or anybody that actually got things done. I mean, Biden didn't get anything done. Didn't actually do anything that he said he was going to do.
Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced get passed that you like?
Yeah, I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Can you name me one policy Donald Trump influenced get passed that you like?
Yeah. Like the ICE policy, as far as getting rid of all the illegal immigrants.
That's not a specific
That's-
policy. Can you name a specific policy? Is that possible? No?
I just like what he's done. I can't name the exact name of the policy.
What do you like that he's done?
I like the fact that we're getting illegal immigrants out of our country. I like the fact that our borders are more secure. I like the fact that commerce is going up. I like the fact that we have
The
more.
border having more security restricts commerce.
Actually, it doesn't. I'm in the solar industry. I'm in the solar industry, and most of the solar industry is all in Europe. And when you
Chad.
get over to Europe and everywhere else other than the United States,
There being a restriction at the border quite literally is a restriction economically speaking, because it restricts certain people who live in different countries from engaging in exchange to the same degree as they would if they lived in the country. So
Yeah, but
obviously
do you know that-
it's a restriction on trade.
do you know that we have over 150 solar manufacturers who are coming to the United States, who are building plants in the United States, giving jobs to hundreds of thousands of workers because of those tariffs. And they already started looking
Can
at.
you give me a single piece of evidence that indicates that there is an increase in hundreds of thousands of jobs because of tariffs?
Well, if you look at the solar industry as a whole, or however, but if you look at all the solar that's coming over here, The reason they're coming over here is because of the tariffs. They already knew that they were coming, even before Donald Trump became.
What's the source that like it led to hundreds of thousands of more new jobs?
My source is my job, and
So
watching it actually
just
happen.
vibes, bro. Just vibes.
No, it's actually watching it happen. So I know you guys don't hear about this on the news and everything else, but actually watching it happen. If you look at how many solar
Guys, just want to
panel
let everyone know.
manufacturers-
I just want to let everyone know. He watched hundreds of thousands of people get jobs.
Yeah, if you look at, I cannot name names because of the fact that I am in this business, and because of the fact that if I name names, then I can be sued.
You can name 100,000 names.
I can't name 100,000 people.
Why not?
No, but I can tell you
I
right
thought
now
you said that you saw
the
100.
factories
I
are-
thought you said that you saw
the
hundreds.
factories- the
I thought
factories
you
are
saw
all
you saw
being
it.
built.
I thought you said that you saw hundreds of thousands
Yes.
of jobs get added.
I have seen hundreds of thousands of jobs be created by the solar manufacturing, by solar, between making solar panels.
No, you fucking have not. You have not seen hundreds of thousands of jobs.
Yes, there are. There are several manufacturers who have actually quadrupled in size in the past 2 years, and there's a ton more looking at moving over here. There's a ton more moving over here. I'm doing over 1.3
In the last
million
4
dollars
years, who was
more
president?
with
Who was
new
president for the last 4 years?
They didn't move over here until after Trump became president.
Oh, okay. So they only in the past 2 months?
Yeah, they all moved. Most of them all
Who?
moved over in the
Who?
past 2 months,
Who?
and they all did their big green deal, and they all did their freaking their ramp ups in the past
Are
2
you
months.
are you saying that you're incentivizing companies to come back to the United States because of the tariffs?
Exactly.
Okay, well then here's my question. Does that mean that you're incentivizing people to also immigrate here?
No.
But don't they want to avoid the tariff? Forsaken thief the $2.
So okay, so for instance, there's one company I can name.
Wait. If there's a tariff implemented, you're
No, I'm
incentivizing.
just saying,
You're incentivizing
there's-
them.
You were asking about different companies I could name.
Chad, I have a
There is
question.
one-
I have a question. By any chance, was that a beer?
No, actually, it's water.
It's water.
Yes.
So, water that starts with a V.
No. It's just
VODKA.
You can talk shit as much as you want, man. I'm done talking to you.
What, in a can? In a can? Canned water? Liquid death? I was just like, I don't even think liquid death sounds like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it does not sound like that. Why did he run away? Is it because it was true? Dude, it's no hate. Dude, I'm elevated. No hate. Fruity Pebbles, think of the $5. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Suck on my dick.
If he actually did himself, I would have gone downstairs and grabbed a claw, dude. I would have grabbed a claw. I would have been like, okay, it looks like we need this to deal with it today.
Hello.
Ask yourself, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hi, Parker. No, I just spoke to you actually. No, please don't unadd me.
I'm sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but I have a question. Why do you get so nervous every time?
Guess we'll never know. Cadence, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I voted for Trump because he's swaggy on God, bro. You got me tweaking, bro. You got me blushing on God.
I guess we'll never know what I get too nervous about. I mean, there's a lot of things I get nervous about. You should have seen me. I was one of those kids in class that doesn't really say hi or hear that loudly because like I have social anxiety. And now I go on lives in front of thousands of people every night, and I'm completely fine. You know what's a penalty?
Hey, Parker, I'm old. I'm 48.
Did you vote
How's it
for Donald
going?
Trump?
I did. I just wanted to make a clarification for the guy that was saying all the renewable stuff that was coming through. That was actually pushed by Biden under the IRA for the Made in America portion. So you have to have certain content of domestic steel and stuff like that. And on the renewable projects, um, that's going to be a big thing. So they were coming here regardless. So I don't want to argue with you over other things. I just wanted to enlighten you.
Hey, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. That is
All
a
right, no
W
problem.
point.
Take it
W
easy.
point.
Yeah.
That is a W point. See this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's the penalty?
Oh shit, am I in here? My bad.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Chat, I don't know what we're going to be able to do here. We are on Matt's account, but it's not really working. It seems like it's capped in terms of viewership. Yo, what's the penalty?
I'm 19.
Cadence, thank you for the $2. Jeff, thank you for the $5. Static, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much. And then Tyler, thank you for the $5. Thank you. So real. And then Gorilla, thank you for the $5. I guess I just do. So did
Yeah,
you,
what's
did
up?
you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay. Why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, I just voted him because I felt like he was a better candidate. But I got to ask you a question. Do you think Trump has done any good ever? Because it seems like you're always hating on him, so I was asking.
Never. Not once.
Never. So he hasn't done anything.
Never, not once.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So why don't you think? Well, what has he done that's awful in your opinion?
Held civilly liable of sexual abuse. And I actually just want to clarify.
Well,
I was
okay.
joking. Like Operation Warp Speed is an example.
You said what?
Operation Warp Speed is an example of something that he did that was good.
Okay, I don't even know about that, to be honest with you. So, but so I was reading into the sexual assault case today, and assault, and I actually was that lady. It was like she was convicted by not convicted, like Trump did it in like what was it 2005,
1996.
1996, and then she came out in what year and said it
She
she
filed in
he had
2019.
2019. So I mean, that was a little bit fishy to me.
How is that fishy? It takes decades for plenty of victims to come out.
I mean, yeah, but like it was kind of like when Trump started getting. Don't get me wrong, he was very successful in '96. What was it? But I mean, I feel like it was a little bit fishy as soon as he became, not as soon as he became president, but a couple years after he became president.
Yeah.
That she somehow just came out.
Why wasn't it before he became president?
Because she saw that I'm assuming, I'm not gonna, this is not a fact, but I'm assuming that he won the presidency and then she then filed sexual assault, whatever you want to call it. So that's just, I was just reading into it. I think
Well, the case wouldn't have been followed through with until after the election. Then, like, there's no way it would have been.
What does the election have to do with the case, though? It doesn't really have to do with it.
You were assuming that it's related to the election, and what I'm saying is that if it were related to the election, well, then
could have sort of been. I didn't say like
if it were related to the election. Well, then it would have happened. The results would have happened after the results of the 2021 election.
So why didn't she file for it a couple years after
the 2020 election? Sorry. Well, okay, because plenty of victims, it takes them decades to come out because of a society that stigmatizes victims in coming out and perpetuates conditions in which they aren't believed, right? They're discredited, right? And the people who are the perpetrators of these types of issues are the ones that are believed. So there's a lot of emotional pain that a victim has.
I'm sure, yeah, but like if I'm getting,
I'd love to finish. There's a lot
go ahead.
Yeah, there's a lot of emotional pain that a victim has to go through. And being like talking about these things in public, and seeing people discredit them and not believe them when they know it's true, they know what they experienced, they know what they went through, and people will sit there and they'll say whatever and all these horrible things about them, all because they assume that because they like someone that they didn't do it. That's it.
Yeah, but I feel like it was a little bit fishy situation. I was reading into it, but I was looking into a couple policies of Donald Trump today. I was just pretty curious. I was just seeing his best policies, and I was reading that was it the Job Act? What was it called?
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And is it
Yeah,
possible you can mute the TV behind you?
Oh yeah. I'm watching Auburn. My bad. Oh yeah, the Tax and Jobs Act. I thought it was a pretty good act. I didn't really see any flaws in that one.
Okay. Can you tell me one provision within the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
Well, I read that it tax cut the middle class. That's what I read. And I'm assuming that it created more jobs too. That's what I read.
That's not a provision.
What did you say? I didn't. I thought you said what was the like what happened?
I'm asking you what the provision is, and is it possible you can mute the TV because I hear it?
You still hear the TV?
Yeah, loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Do you not watch basketball?
I do. I can't have that in the background because of monetization issues on YouTube. So.
Oh no, I'm asking if you watch basketball.
Yeah, I
Pretty
do.
curious. What's your favorite team?
Lakers.
Dude, come on, man.
I live in LA.
Come on. I love LeBron, as you can tell.
Yeah, he's the GOAT.
Yeah. Dude, I like you. I don't agree with your political views, but that's a good take right there.
I know.
So okay, I was also reading into the Stay in Mexico Act. I was reading into that, a couple of his policies. I kind of disagree with you on that he has zero good policies. Just because I was just researching a couple of his, and I thought some of them were pretty good, but some of his policies are shitty. I will agree with you.
But yeah, you can't name a single one that was good.
Remain in Mexico, the Jobs Act.
Remain in Mexico? I have a question.
Yes.
For people who are seeking asylum from Mexico, where should they stay while their asylum claim is being processed?
Well, the asylum process is not great. I know that from experience of my friends. So that can't really be. It can be changed, but it's not going to be changed, and that is what it is. But the asylum process, many of these people are. It is studied that many of these people are coming in that are gang related, and some of them are gang members, and they're bringing violence, and some of them bringing drugs into the country. But it is proven that other people do bring drugs into the country, but they do from Mexico. So that's just it's just not a lot of good coming out of illegal immigration.
So undocumented immigrants commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crimes at lower rates, multiple times lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens. The people that are smuggling those things across the border are literally U.S. citizens.
Yeah, but some of them aren't.
Most are U.S. citizens.
Well, most are because illegal immigration is illegal, and you can't really come in the country unless you're, legal. And illegal immigration is a whole bunch of more illegal immigration than legal immigration.
I don't even think that's true. Secondly,
that's definitely
I have a
true.
question. Why is undocumented immigration bad?
Because they are. I just mentioned many examples of the gang relation, the drugs, and they are taking some jobs from Americans. You could agree they're taking construction jobs nobody wants, but
So do you think that happens with legal immigration?
But I feel like legal immigration is morally, from my standpoint, and it's.
So you think legal is fine?
Obviously, yes.
Then why don't we just make all the undocumented immigrants?
Because it's not how it works. Because they are evading.
No, it sounds like you think.
They are evading.
Wait, to clarify, you think legal immigration is good, right?
Yes.
Illegal immigration is bad.
Better than illegal immigration.
Can I please finish my statement without you cutting me off?
Sure. Go ahead.
So you think legal immigration is good, and you think illegal immigration is bad. So then why not just make the illegal immigration legal immigration? Because then that will make the bad good.
Well, simply that is not how it works. I wish it was how it works, because our president would do it right now, but that's just not how it works. Because his vision is actually going to do that, but that is just not really. I'll take that back. Not really, but it's just not that easy to do that because you got multiple people coming in, sneaking through the borders and stuff like that. And
Well, they
I
wouldn't.
saw
They wouldn't be sneaking in if it was legal.
well, it's also, but I mean, these people are
Wait, so but
just like
again, you said legal immigration good,
legal
illegal
immigration.
immigration bad. So just make it legal, and it's good.
That's not how it works. I mean,
Why
if
not?
you
Why is it not working that way?
because these guys are once again gang related. They have
No,
drugs
they're
on them.
not. No, they're
They are
not.
gang related.
No,
Yes, they are.
no,
You
they're
can look it
not.
up.
No,
Yes,
they're
they
not.
are.
I think you're lying.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
No,
I agree with you.
disproportionately lower rates than U.S. citizens.
Yeah, but also, I mean, do you want gang
Wait,
members
wait.
coming
I
into the
have a
United
question.
States?
Are you okay with referring to like typical American citizens as gang members?
No.
Why not?
But I'm sure
There's a
I'm
greater
not
proportion.
typical
Let me
American
please finish.
citizens.
There's a
But can I finish too? Can I finish?
after me. There's a greater proportionality that a U.S. citizen is a gang member than an undocumented immigrant.
And I agree with you. I agree with you. But I'm saying,
So if you're going to refer to undocumented immigrants as gang
but
members,
they're
then why don't you refer to U.S.
finish.
citizens as gang members?
They are not all gang members. I was going to finish.
Exactly.
I'm saying you cannot let all these people in illegally. That's just illegal immigration. Like
Then make it legal. Then make it legal.
Why would you? Okay, so how are you going to make it legal? Tell me how you're going to make it legal.
You make
If
it
you're
legal.
president.
All you do is
You just sign a bill and you make it legal.
first that mustache. Literally.
Literally.
A pathway
So
to
why hasn't anybody
citizenship.
done it?
Yes, for undocumented immigrants.
Why hasn't anybody done it?
Well, actually, people have done it in the past.
Who?
You know that Reagan specifically advocated for open borders.
Reagan?
Unironically, Reagan advocated for open
Reagan?
borders. Yeah, so U.S. presidents in the past have had mass amnesty bills throughout history. This country is hugely benefited off of immigration.
Yeah, I mean,
throughout the
I can
context of the
see-
1900s. Do you not remember Ellis Island? Do you think it took that long to get into the country on average with Ellis Island? No. So we're totally fine with immigration going quick when we're talking about predominantly European countries that people are immigrating from. But whenever it's not predominantly European countries, then it's somehow an issue amongst American citizens. Really weird.
And I mean, I can see that, but also European citizens, they come in legally and they don't sneak through the southern border. They don't do it because that southern border is getting snuck through every day of our lives. It's getting snuck through and people are just going right through it. Well, they were going right through it. I seen a picture earlier that the border has actually gotten way more.
Can you restate the claim you just made?
I'm saying that people are just coming through the border, just coming through it. They're just coming through. They're going into Texas. They're going into these surrounding southern border states. They're just coming through it undocumented. That's not okay. That's morally wrong, and you know it's morally wrong. It's not okay. It's legally wrong too. It's illegal immigration.
So again, your issue with illegal immigration is that, right, it's not legal, right? So then, again, here's my question.
Sure, I mean, I can't.
Make it legal so they don't have to
You want
sneak in.
me? You want me to make it legal?
I'm just saying, if you were to look at it from this perspective, do you
Sure.
agree with making it legal?
I mean, I wouldn't. Okay, so I would make it legal, but okay. Let me
You
rephrase
would?
it.
You would?
I-
So that doesn't sound like the Republican
Let me
position.
rephrase this. I would make the process to get a visa way shorter than it is now. It is
That
terribly
does not
long.
sound like the Republican position.
Well, I mean, I never claimed to be a Republican, but I did vote.
You voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah, but
That's
just
not the
didn't like-
Trump position. That's
I
not the
didn't like-
MAGA
I didn't
position. So then why would immigration be a reason why you voted
I
for
just
Donald
didn't- I just
Trump when you
didn't like
clearly hold a
Kamala.
position that's compatible with Democrats?
I just didn't like Kamala Harris. That's why I didn't like her. I didn't like Joe Biden either.
Okay, so
Joe
you
Biden
okay,
was
okay, but
president.
like, can you name one policy that Kamala Harris influenced get passed that you disagree with?
What does she support? The CHIPS Act?
Okay, so
Is that Joe Biden?
Do you disagree with the Chips and Science Act?
I didn't even read into it really. I know like very broadly about it. That's why I was just mentioning one. I really don't know, to be honest with you. I don't pay attention to the past presidency was, I mean, it wasn't horrible. I mean, inflation was a big factor. Inflation is a little bit down now, so it's going down. That's why I
It's
like
going down. Actually, it's gone up since Trump became president.
it's
But like,
the only reason it's going up right now is because of the tariffs. But yeah, short term inflation. I mean,
prices are going down, but they're actually not going down. They're going up because of tariffs. Who did the tariffs?
but you said that the tariffs.
Wait,
the tariffs.
wait. And NBA, who did the tariffs?
But Donald Trump did the tariffs. But tariffs are a good thing in the long run, assuming him.
So is Donald Trump lowering prices?
I mean, let me try to. I mean, lowering prices. I mean, everyday grocery is probably about the same. To be honest with you,
No, I thought you just said that there was inflation because of
there
tariffs.
was inflation on the bottom. I mean, inflation's not going to go away
No,
overnight.
you said because of tariffs.
I mean, yeah, there is. Yeah, there is inflation because of tariffs.
Okay,
Short
so
term.
yeah, so Trump is causing prices to go up.
I mean, sure, yeah. Right now, yes. Short term, yes.
And also in the long run, but like
I don't think. I firmly believe in the long run it won't be that bad.
but prices will still go up.
No, I think prices will go down in the long run.
Okay. So what is a tariff?
A tariff is stuff coming in the country. There's a tax on it.
Okay.
I mean, that's a pretty shitty explanation.
How would that cause the price to go down?
Because over time we'll start relying on the U.S. more than we are.
And what makes you think that the U.S. will make it cheaper? I thought production costs are more expensive in the United States, and that's why it's not currently produced in the United States.
I mean, you got to think of shipping costs. Say I buy something for China, it's going to take longer.
Yeah, even taking into account shipping costs, it's more expensive in the United States. That's why places around the world are shipping it to the United States for lower prices given the same quality, or for higher quality given the same prices.
But if we make it in the United States, we just rely on the United States more, which it should be the number one priority to rely on the United States than other countries.
But it's still going to be a higher production cost.
According to what?
The market. How the market functions.
Could you give me a source?
Wait, yeah, I can wait. You want a source on how tariffs cause
I want a
prices
source
to go up?
that's stating that the prices will go down if it's made in the United States.
You mean prices will go up?
Yeah, the price will go up in the United States.
Yeah. I can give you a source that shows tariffs will increase the prices, but can I just can I just reasonably show it to you real quick?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Push that mustache. The reason why prices are more expensive to produce in the United States is because they're currently not being distributed in the market.
Yeah, let me ask you this.
It's not profitable in the United States, and that's why it's not currently being produced in the United States.
How many tariffs have been
That's because it's more expensive to produce it in the United States comparative to other countries around the world. Otherwise, if it was just as expensive or less expensive, then it would be being produced in the United States already.
So how many tariffs have been in the U.S. history? How many tariffs have happened?
I don't know how I can answer that question.
It's a pretty simple question.
How many tariffs have happened in the United States?
Have happened ever in the United States?
I can't answer that question.
Okay. Well, it's not a lot. It says this is just not a lot. So this is not really happening.
Is that a specific number? Not a lot.
No, it's not. It's not a specific. No, I was assuming you would look it up or you would know. I was asking you.
So you don't know?
No, I know like a broad. Like it's definitely probably. It's less than.
Definitely, probably.
It's less. It's not a lot. Let me tell you that it's
not a lot. That's
not a lot. You know, it's not a lot either.
That's a real specific number.
Yeah, it's not that specific, but it's not a lot. So let me tell you this: how many? Okay. So this right here.
You were like flabbergasted when I didn't know the answer.
I think the last tariff was it 1940 if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong on that one. 19. So that's the last time that we have introduced a tariff under my logic. I don't know really. That's what I've read and studied.
You think 1940 is the last time we dropped a tariff?
The tariff kind of like now. I think so, if I'm not mistaken.
Do you mean like universal tariffs?
No, like United States tariffs.
You mean like just tariffs that the U.S. puts on other countries?
Yeah.
Well, we had tariffs with other countries before, right? That's what the USMCA was trying to change, right? Is the level of tariffs.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think whoever the president was back in, I think it was after the Great Depression or something, either before or after. Who was it Roosevelt during the Great Depression? Or was it, it was Hoover, right? It was Hoover during the Depression, right?
Hoover was just before.
Before, so it might have been Hoover. Okay, that's not the point. But what I'm saying is that the U.S. tariffs have not really been implemented a lot like it has now. So I'm just saying, like, maybe give it a chance, maybe not. But I mean, I feel like I'm going to give it a chance because I feel like Donald Trump is very well with his money. As you know, he has a lot of money. So I mean, I think he
He's
would know
very
how
good with
to.
his money. Do you know any good people with money that have 6 bankruptcies?
Well, you got to fail. You got to fail to succeed. That's how I look at it.
But like 6 bankruptcies.
6 bankruptcies. That's pretty impressive. That, like in a bad way, bad impressive. That's a lot of bankruptcies, but also, I mean, a lot of people that are successful, they fall and they fall and they fall, and then they come back even stronger. That's the way I look at it. Like Kobe Bryant, he could have folded. LeBron James could have folded many times. Michael Jordan could have folded many times, but he didn't because he came back even stronger. That's how I look at it.
But like, I mean, that would be typical within the NBA. But is that typical for people who are good with money?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Name one other person who's good with money that has 6 bankruptcies.
Not specifically 6 base runners, but Elon Musk didn't start out rich at all. He started from the bottom. Trump started from the bottom. And when he had the 6 bankruptcies, he didn't start from the bottom originally. Then he had 6 bankruptcies.
If you believe that they started from the bottom, you are deluded of reality.
Elon Musk had like
Elon definitely did not start from the bottom.
Well, he didn't start from the bottom, but he started from the bottom compared to what he has now.
I think you should look into like Elon's wealthy
compared to what he has
parents.
now. He's got the most money in the world. Come on, Parker, you know this.
Elon built more of his wealth than Donald Trump did. Donald Trump.
I agree. I agree with you.
Donald Trump, again, you're trying to run away from the reality of the fact that Donald Trump, specifically, he what's it called, has 6 bankruptcies. Can you name one other good person with money that has 6 bankruptcies?
Not specifically 6 bankruptcies. That's impressive. I told you that earlier, but that's a record.
Again, that doesn't sound like.
But I'm saying a lot of
that
people,
doesn't sound like he's good with money insofar as that he should be fucking president.
How much money does he have? Let me know.
Like 6 to 7 billion.
$6 to $7 billion.
Half of that is Truth Social.
Let me ask you this, Parker. How much money do you have?
$1 trillion.
$1 trillion. So that's obviously a lot. But
no, it's not. I'm telling you the truth, dude.
Come on, man. I like you as a person, man. You're a cool guy.
And I have $1 trillion, dude. I'm serious.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay.
The DNC, Deep State, and reptilians pay very well.
Let me ask you this. How was your debate with Charlie Kirk, man? I've been wanting to ask you this.
Horrible.
I like Charlie Kirk.
You shouldn't.
I like his political views. Like, I don't like.
What views?
I agree with
what views?
His abortion view is not shitty. I've heard
really. You don't think his abortion view is shitty? He thinks that great victims who are 10 years old should be forced to go through pregnancy. Really, it's not shitty.
I wouldn't say. I could say, look, I see his point on it.
Really, that's not shitty.
He is a Christian man, and I'm assuming you're not Christian, right?
No.
So he believes in the prophecy, but he didn't use that in his argument. But that's from his moral standpoint that he.
Yeah, but so please tell me where within the Bible or the Scripture it says to restrict 10-year-old great victims from getting access to abortion.
You know this. There's not any specific examples.
Of course, there's not. So, like, why are you saying him being a Christian is somehow like evading him of responsibility for saying that great victims don't deserve human rights?
I just don't feel like a baby should be
a 10-year-old great victim. Okay. So again, an embryo is viewed to be just as valuable as a 10-year-old great victim.
Yes.
That's insane. An embryo is just as you think an embryo is as valuable as a 9-year-old? I have a question. You're in a burning building. You can either save an embryo or a 9-year-old. Which do you rather save?
How am I going to save an embryo? Please let me know that.
It's in a what's it called? It's a frozen embryo. It's in containment.
Okay, first of all, that's a pretty shitty example because that's not going to happen.
Do you know what IVF is?
No, I don't.
Okay, well maybe you should look into what fucking IVF is.
Well, let me know what IVF is. If you know it.
In vitro fertilization.
Okay, but okay. Let's get off the. Okay, I just feel like his standpoint on abortion is not bad. Okay. I've heard many.
Really. Again, it's not bad. Even though he thinks 10-year-old great victims should be forced to go through pregnancies.
Okay, Okay, you got to understand the context of the situation.
No, there's no context. There's no context where I think it's okay to strip literal 10-year-olds of their
You talking
bodily
about the clip
autonomy.
where that lady asked him that? You talking about that clip, or you asked him personally?
I didn't ask him that. That was
That was the lady, right?
Yes.
That lady is insane. Did you not see her?
How are you going to say? How are
She
you
was
gonna say
screaming at him for no reason.
because he has an insane view.
It's not an insane. It's not really an insane view.
For you to call her crazy is insane. I know who she is.
He was bashing his daughter. She was over there roasting her daughter, his daughter. And you think he's not going to
what did she say about his daughter? That was bad.
She said that I hope she gets away from you. I hope she just lives a happy life without you. That's a personal shot.
It's true.
That's not true.
Evie, thank you for the $2. It is. I mean,
I don't know how
it
that's
is a very
true.
insane view to say that a 10-year-old grave victim should be forced to go through pregnancy, and that he would force his 10-year-old daughter to go through that pregnancy is insane.
I don't think, because I feel like if he is put in that situation, there's no difference. Like he said, there's no difference between somebody who got.
Is that bashing the daughter or bashing Charlie Kirk?
I feel like that's bashing everybody. Everybody in that situation.
Well, then you're not thinking.
I'm thinking if she.
No, you're not. You're not thinking properly.
That's taking shots at me personally.
At Charlie Kirk.
At Charlie Kirk. Yes, sir.
Yeah, because Charlie Kirk just said that a 10-year-old grave victim should be forced to go through pregnancy. Are you using your brain cells?
Well, I understand under his concept that the difference between a grave
you understand in his. Oh, okay. You know that we're talking about an embryo that's not sentient, right?
It is. I mean, okay, cool. So, baby or whatever, the sperm is alive at the form of conception, right? Right?
Do you think sperm should have rights?
Not okay. I'm asking. You didn't answer my question. You can't answer a question with a question.
Before I do,
do
you think sperm should have rights?
No. Conception though, right? Conception happens, right?
Do you think zygotes?
Is that when it's alive?
Do you think zygotes should have rights?
Zygotes forms into you, right? Were you not a zygote?
I don't care.
You don't care.
No.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. When my DNA was a zygote, I think it was totally justified for someone to kill that zygote. I don't give a fuck.
Don't. I absolutely disagree with you.
Why? It's a zygote. Because I didn't exist yet. In the concept of who I am, don't exist.
You're still alive. Weren't you still alive? You're alive at the form of conception, right?
Life isn't. I don't care about cellular life. I care about sentient life.
But I care about cellular life. So would you disagree right there?
Do you care about plants?
Yes. I like plants. What's wrong with plants?
Do you think plants have rights?
No.
Okay. Mama, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
But also, there's a difference between a plant and a human. You know this.
I know. But, like, cellular life, right?
Yeah, but, like, we were all cellular life in the beginning. So, I mean, like, if you take this...
Yeah, but, like, I mean, that doesn't mean that we... Okay. You know that, like, a sperm cell also led to our existence, right? Does that mean you value the sperm cell?
I do value the sperm cell. Were you not a sperm cell?
Can you restate that? You do value sperm cells?
Come on, man. That's not what I meant, man. You know what I meant. I value the form of conception, which happens to be...
So you don't value sperm cells?
I mean, to an extent, sure.
You do? So...
Yeah, I mean, sure. Okay. To an extent.
Do you think sperm should have rights?
No, I don't. Because, I mean, sperm
what do you mean by you value the sperm cells?
I value the sperm because the sperm creates life.
Okay, but, like, is it wrong to kill the sperm?
I mean, how are you going to kill the sperm, Parker?
You're
just going to chop your balls off?
Is your brain functioning properly?
I mean, how are you going to kill the sperm? I mean, other than, put in some hot sauce, pack it in the condom.
Stomach acid.
Stomach acid? I mean, sure, yeah, cool. But, I mean, at the end of the day, that sperm is creating...
Can you answer the question? Like, I'm asking you, do you think that's wrong?
What? Think what's wrong? Killing the sperm?
Yeah.
I mean... Not necessarily, because the sperm has not yet conceived to have the baby. If you're before that standpoint.
Wait, say that one more time?
The sperm is not yet in the form of conception. So, I mean, before that...
Why is it... Wait, but it's living.
The sperm is living, I agree with you. But it's still... A sperm cannot live... A sperm cannot reproduce by itself. A sperm does not...
Neither can a zygote.
I agree with you, but also
A
the form
zygote
of
relies
conception.
on the resources from the pregnant individual.
Yes, but but the form of conception has yet to happen before the sperm cell.
Why do you only care about it when it's conceived?
Because when it's conceived, it is creating to that process to be a
So
baby.
are you saying you care about cellular life?
I care about that baby. Yes, I do.
You care about cellular life?
That baby.
So you don't care about cellular life?
Okay, you're stating that the sperm cell should have rights under my circumstance.
I'm asking, do you care about cellular life?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this, and I did tell you this. So before the sperm cell has the form of conception, you know this. You should be smart enough to be educated. The form of conception is the process.
Why do you value
to have a
conception?
baby.
Why do you value conception?
Why do I value conception? Because it's the process to have a baby. A sperm cell can't live by itself.
Process to have
You know
a baby.
this.
Okay, so then I'm gonna ask you a question. The sperm cell that led to your existence 0.1 second prior to conception, do you value it? Do you think that it should have rights because it was going to lead?
I mean, you could necessarily put a form of value, but I don't think
Wait, but if you let it, if you left it to its natural processes, it would have led to your existence. Is it wrong for you to kill the sperm cell?
So how are you going to kill the sperm? Let me know. Like just right before, how under your circumstance, how you going to kill it?
Yeah, I can give you a logically possible hypothetical. You know, the
right before 0.1 seconds. Let me know.
I got you. Do you know what the magic? Do you know the magic school bus is?
So the magic school bus. That's gonna what happened.
Listen, I want you to listen.
What happened?
Is it possible that you can listen for a second?
You said the magic damn school bus.
I get it. I'm giving you I'm giving you a logically possible hypothetical.
Okay, let me know.
So listen. Okay. With the frizz? No way. Okay, so again, in terms of the magic school bus, what you could do is you go back in time with the magic school bus. You have this time slowing device within the magic school bus. And you're so small that you can see the sperm that are on track to create your existence. Okay? Miss Frizzle just shows you which one specifically, right, is going to lead to your existence. And we can see in slow-mo it running to...
Buddy.
This
is impossible.
Can I please finish?
I don't want you to finish. This is a shitty example.
Can I please finish?
Sure, man. Whatever.
So you can see the sperm cell swimming its little way over to the egg. Okay? And Miss Frizzle's like, you know what? I have this space laser right here. And this guy, NBA Edits, is going to be such a fucking idiot that we need to prevent his life from ever... Stop talking.
You're talking about a magic school
Stop
bus.
talking. Miss Frizzle is like, we need to stop this guy from ever fucking existing. Ever. Okay? So, is it wrong if Miss Frizzle shoots and kills the sperm cell?
That is not a logical explanation at all, man. That's just impossible. Come on, bro.
I'm asking, would it be wrong for Miss Frizzle to shoot the sperm cell? Is it wrong for Miss Frizzle to shoot the sperm cell?
Bro. What are we talking about?
Is it wrong for Miss Frizzle to shoot the sperm cell?
Is it wrong for Miss Frizzle to shoot the sperm cell? The hell does that even matter?
It's a logically possible hypothetical, so it's relevant.
That's logically possible?
Yes.
So what are you on?
What's the contradiction?
What do you mean? I don't need a contradiction. That's just dumb.
If there's no if there's no contradiction that you can identify, it's a logically possible hypothetical.
Buddy, Miss Frizzle is not real. The magic school bus is not real.
Thank you for telling me that.
You're a smart guy. Come on.
I have a question. If Superman were real, would you value Superman?
Buddy, terrible example.
I'm asking, would you give rights? Would you give rights to Superman?
But why would Superman be real?
I would give Superman
rights.
How
would Superman be real?
I'd give Superman rights.
That's impossible. You know this. It's like saying, damn, Spider-Man's real. It's impossible.
Here's my question. I have a question.
Sure.
Yeah. Do you think that if Ash Ketchum existed, he'd be pretty cool?
Ash Ketchum is a regular guy just like you, man.
You think Ash fucking Ketchum exists? You can engage with that hypothetical?
Have you not watched Pokemon? Ash Ketchum's a regular ass dude, bro. He just catches Pokemon.
Do you think Ash Ketchum is a real person?
Are you saying that he could be a real person in the real world?
Dude, I said I asked you the question. If he was real, would he be cool? You're like, he said.
Would he be cool? I mean, he's a guy. What do you mean?
Jesus Christ, dude. I'm sorry. Who the?
Dude, you don't know what you're talking about. Respectfully.
No. Who's screaming?
I'm not screaming. I'm just raising my voice at you because it's stupid.
I'm not asking. Dude, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying who in the background is screaming.
Oh, that's my brother.
Okay.
This is my brother.
Are they okay?
I did playing with my dad, bro.
Okay. Meow. Thank you for the $2. I'm just making sure. Sorry, what were you
Nah,
saying?
yeah. I don't know, man.
Okay, the point I was making. The point I was making is that Ash Ketchum is not real. Yeah, you can still engage with a hypothetical of me talking about Ash Ketchum.
Ash Ketchum's a regular
Oh
dude.
my god, I'm about to. You're gonna make me throw my head through a fucking wall. I'm
He's a
serious.
regular dude. Parker, you're saying that Superman could be real, but you saying Ash Ketchum's a regular kid.
Who's Ash?
He's a regular kid.
Ash Ketchum is not a real kid.
I said a regular kid. I didn't say no real kid.
Okay,
Bro, Ash Ketchum.
I need you to be quiet real quick.
Pokemon, bro.
I need you to be quiet real quick because, honestly, I'm just gonna be totally frank with you. Your lack of critical thought here is really hurting my brain.
I don't know how it's hurting your brain. You're giving me Superman, Magic School Bus, Ass Ketchum examples to fight abortion. Come on, bro. You're better than this, bro. Give me another logical example. Saying Ass Ketchum's real. What are you talking about?
I have a perfect example. Okay.
Give me an example.
Okay. Did you eat today?
Did I eat today? No, I didn't.
You didn't?
Yeah.
What would you have felt like if you did eat today?
I would have felt full, nice, hungry,
Yeah.
nice,
So
full.
did you eat today?
No, I just said no.
So then why'd you just talk about something that didn't happen?
Buddy, what are you talking about? What do you just asked me?
That's a hypothetical. That is a
I
hypothetical.
know what a hypothetical is, but you're giving me a shitty hypothetical. How about that?
That's not a shitty hypothetical. You just talked about a circumstance that didn't happen.
Buddy, you said that Ash Ketchum, if he was real, I don't even know what you said after that because it was just bullshit. I just hung it up. You don't even know what you said. What'd you say? What'd you say?
Not only is his background noise annoying, but like he's probably one of the dumbest guests I've ever had in my life. If you can't understand a hypothetical, I genuinely don't think you're smart enough to have a conversation with. If I have to sit here and I have to explain to you the relevance of a hypothetical, that like how I'm not, dude, Jesus Christ, we are like in the fucking weeds, bro. We're in the weeds, bro. Jesus Christ, man. I have to teach him how I can use a hypothetical to demonstrate a concept. Oh my god, dude. It's impossible. Keisha, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. He just doesn't get the relevance of a hypothetical. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jennifer. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's incredibly nice of you. Can we get some W's for Jennifer in the comment section right now? Gosh, that was brutal, dude. Oh my gosh. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. People are saying let Eugene in. I don't know who Eugene is, chat.
Yo, what's up? How old are
What's
you?
up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's the point of what you're doing right now?
I was just wanted to ask your
Hey,
question.
what's up, Parker?
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, nice.
And I want to touch up on that fact that last guy.
Before you do.
Yeah, sorry.
93 comments?
Oh, I've just been in the live for a while. I've been trying to get in. But, yeah, I want to touch up on what that guy said about the sperm cells.
Hold up. Before you do, can I thank some people real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Amanda, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Amanda in the comment section right now. They said, this dude will argue into the ground to make sure women can't have rights as long as it means he can whack off daily. So real, Amanda. Ahmed, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 1339. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For real, though. For real. That is so real. Miss Cupcakes, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3 for Miss Frizzle's Pew Pew. Joseph, thank you for the $2. Thank you, Miranda. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Cadence, thank you for the $2. Thank you. And Poke, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 20 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously, why are we saving zygotes in that circumstance for real? All right, go for it. Oh, wait.
All right, so I want to touch up on the sperm.
Chat, did they... Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna end the live. I didn't even see chat. Thank you for telling me. I didn't even realize chat. Oh my god, bro. Apparently he fucking... Bro, like, what is up with... What is, like... It's really frustrating when people do that shit. It's so disgusting. I didn't even see chat. I didn't even see. Like, that person should actually go to prison. That person should actually go to prison. They flashed the chat. I'm serious. The chat got mooned. Like, that person should actually go to prison. Like, that's actually so disgusting. I have to literally end the live because I want to preserve Matt's live. Let me delete that. All right, everyone. Seriously, that's like actually insane, chat. Like, I wish law enforcement would do something about that shit. I'm so sorry, TikTok. I literally had no clue. Thank you for telling me in the comment section. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry. That person's so fucked up. I got banned for guest violation, nudity, and body exposure. Darkness, thank you for $2. Cyber flashing is illegal, but yeah, the thing is, what people have realized is they can go and do it on my live and get the account banned. Seriously, like they're committing a crime, but they're also realizing that it can get me banned. And Matt just got banned because someone decided to do that. So it's like, what do I do? Crystal, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Like, and there's nothing I can do to prevent that. Like, seriously, what could I have in that circumstance done to prevent that? What can I do? Like, seriously, there's nothing I can do. Please, a call-in would be amazing. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, then, yeah, that might be the only way around. I don't know. It's really frustrating, though. Yeah, I need to make it so that it only allows, like, when I allow it. That's also why we don't want to do the TikTok guests cameras on YouTube. Because can you imagine if I got banned? Oh, look, appeal not approved. Seriously, it got Matt's fucking live banned for a week. A week because of them. I didn't even do anything. Like, TikTok, can you please tell me what I could have done in that circumstance to prevent that? What could I have done in that circumstance to prevent that? Like, immediately when I realized, I kicked them out. And there's nothing I could have done. Why can't they have some software to stop them from doing it? Why do I get punished? Like, I really don't understand that. It's so frustrating. Because now I'm practically banned on every fucking account that I have. For like the people who are like laughing at that, like I just don't understand that. Like you're laughing at people getting decently exposed, and you're also laughing at my account getting banned for an unjustified reason. Legends, think of the $3. Like seriously, like what are you laughing at? Freedom, how am I supposed to take action against them if I don't know what their name is? How am I supposed to be the one to do that? That has to be TikTok. TikTok is the one that has their account name and has all their information, has their IP. That is TikTok that has to deal with that. That it's not possible for me to know based upon that or be able to deal with it. It's like, dude, what do I do? Yo, Derek, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Derek. I really appreciate it. Put some W's for Derek in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Derek. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Derek. W's for Derek. Thank you so much, Derek. I really appreciate it. Chat, I only have the Parkergetajob concepts of a job on, so I have to go on that account, and I have to tell Matt I'm sorry. Yo, Dark, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Dark. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that. Sid, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for making me such an unsafe place on that app. You're not at fault. TikTok is, yeah, I know. It's really annoying. It's really annoying. Thank you so much, though, Sid. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section for the $50? Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Sean, I'm not gonna like make any types of determinations in terms of that. I can try to help you get another job, but I don't want to also be like the person that is the one employing, because like then that just creates like long-term stuff. Also, like for screening guests, I don't really have a job for screening guests currently. If I did have a job like that, maybe I could. But Ballerine, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Is it possible to screen for this kind of thing? No, not on TikTok. It's not realistic at all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I turned 18 not that long ago.
Have I talked to you before?
I can't remember.
I have a feeling I have. So I'm just gonna kick you from the live, and I'll wait. Do give it a second though, everyone. I don't think it's actually like possible for me to screen every person that comes up on my live. I just don't think that's like realistic. That's my only concern with that. Way too many people. Yeah, I mean, maybe if I did it through something else. Yo, Dustin, thank you for the $100 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much, Dustin, for it's been a rough night, but keep going. Yo, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Dustin. Can we get some fucking W's for Dustin in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Dustin. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. W's for Dustin in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. W's for Dustin. That is incredibly fucking nice of you. W's for Dustin in the comment section right now. LKD, thank you so much for the gold mine. I really appreciate it. W's for Dustin, though. Seriously, W's for Dustin. And Matt said it's not my fault. Yo, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Matt. I always appreciate it. Yeah, TikTok is super fucked. TikTok is super fucked. Sarah, thank you for the $40. Thank you so much on Venmo for Parker. I've been watching for a while and felt the need to donate to him. Yo, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's great to see you. It's great to see you. W's for Sarah in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sarah. As well as Amanda, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Amanda. Can we some W's for Amanda in the comment section as well as Stephanie? Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Seriously, thank you, everyone. Dustin, I really appreciate that. Sejo, thank you for the $5. You don't deserve. Yeah, thank you so much. Y'all are so kind. Y'all are so kind. We are only literally 2.5 hours in the live too. Like,
oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to join, but I love you.
You're good. Appreciate you. Chat, I literally have no accounts at this point to be able to go live and do stuff on. So I don't know what to do. This live is my only one. Roberto, it has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the bright lights. Yeah, Athena, it's really brutal. Let me add up Dean.
Yo,
what's
I
up?
thought I'd pop up and try to help to get some people in here.
Yeah, Matt's got banned too.
No way, bro.
And my phone account got banned.
I was just having a conversation with a pretty chill communist just to get some of my questions answered, but then I just got like jumped by like 4 other people for no reason.
And that's unfortunate.
Yeah, dude, yeah, man, dude, that's disheartening. I mean, that'll really oh my god, it was crazy.
You were debating 5 people at once.
It wasn't even a debate. I just had questions about the view of communism, and well, everybody but one. There's this one person on there named Sego that was actually pretty chill, but everybody else, oh man, they didn't like me.
Rogue, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, because you're a liberal, dude. You're too much of a liberal, man.
You know, honestly,
Isaac, thank you for $2. Thank you.
I think I'm further left than liberal now. I think I'm okay with saying that.
You're further left than liberal?
Yeah, no, I am.
So you think you're a socialist now?
No.
Then what does that mean? Further left than liberal? I don't know what that means.
Like, I don't feel like I hold like the institutional like Democrat liberal views.
You're misunderstanding what liberalism means. Like, social democrats are still liberals, yet they don't hold to the typical like establishment democratic position.
Okay, then I guess I'm still liberal.
Yeah, like you're just like a socialdem. Sounds like.
Yeah.
Because you still believe in capitalism, right?
Yeah, some mode of capitalism.
Yeah, so like typically what people mean is you're more left than liberal. It means like you're a socialist.
Ah, makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. But but I know what you mean. Like you're just like saying that you're more progressive than moderate Democrats. Yeah, that's all of us. Yeah. W Dean for that. W Dean. You gonna be debating all night, or what you doing tonight?
I don't know. I honestly just joined because I wanted to help get people in here.
No, I appreciate it. This account is like 9% live recommendation, 8% live recommendation.
So we can get some people in. Oh, Athena in the comment section says that, Sego. Dude, I was having a great conversation with Sego. I really enjoyed Sego. I think they're pretty cool.
Garrett, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Garrett. Yeah, no, we'll see if we can get some people up here. Maybe we'll get some debates going. But yeah, this account is pretty much fucked. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because, I just had a question. Like, why do you always kick people out that you have already debated, but then, like, go and debate Charlie Kirk when you have already debated him?
Because it's
He has
Charlie
a
Kirk.
platform?
Like, I don't know, millions of Americans.
But you don't want to
listen to every word that
platform
comes out
off
of his
these
mouth.
people? Why do you kick them out?
Because we've already spoken to them?
I've already talked to them.
And what if they want to tell you something else?
They don't have a platform. What's my point of doing that? I'd be talking to the same people every single day.
I think it's because like for like the average viewer having more like variety, sorry, insofar as the individuals that we're talking to is typically a good thing. Gets people more engaged with the content. And because we at any point have like a lot of people in the guest requests, it makes sense to kind of place that limitation.
Yeah, true. I'm hitting my anxiety pen right now. It's Peachberry.
I have a feeling that you're trolling. I have a feeling that they're trolling.
Nah, I came up here. Oh, well. I was gonna say debate me on communism. One of y'all, Dean or Parker.
I'm down too.
It can also be a 2v1. I don't care. It's okay. But
I don't know their view. That's why I was talking to Sego, but the other people in there didn't like me.
yeah, Sego's awesome. Sego's cool. No, but I mean, it doesn't have to be today because I'm like my brain is cooked. Somebody said the N-word on my panel before.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, I'm down to any day. So let me know. I'd love to. If you want to do it on live or off live, I'm always down.
Nah, let's do it on live.
I'm always down. I just so I don't want to make your position look bad. It's like,
Why would you make my position look bad? That's crazy.
I'm gonna instigate. You guys should debate.
You
right now.
really think you could win a debate against me?
Debate right now.
I just think that communism is like a indefensible position.
Debate right now.
I really do. Because I can debate you on it right now, but it's like, if you don't have a state, how do you enforce laws against murder?
Wait, no, let's schedule the debate because my brain is fried right now because I've been debating for hours.
Hey,
but no,
valid.
let's wait, hold on. Do you think? Wait, Dean, who do you think would win if me and Parker debated?
Well, I don't know what your conception of communism is. I mean, obviously, I'm gonna say Parker just because my views align with Parker's, but I don't know.
You think Parker would win in a debate against me?
I don't know. I feel like I can't say that without knowing what your position is.
Oh, I believe in a communist state. I'm completely anti-capitalism. I don't think that capitalism can be ethical even with regulations applied to it. Because I don't think capitalism can function without an oppressed class, and in all instances, the oppressed class is always going to be either people in the global south or BIPOC citizens. So, disproportionately.
I think that maybe a conversation of what's better, capitalism or communism. That one's up in the air. But I would say a conversation of is communism right, the ideal form or function of a society. I feel like Parker might beat you there. I don't know, man. I don't understand how a society would function in the way I'd like it to without a state. And I feel like critiques.
I mean, councils. You vote the councils in.
You vote. So isn't that just kind of like a function of direct democracy?
Yeah.
I mean,
and democracy can exist without capitalism too.
Well, I mean, can a direct democracy with
do these councils have an enforcement mechanism?
What's the difference between that and a state?
Because the councils are going to be run by the people themselves, by workers.
By the people.
But yeah, no. Let's debate genuinely. Let's debate on this.
Yeah,
because
I'm
trust me. I also used to think that you could make capitalism more ethical, but when I studied post-colonial studies and I looked into how deeply intertwined capitalism was with slavery and colonialism, completely changed my mind. But yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, the only ethical position I think you could argue is from a market socialist perspective, which doesn't evade what your point is about there being differences in class.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think differences in class are just a byproduct of any type of system that we have, and even under a system that's centrally planned, you would also have that issue. I don't think there's any example of a system in the modern era with the level of technology that we have today, in order to be able to create the certain outcomes that we have today, where we'd be able to do something like that. So I mean, I feel like we could meet those same concerns without necessarily getting rid of the idea of capitalism entirely.
Mm-hmm. Let's schedule the debate, though.
Yeah, I'm down.
I didn't say that. Anyways, yeah, I just came up here to say that, but I'll drop back in the comments. Bye.
Bye. It'll be fun. It'll be really fun. How'd you like debating communists, though?
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
Okay, so I'm very nervous, I'm sorry. But mainly it was because of my dad. He would send me so many articles about Donald Trump. We got into an argument once. It was about the E. Jean Carroll one.
So you didn't
But
vote for
I do
Donald
have
Trump?
reasons of my own. I did.
You did? Okay, so then why did you vote for Donald Trump?
I liked some of the policies that he passed in his last presidency, such as like the STEP Act. I like some of the things that he did with COVID, with the like work speed and like the CARES Act, and then also like unemployment and stuff like that.
Okay. So can you name me a policy that you like?
The STEP Act.
The First Step
You mean
Act?
the First Step
Yeah,
Act?
the one in 2018.
Yeah. So the First Step Act is supported by both sides. So it's
So
nothing.
Kamala Harris,
It's nothing unique.
she would have done the same thing.
Yeah. Democrats wanted to do the same thing, but the Republicans wouldn't vote for it when Obama was in office.
Why not?
Because they wanted a Republican to be in office to get credit for it.
Okay. I liked how he like partnered like the U.S. like Department of Health and like Human Services and Defense, like stuff like that, to like with the development of like the COVID, that like manufacturing like the vaccine to like distribute it and stuff like that. I think
Operation
that
Warp
helped us
Speed.
with COVID.
So
Yeah.
like, here's my issue with the things that you bring up. The things that you bring up, I agree with, and I think that both sides agree with. So it's nothing unique to Trump to say that he's a better candidate. What you'd have to bring up is something
Right.
unique to Trump to say that he'd be a better candidate comparative to like the other side. And if it's something that they both support, it wouldn't be something unique about him that would indicate that he'd be better, because it would indicate that they're
Okay.
the same. They both supported it. They both would.
Well, I liked his tax cuts.
Okay.
I-
Can you name one provision within his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that you like?
Like the largest went to like low income families, right? Like the bottom 20% like saw like federal tax cuts like fall to like the lowest in like 40 years or something.
So no, actually, under Trump's administration, the top 400 billionaires began to pay a lower effective tax rate than the middle class.
I read somewhere it was like the top 1% like paid more in taxes than like ever like before. Like they paid like over 45% of taxes.
In a nominal level, I'm talking about the top 400 billionaires, though. That's it. There's a distinction between even the top 1% and the top 400 billionaires. But in terms of effective tax rate, there was a lower effective tax rate for the top 400 billionaires than there was for the bottom 50% of the country.
Okay. Well, Jesus. Well, what about his like how like his?
Are you Christian?
He had like, huh?
Are you Christian?
No, I'm not. I'm an atheist, actually.
Okay. I don't know why you said Jesus. Were you saying it like a figurative sense?
Dude, I say Jesus Christ all the time.
No, I was asking if she was saying it in that context. I thought she was like bringing up Jesus as like an argument.
Do you celebrate Christmas, Parker?
I do celebrate Christmas.
No, you can't do that. You're an atheist.
I do
not
too.
what I
My
was
whole
saying.
family is Christian. I'm just
I'm
not.
just trolling. I'm rage baited.
Yeah. He had like job growth though, right? Like it was like 35.
How do you cause the job growth to be better? And Linda's back in the comment section but won't join up. You should tell Linda to join up.
I could not give you a policy for that, but I read like he had like 3.5% or something like that. Is that a cat?
Yeah.
That's cute.
Yeah,
Did he-
3.5% unemployment. It was 3.4% 2 separate months under the Biden-Harris administration.
So what did they do for unemployment? How did they do that?
Well, you would reference things that they did, like the Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the
Mhm.
Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay. Well, then I guess I really just went based off like my mom she voted for Kamala Harris. My dad voted for Trump, but my dad was always the one to like vocalize his beliefs and stuff like that. So I voted with him, and I really just did which is probably not
Do you
best,
regret
right?
your vote now?
I wasn't very confident when I went into the voting booth because of some of the things that I don't like about him. I really don't like his mouth. I don't like what he says to people. Like, I don't like what he says to like how he like kind of harasses.
Whoa. You can bring on the full screen. I was just like showing my cat.
Like private citizens. I don't feel comfortable with his case, his civil case. But my dad said you have to like sacrifice some things for the greater good or something like that. So I was like, oh, okay, I guess.
Do you accept civil case?
I don't accept them as much as criminal cases, but
do you accept them?
I guess.
You do? Okay. So then why do you not accept Trump's?
I'd say I do accept it. I think if he did do that, then we can't just let that affect like the rest of our country for the next 4 years. Like we can't just like go for the other side. Even though people keep saying, how am I a Swiftie? And
are you a Swiftie?
I am.
What?
Taylor Swift doesn't like Donald Trump too much.
I know. And that's one of the reasons I don't like what he says about her. But
Yeah, you tweeted out, I hate Taylor Swift in all capitals.
Yeah, how as a Swiftie can you support that?
What did Dean say?
How can you support an orange man that says about Taylor Swift that he hates her? He put out a tweet, I hate Taylor Swift.
That really did almost make me, which is kind of crazy. Like, how is that your drawing point? But
yeah. I mean, the fact that you realize that is good, but the fact that you don't mean like that doesn't get you be like, holy shit, why do I believe this? Is even crazier.
Or the fact that wasn't a red line.
Oh my god,
You're a Swiftie.
Hey Taylor, this is ridiculous.
How could you claim to be a Swiftie and vote for Donald J. Trump?
Seriously, the fact that this is better messaging than any of the other arguments is like really sad to me. I'm sorry. Like I'm having like a point of realization that like it's really sad. It's just like the vibes, man.
Well, I feel like I don't know. I had to separate those two, and I don't know. I wasn't gonna really let a musical. I do respect Taylor and her like intelligence and stuff like that, but I didn't like let a musical artist like determine how I voted. But I don't know. I feel like I'm not.
Taylor would be disappointed in you.
Don't.
Low-key, Taylor would not like you. Like
Yeah,
if Taylor was on the live right now, she would be like arguing against you.
Well, thank God she's not then, because
I hope this pops up on Taylor Swift's fucking For You page,
Don't do that,
and I hope she remembers your name. Okay.
That's
I hope she sees
Oh
this
my
on her For You page.
goodness!
Can we make this video blow up? Right?
Oh my
And
goodness!
Taylor Swift sees this, and then Taylor Swift will know who you
Y'all,
are and know
stop
that you're a
adding her,
fake Taylor
please.
Swift fan.
I don't know. Just stop. Don't.
Send
That was-
Taylor Swift this clip right
They
now.
keep
We
adding
need
her,
Taylor
bro.
Swift on the live right now to help us debate some fucking Trumpies, okay?
No. Oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. But okay, I guess I don't really. I did like Kamala Harris. She is so pretty, but that's besides the point. I did like her. I don't know. I just went with Trump. I feel
what
like
makes you think that Donald Trump is better than Kamala Harris?
I don't know. I feel like I just read so many things that my dad sent me and it made sense. But I never even looked into Kamala. My mom supported her, but she never even said anything about it. All I know is that she voted for Kamala Harris. I don't know why. I don't know anything. I just read whatever my dad sent me and it made sense. Except for that one about the E. Jean Carroll case. But because he was saying,
So you do accept the E. Jean Carroll case?
I do.
And you still voted for the rapist?
I did. You know,
why would you vote for a
guys-
rapist knowing that they're a rapist?
Well, I brought that up to. He said, "Well, okay." He said that you have to sacrifice. You have to sacrifice for the greater good for the rest of the country. You know, we can't go with Kamala Harris for 4 years.
For what? What about Kamala Harris is so bad that you'd vote for a rapist?
Right. You guys, this is crazy. Okay, I feel like I'm done here.
No. I really need you to clarify this point. Like, what is so bad about Kamala Harris that makes
I
you
did
want to
not
vote
like-
for a rapist?
Right, I did not like her. I'd never looked into her. This is so bad. Maybe I do regret my vote just a little bit. Just
I mean,
a little-
if you can't
vote
mention
for
anything,
Kamala.
if you can't mention anything about her that you think is bad,
Yeah.
well, then obviously you wouldn't vote for a rapist
Yeah.
over her, right? You
Well,
you pick any typical woman over a rapist, right?
Em, I think what you're just kind of describing is that you were in a social environment with your parents sending you articles convincing you of these beliefs, that led
Yeah.
to you voting for Trump over Kamala Harris while lacking a real understanding of what Kamala Harris brought to the table compared to what Trump brought to the table,
I
due
feel
to the
so
bias most likely in the articles that you read about Trump. You know, and I gotta say, you are probably resemblant of a lot of young Trump voters, specifically younger women that voted for Trump. And I think finding a way to change your mind is really valuable, as it would serve to find a way to sway a lot of, like the younger demographic that supported Trump in this election further to the
Yeah.
left.
Okay. I don't know. I feel kind of shitty. Like I don't know. Okay. Can you tell me what is good about Kamala Harris?
Yeah, like she was advocating for a child tax credit increase to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old each year, $3,000 through them being 18, along with a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes to help stimulate the building of new houses and to help people get new houses who are younger. And whatnot. Thirdly, she also was advocating to get rid of the effect of medical debt on your credit,
Yep.
$2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just people who are on Medicare specifically, like she did through the Inflation Reduction Act. Right, those are things particularly. So she had like a healthcare plan, a childcare plan, a housing affordability plan. Donald Trump didn't have any of those things. It didn't say anything to help the middle class. Yet he talked about drill, baby, drill, and he talked about lowering prices, which he's done nothing for. Yet he's advocating for things that will literally increase prices.
Didn't he? Okay, so he didn't advocate for anything for the middle class. Like, didn't he want like the tax on?
Disproportionately, his tax policy would increase taxes on the lower and middle income individuals, and it would actually decrease taxes on rich people, but it would increase them on lower and middle income individuals because his tariffs are regressive. So if he's replacing a progressive tax system with a regressive tax system, what it does is it shifts the burden from people who are higher income to people who are lower income.
Okay. Okay, well, I guess. Okay. Another big thing for my dad was deportation. I would prefer. Okay, so I get that Trump wants to do like a whole mass deportation. I would prefer if he would just deport the criminals, because I feel like he's not just doing that, and I feel like that's what many people thought he was going to do. But I feel like he's deporting more people that are not necessarily criminals. I would like him to deport all the criminals and then just.
Well, actually, Democrats agree with deporting people who have committed crimes.
Okay.
Right.
I want, like, for the other ones though, I would like for him to just why don't we just like give them like allow them to like be like, oh my god, I feel like I'm saying like too much.
And here's my point: is that if you don't want
Citizens?
criminals in the country, why would you want them as president?
Makes you think. I don't know.
It sounds like you regret your vote. I think Taylor Swift would be happy at least that you regret your vote and that you've changed your position.
Yeah.
Another consideration here is that even as deportation of violent offenders, or I guess I should say potential violent offenders, since they're not given due process, is really damaging. Like the Lake and Riley Act is, and I mean this in all seriousness, one of the worst pieces of legislation our country's seen in modern American history.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I'll tell you. Because all that it takes to do deportation in accordance with the act is an undocumented migrant that's merely accused of committing a violent crime, and they don't undergo any due process, and then they're deported to another country where, if they're innocent, they didn't commit the crime. Well, they were just deported on the basis of a false accusation without due process. And then B, if they're deported and they committed the crime, well, they're not deported to a jail cell in their home country because they were never proven guilty of anything. They get to go to their home country and roam the streets freely to commit more child rape, to commit other violent crimes, to murder more, etc. So it's just like a humanitarian disaster for the innocent undocumented migrants that were falsely accused, and a humanitarian disaster for the constituents of the home countries where these guilty undocumented migrants were deported to without due process, meaning they walk free.
So like somebody can literally just point a finger and be like, oh, they did this, and then they'll deport them?
Yeah, if an undocumented migrant is merely accused and arrested on the basis of a violent crime without due process, they could be deported under the Lake and Riley Act.
That seems kind of like they can't do that. Like, that seems illegal.
Yeah, you'd be surprised.
It also sounds contradictory to like them not believing E. Jean Carroll, right?
Shit. Well, I don't know. My brain is overloaded. But okay.
Yeah, man, this is a lot of information at once. I get that.
We just appreciate that you're open to it.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, I feel like like out of all the guests I've spoken to today, and maybe even yesterday, is the most resemblant of like the average young Trump voter.
Well, thank you. I think. Wait, no, I don't
No,
know.
She's like, wait, no, is that a bad thing now?
It's not. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. I feel like I know like a lot of people, in my town, just because it's so conservative, that like voted for Trump, but in all actuality aren't that political, and just kind of heard things about him that were false, and talked to their family, and they're not like terrible people, but that's just kind of what they're socialized into doing, because of just how popular and pushed it is. And I feel like, it's I see that in you.
I feel okay. Thank you. I feel like I need to work on being gullible because I used to live in Massachusetts, and in Massachusetts it was like all Democrat and stuff like that, and I feel like I was definitely like more liberal when I lived in Massachusetts, and then I moved to Kentucky, and I'm in Bowling Green right now for college, but I used to be in Frankfurt, and over here it's just Trump, and it started to kind of change my ideas, even though I was young, so I didn't really have many ideas, but I'm just like, I feel like my environment really influences me, and I need to work on that. I need to build my own ideas and do my own research. But so for like deportation on liberal side, I would prefer if we just like let the people that are here and that didn't do anything, like we let them like kind of be citizens so that they do pay more taxes. What did Kamala Harris want to do? Did she want to just like let anybody in, even the criminals, or did she?
No, they would deport criminals, but they want better processes to keep people in the country who are like not committing violent crimes and are here for a better life. Like they want to make the system go faster.
So what about the like people that are already here? We're just gonna let them stay undocumented, or can we give them like?
I actually don't know what Kamala Harris' position was on that specific. I don't think she specified that during the election.
I don't think
my position. I think she would have a similar position to mine.
I would say that like Kamala Harris likely would have just let all of the undocumented migrants in America remain undocumented migrants, while like doing something to slightly make the legal means of entry better, but all while not doing too much. I'd say that Kamala Harris's like worst policy was like foreign affairs as it related to Israel and immigration. But even at its worst of Kamala Harris, it was still much better than Trump's because it was basically doing nothing compared to active regression.
True.
So, you said Trump was going to make it worse for the
Trump actively makes it worse, whereas Democrats will make it slightly better.
Okay, I thought Trump was trying to help them. Like, what is he doing to make it worse?
He wants to like increasingly deport people who are non-violent and haven't committed bad crimes.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the Ukraine and Gaza and stuff.
Oh, about Gaza, they were both bad, but Trump was badder.
Worse, yeah.
Well, I like saying badder. It's a play on words. So
Julianne, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Julianne.
Oh, well,
and Sydney, thank you so much for the $1. What's up?
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'm saying, I think I don't have any more reason to support Trump. I don't see so I think I might just I think there's no reason for me to waste you guys' time anymore.
Hey, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you. Bye.
So nice. Incredible. Yo, W for her in the comments. Yo, it's a pal to you? Jessica, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Eli, thank you for the $7.99 Australian. Yes, I will try to look through. Samantha, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. That is crazy. That is crazy. I know. And then like they literally will not use that anywhere near that same reasoning to then apply it to Donald Trump. Ella, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Someone in the chat says that Dems are just as bad as Republicans. Not true. Not true.
Ella, I typically don't add people up who do that specifically or who send money. Casey, thank you so much for the $28 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, no, don't worry. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Quite frankly, untrue.
Quite frankly.
I see a lot of people on the far left say that. Like, I wonder if people on the far left view Kamala Harris as just a Trump 2.0.
A lot of them do.
Dude, I feel like
I mean, like, there's also a lot of people on the left that don't, right? Who also know the distinction, right? So, I mean, there's huge portions of people on the left that do, huge portions of people on the left that don't. I think it's a heavily controversial topic for leftists.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's like a lot of like
online. I should preface online. I feel like in real life leftists are less likely to do that.
There's a lot of like demeaning consequences of that idea, you know. But it's gonna get that next guest up here.
All right. Yo, Donnie with the $67 on PayPal for the one and only Parker.
I didn't mean to join, but you guys did really save my life.
Oh, I really appreciate it. Yo, W for you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that we can be there for you. Can we get some fucking W's for them in the comment section right now? Seriously, W's for them in the comment section. And as well, again, Donnie's W in the comment section for the $67. W's for Donnie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Donnie.
Oh my god. Oh no, I just read the craziest
Parker,
What's up?
I sent you $2 the other day and I did not get a shout out. I was very sad.
I'm so sorry. I must have not seen it. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Also, do you hate me? Because you say you're a hater first. So do you hate me?
I do not hate you. I actually love you guys. I just wanted
we appreciate you. We appreciate you. Go ahead, Dean. What were you saying?
Dude, I just saw some crazy shit. Apparently, like, there's a frat party in my vicinity right now, and one of like the frat brothers like peed in the beer keg.
Dean, you should be debating people there.
That's so crazy, dude. That's gross, man.
You should be. Those are the MAGA idiots you got to debate. You know what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine Parker and Dean debate MAGA frat bros?
I can't do it. Not on a Friday night, dude. Not on a Friday night. They're fucking
Parker and Dean debate drunk MAGA frat bros. Oh my
they're
god.
peeing in beer kegs. I just don't think that.
Dude, that would be wild content.
Bro, just gotta come out to Boulder with me. I want to pop out there soon. You know, we can.
Dean, I'm actually serious. I'm so down to do that here sometime.
Yeah, man, it's Boulder. I'm telling you, they're always like 5 parties every Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We could.
I'm serious. Like one time, I'm gonna do that. I'm serious. Within the next few months, bro. Low key.
I'm with it.
Okay, so the Trumpster. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, bro.
Why'd you do that? Or how old are you?
21.
What's your birth year?
2003.
You're so cringe.
Why am I cringe?
I mean, imagine if you saw like a Democrat and their profile picture was Kamala Harris. Their name was the Kamala Harris fan, and then their username was Kamala Harris Man 47. You know what I mean?
Okay, we'll cry about it.
I'm not crying about it.
Boy.
I'm just pointing out the fact that you're cringe.
Cry about it, soy boy.
What's a soy boy?
Dude,
Dean Withers.
What's a soy boy?
Dean Withers.
No. Like, can you give me like a definition so I can apply it to Dean?
Yeah, Dean Withers is the definition.
That's not. A definition. That would be an example.
No, it's a definition. So because Parker's not Dean Withers, Parker's not a soy boy.
Yep, Parker's
not a soy boy. You are.
No, dude, no. Why am I a soy boy? What makes me a soy boy?
Hey, Parker.
You said the N-word on Fortnite stream.
Yo.
Wait, don't you guys like uplift that shit?
No.
Okay, so Donald Trump is the biggest soy boy of them all for calling all black people lazy and perpetuating the birther myth about Barack Obama?
He didn't say the N-word.
Actually, he was accused of it by 3 producers on the
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, well, you said it on video, so, like, get wrecked.
No, is racism only bad when it's Dean Withers saying the N-word?
You said it. Well,
Trump, I have a question.
Trump is a racist.
Wait, do you think that you can stop being racist?
Yeah, you can stop being racist.
Okay, how has Dean not met that?
I don't know. He looks like a soy boy that's racist.
Okay, so you could just say that because someone looks racist, they are racist.
Well, do I look
Doesn't
racist
doesn't
because
that, oh, they got removed from community guidelines.
I was just
like,
gonna
doesn't
ask
that
him.
sound like the meme that they say like, oh, you guys just call everyone racist? That's literally what he was doing.
I mean, I was just gonna ask him if I look racist because I'm a young white guy. I was gonna see what I had to say.
Yeah, wait, low key, he's running himself into his into the views that he hates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, but I'm wondering if Dean, when are you gonna eat another pup cup? That was so hot when you did it last time.
Yeah, bro, you've been watching forever, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, you must be on our side. There's no way that you've been watching for that long, and you're.
Yeah, just eat another pup cup, please.
My God, Sam, bro.
That is like actual like OG info.
It is.
How long ago was that? Like 2 years ago?
That was dude. I remember doing that in my Boulder like apartment like over a year ago.
Yo, it's a holiday.
I miss that apartment. I miss Boulder.
People said a pup cup.
Yeah,
y'all don't know what our battles used to be like. I'm telling y'all,
Mm-hmm.
the Parker and Dean battles go crazy. Okay.
There's a lot of lore here, you guys.
Yeah, there's like so much lore like that y'all don't know about from the Parker and Dean battles. That's like OG peen info. Okay.
I think if I went back to Boulder, like if we went out there, dude, it'd be like brutal.
I think it would be funny.
Like I mean, I don't know, man.
I think.
What's up?
Do you think that we would get good content?
Well, I think that it'd just be like it's so liberal and it's so young. We just get swarmed, bro.
Emma, thank you for $5. We could do like a meet and greet at that point.
Honestly, like if we were to do a meet and greet, the place would be CU Boulder.
Maybe so. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Okay. All right. Let's go on to this next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, you're a troll.
What?
Angela, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I was like, should we just run a different topic or something?
Bro, man.
What do you want to run?
I'm hyped, dude. Theism.
You want to run that?
Do you want to run it?
I'm down.
My girlfriend should be home like any minute, so I'll have to hop off soon.
Okay, so.
But I'm down to run it for a little bit.
Okay, well, someone can come up and just argue it. I won't put the background up, but. Yo, Sid, thank you so much for the $20 for Be Right Back buying a ticket to Boulder. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Cassidy with the $10 for the Parker. And Dean Lore continues. I love it.
Can you invite MAGA Christine?
Thank you, Sid. I appreciate it. I've invited them a million times. They won't join up.
I know.
Hello.
Yo, it's a how old are you? They're not old enough.
Yeah, I just.
Fetus, probably a W fetus, so.
You know,
we're sorry for cutting you off.
Linda's
fetus.
been in my comment section a million times. Won't join. I think there's just a bunch of troll accounts that like just won't join because they know that they'll get outed, and they want to stay like. Yo, what's up?
Yeah, they're pretty funny. Cute cat.
If you're a Christian or you believe in God, make sure to send a guest request right now. We'll literally talk to you while Dean is still up here. All right, let's get this next person up here. Actually, by the way, everyone, I did post a video today on my YouTube channel of me debating someone on God. So if you want to go check it out, go for it.
Trump is your daddy. You should invite Trump as your daddy.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Dean, you're a midget. I'm 25. Hang on, I'm 25.
Immediately getting blocked.
Well,
what was their name? What was their name?
Something about Santa Cruz.
Oh, that was the person that was just on.
Well, you're saying that you're saying, well, what you mean to say is that I'm short. You know, I've identical proportions to Tom Holland, if that means anything.
Hello?
Michael, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Mustangs or Scat Packs, Dean? Which one?
Mustangs or Scat Packs? We've actually talked before. I'll take a Scat Pack over a Mustang if it's a V6 or EcoBoost, but I'll take a V8 Mustang over a Scat Pack any day of the week.
All right, everyone. I need everyone in the chat to say Trinity, accept the fucking request. Trinity has been a troll in the live. I've seen them a million fucking times, have a million different accounts on my stream. Trinity, accept the fucking request. Stop running. Seriously, stop running. Accept the request. You won't.
But by the way, Michael, I just want to say, bro, I remember you. You're an OG. That guy's been asking me about cars for like years. He's cool. I like Michael a lot. I like him a lot.
Trinity, send a fucking request. Come on. Accept my request. I sent you one. Accept it, Trinity. Are you scared? I think Trinity is scared. Trinity, you're literally trolling in the chat every single day. Send a fucking request.
Trinity's always in my is my YouTube chat.
Yeah, same here. They make a million accounts and get blocked on all of them, but they won't send a request when they can. No, that's crazy. That's crazy. Come on, Trinity, hop in the request. Absolutely scared. Literally been spamming the comment section today that I'm scared.
Yo, chat, tell me what your favorite car is down below right now. Tell me what your dream car is, you guys. We're going to talk about vehicles. Will Parker's working on getting a guest up.
Ella, thank you so much for the 5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty.
This is a shell.
Trinity's scared to join.
A Hellcat, RX-7.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 33.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hey, I just got a new tattoo, and
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, are you still debating religion?
Oh, shit. I kicked you. That was an accident.
I want to give a special shout out to Timmons526 in the chat that said their dream car is a 67 Chevy Impala. That is the best dream car that I've seen down there yet. Very good, Timmons. Very good.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? What was that person's name? I'll invite them back up. I think they sounded young, though.
It was like queso or something.
Trinity says that they're in the request. No, they're not. I've looked. They're lying. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, Malibu from the 70s. Very nice. 65 Mustang. Very nice. A Porsche convertible. Honestly, a couple of those are pretty sweet.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Are you still doing religious debates?
Yeah.
So I align with you guys mostly politically. I grew up in a very conservative religious household. I would love to just have like a religious debate. I'm very much on the fence, but would still like to chat.
You should get Sharon up here. Sharon, hop in that queue. Talk to Parker.
Yeah, absolutely. In the meantime, we'll talk to you about that. Absolutely. And I'll look for Sharon. Yeah. So like, you would say you're Christian, or what particular religion?
Family was Baptist growing up.
Okay. Are you still today?
I haven't attended church in a long time. I don't know necessarily what I align with. I'm just very on the fence.
Oh, I mean, if you don't really hold to a religion, I don't know what we'd specifically disagree with. I'm an agnostic atheist, meaning that like I just don't know what led to the existence of everything, and that I don't believe in a god. That's all it is.
What led you to that? Like, was there a huge turning point for you?
Didn't have any good reason to believe my religious upbringing.
All right, very fair. I guess I'll just listen in then. Thank you.
I appreciate you.
Please, Sharon, please hop in the queue. Sharon, come on.
Sharon, I will totally debate you. Sharon.
No, Sharon's like an old grandma that really wants me to be MAGA.
What's Sharon's name? We'll just
Sharon Roberts. Sharon Roberts.
Okay, Sharon.
I've had really pleasant experiences with her, but love to see you talk to her.
Sharon, send a guest request. If you're on YouTube, everyone, do make sure to like the stream. I really would appreciate that. We have like 900 likes. We have 2,000 people in the stream. I'd really hope we can get to 2,000 before we end it. Jessica, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I don't see any Sharon.
She just commented and said that she can't.
It's okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you? If you see any crazy MAGA, you can add them up.
Someone in the comment section says, Dean, don't call a woman an old grandma. No. Sharon is a nice MAGA grandma that I want to make a liberal.
Riley, thank you so much for pushing the $3. Yes, I did see the Bernie flag fall. I have to. Wait, Dean, do you have the ability to bring someone up?
I actually don't. If you give it to me, I could help.
I will do that real quick. Add moderator. Add as moderator. Manage moderator access. There you go. You see it?
Let's see. Yep.
All right. I'm going to fix the Bernie flag.
Okay, I don't know what he's doing. Oh, he's fixing the Bernie flag. Dude, whoa, 2 of the communists that I was talking to came into the guest request over here. And I'm just going to say this to those 2 communists in the queue right now. The host and a couple other people on that panel being absolutely insufferable. I was just asking questions about what you guys believe in and why. Next thing I know, I'm getting screamed at.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Love you guys. Bye.
Oh, no worries. Bye. Have a good night. We're gonna get that next guest, Anna, up in the queue. Quite frankly, what's up, Anna? You up for chomp? Anna, quite frankly, goodbye.
Quite frankly.
Quite frankly. That's right. That's right.
That's right. Kimberly, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, links in the bio. Plus, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everyone. As always. Same thing for Dean as well. Yo, it's a Tony. What's up?
Would you
Hey, I'm so sorry. I forgot I was still in the queue because I was trying to join with that religious young lady. I'm 50. I'm very, very left, and I was brought up Catholic, and then later I broke from the church and kind of followed a pagan Christian witchcraft path for, well, till now, actually.
Oh, that's definitely nice. Yeah, thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Like right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Isaac, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Just let him up.
This person?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, before, I just want to. Why are you so hostile?
That was the host. Drew was just hostile with the fact that they felt that Dean, your argument was, I don't want to use disingenuous because that's the wrong term, but it was more so that you had glanced over the fact of talking about the G-sides that are going on in the Congo and Sudan and didn't give a clear enough answer on those.
Wait, I came up to ask you how a criminal justice system would function under communism.
That was the host. I'm not the host.
As I was like genuinely curious, and no G-sides were glanced over. I just simply came up to talk about how a criminal justice system would function under communism.
Right, and I jumped up right after the Sego had given her spiel about what she had gone through, and talked about Congo and Sudan. And then Drew, the host, had asked about, oh well, why are those places like that? And then it became a hostile space. Drew was right for the crashing out. It did feel like it was being glanced over.
Well, what do you mean when you say glanced over? I think that the host had brought up a lot of. I think that the host had brought up issues that he perceives to be consequential of capitalism, and I didn't glance over anything. That's when I just said that I'm not arguing for capitalism. I just have genuine questions about the communist worldview because I want to know more about it.
Sure. Okay. I do think though that wasn't projected in a correct manner, as we as communists and the others in the panel like Sego and the host agreed with me.
No, I think I projected myself perfectly.
Didn't feel that it was given in a way that was being interpreted correctly. So you might want to.
I'm sorry. I think that's disingenuous. I believe
that because
I believe that absolutely anybody watching the live would give like an alternate account of the series of events. I was very chill. I wasn't interrupting anybody. I was just laying on my couch, and I requested up to ask genuine questions. I even let myself get interrupted for like 30 minutes straight until I had enough. I don't understand like why you and the host are like being so hostile, and like even now in this chat you were like adding me saying running from a communist again. Like I just don't know where the
that was a little silly.
In all reality, I was just asking questions about your view. Like I do genuinely feel as if it's like bad for like individuals that hold your view to be like so hostile to individuals that don't, especially those that are curious and learning more.
Right.
Like there's like an alternate series of events that unfolded on that live where I requested up and I just asked questions about your beliefs. Instead, it kind of turned into a very like hostile and toxic environment. But I believe that Parker said he'd be down to have a conversation.
Right. So, Dean, I think, though, that one of the things that is getting said about that, I'm glad to have a conversation about communism. If there is someone in the guest request named Yodadashi or Hellsbells or Ash or Jay Black, let them up because they are people who I admire very much in the communist space and know way more about communism than I do, and would be better for those type of discussions. But for now, the last thing.
Ask you one question?
Yeah, I want to tell something to Dean though, real quick. Is that perspective is a huge thing, and especially when you're doing TikTok lives, from you to us and us as leftists to even MAGAs, give the perspective of when they come up on the panel. How it goes is from their perspective, and how the conversation ends is coming from their perspective. So while you have that perspective of that's how the live went to you, others, and especially other leftists like myself that we've been talking about in our spaces, didn't have that same reaction, didn't view it the same way. You have to keep in mind that perspective. So yes, your perspective is valid to your perspective, but to the other comrades in the space and the other leftists, that wasn't interpreted that way.
Well,
So
I'm pretty sure
that's something for you and the host to figure out, though. So.
I'm pretty sure that you guys didn't interpret it in such a fashion because y'all probably had like presuppositional beliefs about myself. When in all reality, I was just there to ask questions, and there's 1.1 thousand people watching that would obviously attest to that, saying that the hostility towards me was insane.
Sure. Parker, what was your question?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. Under like a communist worldview, like how do you enforce laws against like murder or pedophilia without like a state?
Well, not every communist doesn't believe in a full abolition of the state. If you're using the definition of communism as a stateless, moneyless, classless society, that definition is a blatant definition for a couple of reasons. One, no communist writer or philosopher has ever used the stateless, moneyless, classes as a definition of what communism is. Communism is defined in my definition as in Friedrich Engels' books, The Principles of Communism, which came out a year after the manifesto did, where it says it's a book that's written in a question and answer format that was made so that workers in the Commonwealth could read it and comprehend it very easily. Is the first page of the book says, what is communism? And I recommend anybody go read it. Is the doctrine of the conditions of the liberation of the proletariat, which means looking at the conditions that the proletariat, the working class, are under, and deciding based off their material needs the end of exploitation they are facing due to capitalism and ending that. But the stateless, moneyless, classes part was an analysis that was done by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels and other writers later on, like Lenin expanded on it. Of what would happen to society after communism would establish that state, money, and class wouldn't be necessary in the society because people's needs are met. It would wither away. Now, that is not to say that crime wouldn't exist, that there would still be crime, of course. And is there going to be punishment for said crimes? Of course. But it depends on like the levels of crime, right? We understand, and we talked about this with another guest after you left, Dean, because someone else asked that same question, kind of a more like, if we could elaborate more on it, was that P3D is like obviously something that in society is bad and dictated bad and is bad and should be punished. And we as a society understand that. But for other things like robbery or carjacking, right? A lot of the times they're doing those things to sell it for a profit so that they can better their own material conditions. So they can, you always hear the story of, I'm stealing this bread so I can feed my daughter. We would look at the material conditions of that happening and understand that, okay, so your material conditions aren't being met. How do we dictate those? How do we make sure that your material conditions are being met? Because obviously something is going wrong. And if it's just like a general crime, like unalivings or something like that, then yeah, there's a punishment for that.
I think that we agree that a lot of like crimes and violent crimes would instantaneously be gone given addressing one's material means. However, I think what Parker's asking you is for the crimes that would remain, how would you go about addressing those?
So you do agree that there should be a state?
I believe that there is a purpose for a state in the early onset stages of communism. Yes, because especially because I still believe in the Marxian aspect of it, that state, money, and class will eventually wither away because the importance and the reliance.
That doesn't make any sense though. Like at a certain point, when it quote unquote withered away, what state enforcement mechanism would exist to prevent people from engaging in like murder or pedophilia?
The dictatorship of the proletariat.
So there would be a state?
Would be a dictatorship of the proletariat. So it would be workers' councils and the proletariat would control it, yeah. It wouldn't be the state. It's in the definition of when they talk about stateless, money, and classes, they're using state, money, and class in a capitalist sense. If a capitalist understands state, money, and class. So to clarify,
would there be any like monopoly on violence that would exist? Any like sort of council or group that would have a monopoly on the violence to be able to like enforce certain laws like that?
Well, I mean, sure, you could have a monopoly on the violence, but you have like vanguard parties. Like you have a vanguard system of people that are chosen by their communities who usually know a lot about communism or the systems that work and know a lot about the law or just general communist policy that.
So that sounds like a state. That sounds like a state. Like you have a monopoly on violence.
Yeah, but the state in a communist system, right? And this is we as leftists and communists.
Sure, I'm just trying to find out what you think communism is. If you think communism involves a state, could you have communism even if there's money or even if there's class?
Yeah, I mean, Soviet Union had rubles. Mao Zedong.
Do you think? Wait, I have a question. Do you think the Soviet Union was communist?
Of course.
Do you think that that's an example of communism that's good?
Higher standard of living, higher quality of life, literacy rates. Yeah.
So you think that the Soviet Union back then has a higher quality of life than what we currently have right now?
Currently have? No, but for the time, it was one of the highest in the world. Yes.
Was it comparable even to the U.S. at that time?
Yes.
Within what respects?
Wow. The standard of living and the quality of life were higher than the United States per capita in the Soviet Union than they were.
They had
living based on what measures?
They had millions of people die by famines onset by a plague of animals.
Yeah, we had millions of people die by famines. Like people die by famines all the time, right? How do communists control the weather?
Okay, wait. So are you just saying that the only reason why people died in the USSR is because of just the weather?
No.
It's because Stalin fired state scientists because he was anti-intellectualist.
I would agree with that. Not that anti-intellectual, but I agree with the fact that Stalin had terrible agriculture and scientific policy. That he didn't focus on the needs of the country in terms of what the effect of agricultural and social policy are. A lot of communists that I know would agree with that. We don't believe in monolithics. I want to clarify too that we don't believe in monolithics, right? No state is without criticisms. We like a lot of Maoists love Mao, and I like Mao, but Mao's state is not without criticism. A lot of people like the USSR. The USSR.
I'm sorry. What do you mean that you like Mao?
I like Mao Zedong.
Is Mao Zedong not responsible, correct me if I'm wrong, for one of the biggest genocides in human history?
Explain it.
Well, I'm just.
Are you denying the genocide?
No, I'm asking Dean to explain it.
No, I asked you a question. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's responsible for
asking you
over 9 million people.
Instead of saying to explain it, can you tell us? Do you think that he led to the deaths of tens of millions of people?
Do I think Mao Zedong himself led to the deaths of tens of millions of people? No, that's called great man theory.
Oh, okay. So you are denying that. What
No, I'm
about
not.
Stalin? Do you think Stalin led to the deaths of tens of millions of people?
Not because of him directly, no.
Wow.
Was he a part of it? Yes. Yes, of course. Was there wrongful unalivings in both of those countries and states? Yes, of course.
Oh wait, I
great man.
think that I understand what you're saying, but can this same statement be applied to Trump, for instance? Trump doesn't alone and in solitude as one individual directly lead to all the negative outcomes in America today and what will come under his administration, as it would also include the cooperation of those operating under his administration and individuals and local and state levels of government.
Yeah, I don't believe in great man theory. If it applies to, you could apply this to Trump, Kamala.
What do you mean by Kamala? What do you mean by great man theory?
Wait, real quick.
It's great man theory is the ideology of upholding that, this person is responsible for this stuff, and we should blame everything on this person.
So
so you wouldn't say that about Hitler?
I would say that Hitler was also a genocidal maniac freak who got what he deserved.
Okay,
but I think
would you have an issue with people blaming the Holocaust on Hitler?
No.
Okay, wait, then.
Doesn't that contradict the great man theory?
That contradicts your position on that before.
No, because he was the one that was spearheading the whole operation. Stalin and Mao weren't spearheading their operations.
You don't think Stalin spearheaded any operation that led to the mass killing of Ukrainians?
Do you know what a kulak is?
Wait, I asked you a question. Would you like to answer my question?
Sure, but only if you respond to mine as well.
Did Stalin engage in intentional actions to kill Ukrainians?
Did Stalin himself?
Yes.
No. Do you know what a kulak is?
So you completely deny any circumstance of Stalin intentionally engaging in killing of Ukrainians.
No, that's why I asked you what a kulak is.
I just asked you. Did Stalin ever intentionally kill Ukrainians?
Do you know what a kulak is?
Oh my god, I want you to answer my question.
The answer to your question, I don't know
what a kulak is.
I do not know. But can you answer my question?
This is the reason I ask. We cannot engage on what happened in Ukraine, which were wrongful unalivings. Yes, there were. But we cannot engage.
Stalin did intentionally lead to the killing of Ukrainians. You right? You agree?
We cannot engage with what happened in Ukraine without you understanding what a kulak is and the history of why that happened beforehand. Because then it would be...
What context do I need to understand in order to say that the intentional killing of Ukrainians is okay?
Because the Ukrainians killed women and children and burnt hundreds of acres of crops right before that happened.
Are you okay with killing Ukrainian women and children?
I think that there were people that were wrongfully caught up and wrongfully executed during that. Yes, of course. Do I think that there were wrongful executions? Yes. But this is why I asked you what a kulak was. A kulak
I
was
don't
a
think that's
feudal
relevant towards you condemning the actions
what-
against Ukrainians. Innocent
what
Ukrainians.
happened in Ukraine during the Holodomor, and if you don't, is extremely important that you know what a kulak is.
That doesn't
Like, it's
mean that it
it's-
occurred because someone doesn't. Like
Right,
that's
so,
like
yes.
that's like asking someone some niche particular thing, all right, about
Was
the
there a
Holocaust,
mass
and then saying
unliving
because
campaign?
that because they don't know this particular niche thing about the Holocaust, that means that like the mass killing of Jewish people, right? Like, right, I can't reference that.
The kulak situation is not relevant in the way that you were using it. The kulak, so this, and I'll explain it because was there wrongful unalivings during the mass unaliving of Ukrainians during the Holodomor? Of course, but they weren't the main target. That way, it wasn't just doing it because they were Ukrainians. Already at this time, there was already
are you trying to refer to gulags?
No, kulak, Ku.
Okay,
with a K.
I was just making sure.
It often gets mixed between the two because they sound so similar. But kulak, so already in Russia and in the satellite states, there was already a famine going on. Just was already happening due to Stalin's bad agricultural policy, which Dean had said about earlier. Bad agricultural policy, which I agree with. The Soviet Union had terrible agricultural policy. The kulaks, though, were come from a class of the Soviets or the Russians who escaped the Soviet Union after the Russian Revolution because they owned private property. They were private owners. They went to Ukraine and became kulaks, private landowners, in some cases feudal landowners where they weren't paying their workers. They were only paying their workers in like, oh, we give you food or we give you housing, right? So at the time with the famine happening, the Soviets approached the kulaks and said, hey, you have hundreds of acres of land of food. Of grain. They were the largest producer of grain, I think anywhere in the world at that time, but for sure in Europe, the largest producer of grain. And so the kulaks responded to the Soviets, no. The Soviets said, well, why? Your entire country is starving. Your entire country is starving. Our entire country is starving. Your workers are starving. Why will you not collectivize your industry? The kulaks responded with basically a middle finger. Of course, I'm elaborating, but basically responded with, oh, well, because we need to protect our profit incentives. We want to make money off of this. So the Soviets said, well, okay, well, then we're just
Where did you get this information from?
This is due to historical materialism. This is pretty common Soviet
Historical materialism? Like, where did you get the information from?
Do you want me to pull up a source for it?
Yeah, like I'm just asking like where you read it from. Like I'm just curious because I just want to know so that I could read more into this.
This is done from I can't remember the exact source, but I've been researching Soviet history before I was a communist.
You know, I just looked into Mao a little bit on Google. What I'm reading is that he's like a pretty big figure and very important in communism.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. There's a lot of Maoism.
The whole ideology
of communism, but
so the kulak thing. The TLDR, because the ending of it and how this came to that was the kulaks.
I have a question. Do you agree do you believe the Holodomor? Holodomor. I can't speak. Sorry. Do you believe that was a man-made famine?
The Holodomor wasn't the famine. The Holodomor was what happened to the Ukrainians. The famine was already happening before that.
So then you don't believe the Holodomor was a man-made famine?
Did it make the famine worse? Yes, but I didn't get to finish the thing, and I will explain to you why it did.
Because when we refer to the Holodomor, right, you're saying that is not referred to as a man-made famine. Can you tell me what the Holodomor is then?
It was the mass killings of kulaks, of Ukrainians.
Okay, so the mass killing of Ukrainians. So it's not the mass starvation of Ukrainians?
So this is the thing.
Just the mass killing?
So let me explain this more because with the context of the whole thing, and this will make more sense. So the Soviets came to the kulaks. Kulaks said no, fuck you. Excuse my French, sorry. Soviets said, okay, well, we're just going to collectivize your industry for you then, because you have hundreds of acres of crop that would feed thousands of people, that would make the famine arguably better. Better is the right term there. Would make the famine less harmful than what was going on. When the Soviets were coming to Ukraine to collectivize the industry, the kulaks responded by unaliving all of their workers and burning hundreds of acres of grain, which literally, like almost, I think it's over 4. The exact number is kind of tossed up in leftist spaces. You hear a lot, and I can't remember the exact number that I used in my research, but somewhere around 4 million bales of grain were burnt. That would have fed thousands, 100,000s of people with that much grain. When the Soviets got there, they had found that they had completely burnt all of their lots of land, killed their workers. So the Soviets responded to the kulaks that did that by putting them in gulags or just giving them the wall. Now, were there people that were not a part of it, that were unintentionally caught up in the thing. Yes, that is a massive criticism I have of the Soviet Union, is they just did kind of these blatant kind of blankets over everything of like, oh, we're just going to like anybody that's loosely associated without the proper education and practice of understanding of, oh, well, they're forced into these means and they kind of have to be supportive because if it's not, it's support them or die. Like it was a massive misstep by the Soviets because, like I said earlier, no state is without criticism of any communist state. If you run into a communist and they're pure monolithic to Soviets, you're not talking to a communist. It's not worth your time. I'll just let you know that. But yeah, so did the Holodomor and what happened make the famine worse? Yes, because the kulaks had burnt all their crops and made the famine objectively worse. Was it this thing of where the Soviets just came in and then unalived all the Ukrainians and then because they wanted to and then took all their stuff and left? No, they responded to what the kulaks had just did to their crops and their people. But again, because it was so quick and caught up, there was massive oversteps, which did result in mass unalivings of people who didn't deserve it or who weren't associated with it, of course.
Okay, so you said that you like both Stalin and Mao, right?
I do like Stalin and Mao. I think that
do you agree that
I like Mao more than Stalin? But
oh my god.
Okay, so do you agree that Stalin specifically, right, did things that led to intentional killings of Ukrainians?
Can I ask a clarifying question? When you say Stalin or Mao, are you talking about their theory or are you talking about them?
Them.
Well, sorry, I'm
obviously I'm referencing them.
Okay, yeah, then I like Mao way more than I like Stalin.
Do you
talking about theory?
Okay, so you said you like Stalin. Do you agree that Stalin explicitly engaged in the intentional killing of Ukrainians?
Yeah, sure.
So then why do you like them?
Because Stalin took a country that was where the literacy rate was below 20% of the country into one of the most literate countries in the world, raised their standard of living, quality of life, abolished homelessness, had a 3,000 caloric intake a day.
Abolished homelessness?
Yeah. I think actually, I don't think it was abolished actually. It might have been 95%. I might be thinking of Cuba that abolished homelessness or China that abolished homelessness. But
so increasing quality of life. So you're justified in like slaughtering innocent people insofar as that you increase quality of life. Like you'd like that person then?
I feel conflicted by this argument point of because if this is true, then we shouldn't support any politician in the United States because they've also supported bombings in X place in Middle East or X place.
You don't say that you like politicians that are Western politicians, right?
No, I don't.
So then why do you like Stalin or Mao?
That's a great question.
Because they raise the standard of living and raise the quality of life in their countries.
Couldn't that same thing be said for any of the Western politicians?
Not really, no. Not to the same extent.
Oh, okay. So please explain to me how Stalin or Mao engaged in a greater quality of life increase than any of the Western politicians.
Yeah, great. So both Mao Zedong's China and USSR, like I said earlier, took a country where below 30% of their population was educated to becoming some of the most popular, the most educated countries in the world, especially among women.
One thing he did to do that?
Mao completely revolutionized how they do education, focused on a mass education campaign where the people were teaching the people rather than being taught by an objective source. Mao's mass education campaign.
The people were teaching the people? Isn't that how every education system works?
Not previously in China, no. Not under feudal China before Mao. They weren't educated. They weren't allowed.
Okay. So setting up education systems. Aren't there Western leaders that set up education systems?
Yeah, but not to the same successes that Mao Zedong had.
Okay, so how do you quantify that they were a greater success in China compared to the United States?
Education rates rose higher with new education systems under Mao Zedong's China.
They rose higher? Okay, what's the quantification for that?
What do you mean by quantification for that?
You said that you've evaluated the rates of increase of literacy rates, particularly due to the policies enacted by Mao and Stalin versus Western politicians. How do you make that determination, like between them?
So let's look at the context of the time, right? Mao Zedong, just among women in China, in about 5 years, Mao's China became one of the most educated amongst women because previously women were not allowed to be educated in China until Mao did the culture change and they did the mass line and women were allowed to be educated. Still during this time in the United States, women were still massively uneducated and still did not receive the same education that men did. And still to this day don't because of the levels of education.
I asked you for like the percentage change difference and you...
I'll find an exact... One second, I'll find an exact percentage change.
Once you answer Parker's question, I just have another question myself.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, dude. I can do both.
Okay. I mean, do you think North Korea is bad?
Yeah.
Didn't the Soviet Union and Mao Zedong both support North Korea during the Korean War?
I think that supporting North Korea in the Korean War was not a bad thing, but I think North Korea now is bad. Yes.
Wait, didn't North Korea start the Korean War by launching a surprise attack on South Korea over the 38th parallel, which led to the UN condemning North Korea and authorizing force from South Korea towards North Korea?
You're siding with the West on this?
I am sharing with you the very basic information that I know about the Korean War and asking a question.
Yeah, you do know that 30% of the North Korean population got genocided because of that, right?
Is that what South Korea did to North Korea following North Korea's invasion?
Already before their agitation against the North Korean government.
I did not know that. I did not know that.
Yeah, previously to that attack, America had already funded, was already helping the revolutionary action that was happening in South Korea. I will concede to the fact that my education on Korean War previous and Korea now is not as well as some of other of my comrades, because I just haven't done that much. I've only been a self-proclaimed communist for like 2 or 3 years now, and these guys have been doing it for. I'm only 22. They've been doing it their whole lives.
No, dude, I honestly just have questions. Like, I know nothing about the video, so I just got a bunch of questions. But I'm pretty sure
that's fine. That's fine to have those questions. But Dean, I think the problem with the last live too is that when you ask questions, you have to. This is the word I'm looking for here. Not be willing to listen, because I think you are being willing to listen. But it's more of you have to suspend everything that you know and go into it instead of answering us. Say, well, what about this? What about, because that can lead to whataboutism, which leads to frustration from both sets of people who are debating. But instead,
you mean like bring up things that you have that you just don't understand and you're asking clarification on?
I mean, that's fine. Like if
that's what you were explaining though. You were explaining that it was wrong for him to ask for clarification based upon preconceived notions that he might have already had about this.
I apologize. Let me clarify what I was saying better. I apologize.
I mean, isn't that like essentially what I just did? Like, I asked you a question about the Soviet Union's and Mao Zedong's involvement in support of North Korea during the Korean War, and then you asked me if I sided with the West and supported South Korea, and then I said, no, I'm just simply sharing with you the basic information that I am aware of.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for calling me out on that. I'll take that one on the chin. You're right. I was pushing back on that. And
South Korea is a crumbling society today, by the way. If you actually pay attention to how the chaebol system is built within South Korea, the mass unaliving rates, the low birth rates, capitalism isn't necessarily doing very good for South Korea either. But I don't personally think that the Soviet Union was like an actual truly communist state, because again, it wasn't necessarily a classless, moneyless society. And also, I don't necessarily agree with classical Marxism, because classical Marxism focuses more on class struggle instead of focusing on racial capitalism as well, which is why I'm more into Black Marxism and Indigenous Marxism, because these two fields kind of include enslaved people and colonized subjects, including Indigenous people and land rights. And when you guys are talking about Mao and Stalin or whatever it is, I don't understand why people are not talking about people like Thomas Sankara, for example, who, as the president of Burkina Faso, literally raised the literacy rates from 13% to like 70% within 4 years. He nationalized resources, redistributed land to peasants, launched countless social programs within like education, healthcare, and women's rights, and fully rejected foreign debt and foreign aid as well, including capitalist exploitation by Western imperialist powers. And he did all of this only within 4 years, and he ended up getting assassinated by the CIA or by a CIA-backed coup because of how successful he was. We also have Amilcar Cabral, who was the leader of Guinea-Bissau and a leader of the African Party as well for independence of Guinea and Cape Verde. He himself was an incredible leader and a Black Marxist that he ended up getting assassinated as well. When we look at Bolivia, we have people like Evo Morales, who was an indigenous Marxist leader, who not only nationalized gas and lithium resources, reduced poverty, lifted indigenous people into like the middle class and upper middle class as well, when they used to be incredibly poor. But he also empowered indigenous people, and then he ended up being overthrown by a US-backed coup in 2019. And so I think like when we are too busy focusing on Stalin and Mao and North Korea and whatever it is, we lose kind of like we don't really focus on the fact that Black and Indigenous Marxists exist and Black and Indigenous Marxist thinkers exist, like W.E.B. Du Bois, for example, like Frantz Fanon, for example, like Bell Hooks, for example, right? Huey P. Newton. These were all successful Black Marxist theorists. To the question with regards to communism has unalived so many people, I feel like people don't understand that capitalism has unalived billions. When we take into account colonialism, when we take into account the transatlantic slave trade, European colonization of the Americas, so many indigenous people were unalived within such a short period of time that it ended up creating a little ice age. British colonial famine policies, when we look at the Belgian Congo, where King Leopold unalived 10 to 15 million Congolese people alone within Congo, the countless war efforts, what's happening in Gaza, what's happening in Sudan, what's happening in Congo is directly tied to capitalism. And to Dean, I came like something that kind of like irritated me, and I'll be honest, is when you said the host claimed that the Congolese genocide had to do with capitalism. It's not the host that's claiming it, it's a fact. That's why the Congolese genocide is called a genocost. Within Congo, in 2021 alone, China produced 75% of the world's refined cobalt, and the largest single refiner was Huayo Cobalt with a market share of 22%. Huayo owns Congo Dongfang Mining, which is one of the largest copper cobalt mining companies operating in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The largest lithium ion battery manufacturers in the world are CATL and BYD in China, LG Energy Solutions, Samsung SDI, and SK Innovation in South Korea, and Panasonic in Japan. And in 2021, these 6 companies alone produced 86% of the world's lithium-ion rechargeable batteries, while CATL alone holding a 1/3 global share. And most of the cobalt in these batteries originated in Congo. So what Rwanda is doing in Congo is directly tied to capitalism, because they're going specifically to Goma, Bukavu, to the Katanga region, to North and South Kivu, which are mineral-rich regions. And Rwanda exported like a couple $1 billion in gold last year alone, when it doesn't even have that many gold reserves. All its gold is coming actively from Congo. So the Congolese genocide is directly tied to capitalism. The Sudanese genocide is also directly tied to capitalism, because the UAE is funding the RSF to protect its agricultural land that it bought in Sudan. So name me a genocide. All of these genocides are tied to capitalism, which is precisely why a lot of people from the global south and Black and brown people are anti-capitalism, because capitalism is inherently rooted in our deaths, in colonialism, imperialism, slavery, and poverty, and war. And it has caused much more deaths than communism.
Wait, so like that's actually like a position that I'm sympathetic to, because I agree that capitalism is an issue. The distinction that we'd have between our positions is that I think that we can fix a lot of the issues that we're talking about while maintaining certain aspects of capitalism, right? So like certain aspects of capitalism, right, I don't think would be what are contributing to those issues, whereas other certain aspects of capitalism would contribute to those certain types of issues. So like essentially, hold on, can I please finish? I'd love to be able to speak.
I thought you were done. That's my bad.
Okay. So like again, like what I'm saying is that like again, a social democratic system can still maintain, right, a certain type of system if there's one that exists globally, in which it is the case that we wouldn't have those types of issues that we're at that are occurring. So that's the distinction between our positions, is that like what we think the solution is in terms of whether or not it would entirely get rid of capitalism or not. Because certain structures that we have, right, whether it be minimum wage or other things like that, are addressing problems that have existed from capitalism, that we think that these are like responses to how capitalism creates all these types of issues. Because yeah, it's right, capitalism without these different types of restrictions, social safety nets, etc., leads to mass killing of people, because it is the case that we do not have people's needs met, which we all agree, both Dean and I, right, that everyone's needs should be met and that people's and workers' rights should be upheld across the entirety of the world. And that's currently not being met right now. But I don't think that it means that like the total abolishment of every single thing that is deemed as capitalist in order to be able to do so, if that makes sense.
Can
Or even
capitalism
market.
ever can capitalism ever exist without an oppressed, exploited class?
Like, what do you mean by oppressed and exploited? Like, are you saying like a market? Like, if there's any type of disparity between the market, that there would be an oppressed class? Because then that same distinction in terms of wealth would exist within every type of economy, even a system that in which is socialist or communist. There's going to be disparities in the level of wealth between people.
No,
or
so
access to
communism.
resources.
Yeah, so communism is gonna. Oh, do you want to say something, bottom guest?
Oh no, I was just gonna real quickly, if I have the space, Covey. I was gonna add two more good Black Marxist writers: is Assunta Shakur and George L. Jackson. Those are the other two that I wanted to recommend real quick. But no, go ahead. You're cooking and eating and leaving no crumbs.
Yeah. So the key feature of capitalism is exploitation, right? Capitalists are going to earn profit by paying workers less than the value of what they produce. And capitalists, which are like the owners of production, are going to continue accumulating wealth through that profit. And workers must sell their labor to survive and generally like receive only like enough wages to sustain their basic needs. So can you achieve a society under capitalism without a worker class, like an oppressed class, and like a capitalist class?
So again, under this particular perspective, what we're designating is that a Marxian sense of exploitation entails that there's some sort of oppressive relationship, which I don't think is necessarily true within all circumstances, right? If there is some sort of private ownership of the means of production, I don't think that there's a necessitated exploitative relationship within a typical sense that we would refer to it. But yes, in a Marxian sense, it would be. Secondly, like how would any other type of economic system get rid of the difference in access to like wealth or like certain types of commodities or services or things? Like, it would be true, right, just based upon certain aspects of our society, that certain people's access to goods or resources would be greater than others. And there's not a single society ever on the face of the planet that's ever achieved that in the modern era.
Well, when we look at, for example, Spain, the reason as to why George Orwell, who used to be like a major capitalist, ended up going to Spain, specifically to the Catalonia region, and completely changed his mind and did believe in a socialist system. But within Spain, they did achieve that society. They did achieve like a more egalitarian society where worker councils were in charge of the means of production, and they were not dependent on a centralized like government. There wasn't necessarily like wage inequality within Catalonia as well, especially during the Civil War. But again, like within a communist society, the ultimate goal would be to eliminate wage inequality by dismantling these hierarchical structures that exist that inherently continue to create unequal distribution of wealth. So the bottom line is communist society is going to try to achieve an egalitarian society. Whereas capitalism, a capitalist society cannot exist with, like, it cannot function without an oppressed class. Without exploitation, there is no profit, right? And so my question is, who gets to determine who is the oppressed class and who is the oppressing or the capitalist class? And in this case, historically, ever since the creation of capitalism, the oppressed class has always been the global South.
So again, my point is that like when you define it that way, what you're not understanding is that like the difference in the level of access to resources is going to be true regardless, because there are certain places on the planet based upon geographical reasons or based upon plenty of different factors that they're going to have a greater access to certain types of resources. Right. So like just the difference in access to resources, whether it be someone living in a city area versus living in a rural area, could create the same type of issue that you're saying exists, right? In terms of disparity and levels of wealth or income or wage or anything like that. However you define it in any context, whether using wealth or money or not, money is just reflective of values that we have in terms of trade, right? So people are still going to have those values in terms of trade. It's just going to be in the context of bartering. Right, but there's still going to be a process of bartering, right, that's going to exist even under any capital or like communist system, which then would create those different types of wealth disparities that we would say are creating differences in class.
Not necessarily. You would have like a so again, when we focus on like Thomas Sankara, right? The first thing that Thomas Sankara did within Burkina Faso when he rose to power was that he nationalized like key industries, right? Like and resources as well. And he got rid of foreign aid. And once he did that, he also advocated for land reform and actively redistributed land to peasants and abolished like feudal land ownership. And in doing that, he was able to eliminate these inequalities as well. He also like advocated for more like state control for a lot of vital resources. So he was more like socialist, but I would say he was going towards like shaping like because you do need socialism as like kind of like a transition like in the transitionary period towards communism, right? So in its initial phase, he did push for like state control of like these vital resources such as minerals, oil, and forestry. But then he took the resources out of the hands of these capitalist like multinational corporations, and he did ensure that the profits generated from these resources were then used for the benefit of the country and its people rather than being siphoned off by foreign interests or also by these multinational corporations. So right, like under communism, this like income inequality is going to decrease. Like you can like it, the reason as to why these immense wealth inequalities exist is because of a hierarchical society. But when you move towards a more egalitarian society, where you do have like a decentralized control over the resources and you do actively ensure that they are distributed according to the needs and not profit, wealth is then no longer necessarily hoarded by wealthy like corporations or wealthy countries, but is instead distributed among people to ensure that nobody is living in extreme poverty. Which capitalism, like again, capitalism cannot function. The reason as to why billionaires exist is because certain groups of people are underdeveloped. Walter Rodney wrote an amazing book called How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, in that he explained in detail how the only reason Europe became incredibly rich is because Africa was actively underdeveloped. You cannot have an overdeveloped class without underdeveloping another class. And my question is, who gets to determine who is the underdeveloped class and who is the overdeveloped class? And historically, which is why I like Black Marxists and indigenous Marxists, they have taken into account that capitalism has heavily been racialized. And usually it was always people who look like me who end up being in the oppressed class and not in like the capitalist class.
Yeah. So then, my point would then be is that like there's a system of a power vacuum within every system, and even within the context of a socialist system, right? We would still see these different types of disparities, especially based upon race, throughout history, right? That exist where they utilize throughout like their racism through these socialized systems, whether it be like centralized systems, to benefit like certain groups of people over others. Right. So like, I mean, that same thing I think can also be created in the context of a centralized system if we're talking about from a state position. Now, if we're arguing from a decentralized system, well, then how do we like ensure that there isn't discrimination of certain people based upon the certain areas? Because there are certain areas where the norms of people will like discriminate against others. So if we don't have a centralized system to be able to limit those certain areas from doing so, that type of discrimination would still exist. So it seems like we need some type of centralized system to be able to ensure that some level of discrimination doesn't exist. But then if you have a centralized system, well, then that same issue of differences in terms of the class can still exist, and people can be negatively impacted, and marginalized communities can be negatively impacted by those that are in positions of power or have greater access to power, which typically speaking are people who have had greater wealth, typically like through these capitalist markets. So like the same type of power struggle that exists within the context of markets also seemingly exists in any type of transitionary state we would have to the system that we're advocating for. But like obviously if we had like these different types of like values and everyone had the values like that we see like even within like a perfectly running family, well then we could have an efficient distribution of goods. But because we don't live in a society where people have that type of value for other people in typical, and we haven't been educated to have that value because we've grown up in like this capitalist system, there is some real notion that we have to address that like people don't have the values that we can get them to distribute goods in like the most efficient way possible. Like how are we going to get someone to like who like literally who's living on the complete other side of the country to care about, you know, getting the goods for a person on the other side of the country, right? In a totally 100% sense, right? Without them getting any type of profit from it. And that's like an issue that we would have, is that like the reality is that we don't think that profit is a good mechanism for like incentivization in plenty of scenarios. But it's also something that has to exist in some scenarios to be able to incentivize people to produce goods that people need. Because
Parker,
otherwise, it seems like we wouldn't be able to produce all of the goods that people do need to the degree that is necessary to at like the point in which we are in society right now. If that makes
Parker,
sense.
are you alluding to the Australian theory of the economic calculation problem?
There is something derivative of that. It's not the same thing, but like there is some efficiency issue that you have without like a standard of money or any type of signals. Like the money like stands as like a signal within the market, and it's an important signal for information to be able to distribute goods that a person in the context of government wouldn't be able to fully take into account within every aspect of every market, because there's too many factors to take into account. You can't take into account all the factors of production unless you had like some supercomputer or AI, right, that we might have in the future, but we don't currently have right now, it seems. But we can do it in certain markets.
There's going to be someone in the quest named Hell's Bells. She is very well studied on economics and specifically this scenario. You don't have to listen to me, but I highly recommend that you let her up because she talks about this a lot.
They're here right now. I'd like to explain.
Oh, Hell's
I'm 31. My name's Hells. Nice to meet you guys. You said this thing that about money and being a signal of value. And I'd want to suggest that money is actually used under capitalism as a tool of extraction of value. It does not signal the most effective way to distribute goods. It signals the best way to distribute goods for profit.
Yeah, so within certain markets, right, it can be effective. Like that mechanism is effective, like the profit mechanism. But in certain markets, that wouldn't be true. And whenever there are those like types of breakdowns in markets, that's when we'd have like a state come in to be able to regulate that. That's like a market failure.
Whenever you say that it's effective in certain markets, I'm saying that it is inherently never going to be an effective way to distribute goods to meet people's needs. Because the effectiveness of a market is measured by its ability to generate profit.
What do you mean by effective?
Like effective, as I would like to say, like suppose that we should measure the effectiveness of a market or an economy would be in its ability to meet people's needs. And under the system of capitalism, where we have private property ownership and the economy is set up in a way to create like a profit incentive for the small ownership class, they measure the effectiveness of the economy by the amount of profit they are able to extract from the exchange process.
So yeah, I mean, but like that wouldn't be like a necessary thing. It'd be true in some scenarios, but it wouldn't be necessary. So you said necessarily it is the case that like profit is a bad indicator for efficiency. So
yeah,
like,
profit inherently is the extraction of value through the exchange process from the people who produce, distribute, and consume value for communities.
Yeah, I mean, but like we're willing to give up certain levels of profit to like people because they provided a service for us. Like for example, someone who cuts my hair, right? I'm willing to give up certain levels of profit to them because they did a service for me.
Oh, but that's not profit, right? Like that kind of commerce. No, that would be income. Like I think there's a differentiation between.
What's the difference?
So someone could receive money or value from society for something that they contribute to society. That I would qualify as income. The differentiation of profit is that there's an ownership element. So they own the means of production, they own the world's resources, they own the land, and they have to hire other people who have no ownership over these things to gain a wage.
Like here, like let me give you an example. Like let's say that like again, like in my circumstance, they bought the resources necessary to like cut people's hair, right? Or like the area to be able to cut their hair in, right? Certain like things like that. They bought those types of things, and then the profit they would receive is everything that they would make in a wage on top of the cost of the production.
Sure. So they would be like receiving revenue for the labor that they are producing. I'm talking about capitalism. So there's an ownership class who performs no socially useful labor for society and uses this ownership and their wealth advantage that's consolidated through the system of global capitalism to extract value from society without actually participating.
Okay, I'm not even talking about that type of relation. We're just talking about the market condition that exists. Or I'm giving an example of a market condition because we're talking about prices and money, and prices and money can exist without there being a capital ownership relationship. I'm just giving an example of like a specific individual that owns their own labor, right? And I'm giving an example how they can extract profit being, right, revenue minus costs.
I would agree with you that in like an idealistic circumstance, that could be the case. We've even seen that throughout history. But the mode of production has evolved because of the consolidation of wealth to create this global system where the small ownership class has the ability to manipulate the state, use the state force of the militia to colonize other countries, and they use this wealth advantage now through the system of capitalism. These characteristics of currency have developed over time into the structure that we see today.
I mean, I wouldn't dispute that there's issues with consolidation of wealth and like monopolization and like corporations' power over our systems, right? Like I'm going to agree with a lot of those issues, but what I'm saying is that like the type of scenario that I just brought up with the context of money seems to be an efficient process of me paying for a particular service, right, that is effective for them to do, whereas otherwise I probably wouldn't have been able to incentivize that random person to cut my hair.
As a society, so if we remove all characteristics of the capitalist mode of production and we implement like a more communalized mode of production, all of these like social structures that we see where you have to go up and incentivize someone to perform a task for you based on like the wages that you received for them to be able to access things like healthcare, all of these things would change. And so the relationship between the way that people produce and distribute and consume goods would fundamentally also be changed. So it's not that you would have to go up to someone who cuts hair and convince them to cut your hair. It's that the community would incentivize this person who has this skill set and this interest and this education to produce the things that they do for the good of the community.
Yeah, and we could incentivize that person if they already have this idea that they want to do good for the community and they're always willing to do work for the community. But that's not always true. There are plenty of people that, right, even with that social upbringing, would choose not to do that, and if they didn't have to, wouldn't do those things. So I don't see how in that circumstance, right, I would be able to, it is about convincing that person. The money is the incentive to convince that person to be able to do this action, right?
What do people use money for under the capitalist structure that we have today?
To get things they need.
And want. Yeah. So we could just provide this person the things that they need and want to incentivize them to use their skills and education.
Using estate and money? Or like, how do we do that? Do we force the person to do it without pay?
So pay, right, under, like if we abolish all characteristics of capitalism, would no longer exist. People would just produce what they can and receive what they need and want because we live in a post-scarcity society where everyone's basic needs can be met. And so like, people should just have access to things like healthcare, education, housing, and we shouldn't have to rely on an exchange process that allows for the extraction of value through capitalism.
Okay, so then here's my question: like, should that person, who is that person going to be forced by to be able to work, or if they're not forced, right? How do I necessarily convince them to like do that work? Because I mean, you're saying that like you would hope that they have like the good faith to do so, but we typically know people within society don't necessarily have that good faith, especially with the society that we grew up in, where people have been taught to do things in the context of like them getting a profit from it. So they wouldn't do the same level of work if they're not getting paid from it.
I mean, capitalism and the system that we have has created alienation, isolation, individualistic mindsets. Whenever we develop the mode of production, these, like, again, political characteristics of even like human exchange and the way that we interact with each other would be also dismantled and evolve. But all that to say, like, if you don't contribute to society, you should like receive healthcare to figure out why. And the way that we value, quote, labor today under capitalism as what is profitable doesn't necessarily equate to like socially useful labor, like domestic labor is unpaid. And those people should still be able to receive the things that they need and want, even though it isn't, quote, profitable under the current system.
Again, I'm really keep asking this question. How do we incentivize them to work if it isn't the case that they're going to get any type of benefit from it outside of the context
they get all their needs
of,
met. They get the things that they want and need.
I understand, but like, given that people get the things that they want and need, they won't necessarily do all of that labor to the same degree, because the profit that they would receive or the income that they would receive would like serve as an incentive to get them to do more work than they typically would have done so otherwise.
So as a community, as the employees of that company, we would determine what incentives we would require, and the community would determine like how much, what do these people need that is relevant to their job in order to produce at the level that the community needs. So if you have a job, right, all characteristics of capitalism have been removed. So we're removing barriers to things like education. People don't have to work dead-end jobs 60 hours a week. They have the ability to go explore their interests, and they will be incentivized by having their needs met, by being able to go out and meet their desires through the work of other people. It's not so much that people will just like sit at a wall all day.
Like, I'll give an example. Like my sister, I know my sister, if she didn't have to work, right, and she didn't like she was in that circumstance, she probably wouldn't. Okay, I know how my sister is as a person, right. Same thing probably was true for me, right? Like years in the back. Right now, I'm at a point where like I really enjoy that. That's something I like, and I might be one of those people that might have worked even without the pay, right? But like I know people in my life, right, that wouldn't have worked given that they didn't have to. Right. And like my point is that like, how could we get someone like my sister, right, or someone that I know who wouldn't work if they didn't have to work, given that it is the case that we don't have that like sort of profit incentive?
These characteristics that you see in your sister and not wanting to contribute are directly tied to the capitalist mode of production that alienates people, that ties your worth and your access to community as being tied to your necessary predetermined ability to have to sell your wage labor, like your labor power for a wage.
Oh, okay, I understand, but what's up?
Yeah, I wanted to say two things, by the way, to respond to what you said. Number one, can I just clarify? There are 3.1K people here. I read some of the Discord messages. I did not say like F Dean, by the way. Like Dean and I are friends. Just because we disagree, it doesn't mean that we're beefing. This is like a passionate topic for me personally. So maybe I might have come off as like passionate, but just because I disagree with Dean, it doesn't mean that I said like F Dean or whatever it is. So I just wanted to clarify that. Dean, I hope you're okay.
No, all's good. I wanted to give some thoughts on that, but I'll do that later because I'm not honestly like really into listening to this conversation right now.
Okay, so number two, what I wanted to say is, right, this idea that people would not work or that work would be avoided within like a post-capitalist society is a symptom of capitalist realism, right? Because it kind of like reflects the idea that this deeply ingrained assumption and values of capitalism that shape like our thinking, right? This idea that people are just lazy and they would not work without the threat of economic necessity, or people would be unproductive, is again a belief that is rooted in capitalist thinking, which assumes that individuals only work for the sake of accumulating wealth rather than like viewing work as a way to contribute to society or to find personal fulfillment. Those two would be incentives. And how I say this is because prior to capitalism is not natural, right? Have you heard of the sickness drapetomania, the illness?
No.
Okay, so in the 1800s, this deranged, I forgot his name, this deranged American doctor started diagnosing runaway enslaved people with drapetomania. So he basically believed or hypothesized that Black people were inherently kind of like slaves, were created to be slaves, and when they run away from slavery, that they have some type of mental illness that makes them go against their nature of slavehood, right? So he diagnosed them with drapetomania to basically say that they were going against their nature
by running away from slavery. And I personally believe that all of these mental health issues that we have within society, not all of them, okay, I'm not saying all of them, but like a significant amount of these mental health issues are a result of capitalism, because capitalism literally has fundamentally dehumanized us, making us think that work is an obligation, not necessarily a choice. That work is very exploitative, that we have no other choice but to work. And I think like it's under capitalism, like work has become like this reified concept. It's treated as like this objective and unchangeable fact of life. And people have been socialized to believe that work must be structured around wages and competition and hierarchical relations. And we don't understand that prior to capitalism, societies functioned very well. They were incentivized to contribute to society because they cared about the overall well-being of society. So my question is, how were people incentivized within like Black or Indigenous? Because we talk about Marx. Marx was inspired by Indigenous communities, right? So these systems already existed. So how is it that these systems were able to be incentivized to contribute to the overall well-being of society without necessarily having to accumulate wealth? And lastly, if communism doesn't work, why doesn't the CIA just let it happen? Like genuinely, why doesn't the CIA, the easiest way to debunk and dunk on communists is literally just let a communist system exist. Just let it function. And then once it crumbles, the CIA could literally say, see, we told you this would never function. But why is it every single time there are glimmers of like a socialist or communist society within the global south or anywhere else, the CIA jumps in and like dismantles it? Why can't you just let it like run its course?
Yeah. I mean, I definitely agree. I definitely am like against that for sure. Like, I'm definitely against like the CIA like limiting those types.
No, it's not whether you're against it or not. I'm saying is,
yeah, like I
it's
mean,
not whether you're against it or not. It's why doesn't the American government or Western imperialism just let communist countries run their course? Why do they always have to dismantle them within the first couple of years? Why don't just let them exist and crumble? And that would be the biggest dunk on communists, I think.
It's not just that. The CIA is
I mean, you can say that against, but I want to be able to address all the other points that were brought up. I have a few things that I wanted to be able to address, like, and that we didn't even get to. So I do think that based upon how people were socialized, we did grow up like in a capitalist society. So like some of these different types of ways of viewing the world, right, are baked into the way that people view things. So there is an idea of like a real capitalist realism that I do think is applicable towards like the different types of values that people have. And like I said earlier, again, if people had the values, right, to be like, I want to take care of everyone so much insofar as that everything we currently do to society today could still be managed to occur, right, even without the like all the things that we want and need and things like that, right, could still occur even without having to have it pay for it, then we wouldn't need the money in the first place. I would agree with you, right? But like the point I'm saying is that like given we were to like isolate for those factors, right, it seems like the society that we have just provides an extra incentive. That those incentives already exist within like the society that we have, like incentives to like create a better condition for people around me, right? I still have an incentive myself to do that, right, within society. So I still am going to do that within this society, and I'm going to do that within the other society, right? But the thing is, we're getting some people who wouldn't have done it in the second society to do it in the first one, if that makes sense. So it's just like I'm not saying like, oh, there's a bunch of people who are lazy. I'm saying it is the case that some people wouldn't work to the same degree. Like if you could ask the chat, like if you didn't have to work to the degree that you're working right now, would you work less hours?
Parker, can I ask you a question really quick? Like, so the capitalism incentivizes people with wealth to use this wealth advantage so that they do not have to work or produce useful labor for society. Though, like, the system of capitalism creates a class of people who are able to determine the conditions that everyone else in the world lives under, and they do not have to work at all. And so we're concerned about like the majority of people who today currently don't have their needs met producing less in hope, like in advocating for a system that incentivizes this compounding wealth advantage where the people who have the most and set the conditions for literally everyone else don't work at all.
Again, like that's why we agree with like tax structures and social safety nets and these different types of regulations that limit people from getting in those positions in the first place. So there are certain things that we're going to do within from a society context to be able to use that benefit or use that thing from society, right? Take some from that, redistribute that to the rest of society so that we can fulfill people's needs. I don't see how that's like kind of like a response to the point that I'm making, that like
Because-
the monetary incentive provides an extra incentive than existed prior to provide even more services than would have existed prior. Because again, there still is an incentive for people to take care of others in our society right now versus in the society in which is communist as well. Like there's the same incentive for that.
So the way that I would think that you're proposing that we would create social safety nets would be through a state apparatus. But the state exists as a result of these class antagonisms between the ownership class and the working class and the contradictions that this class divide of private property ownership creates.
What
So the
contradiction?
state, the fact that there's an ownership class who dictates the conditions for the working class, and they do so in a way that would incentivize their own wealth advantage at the expense, right? It's like almost like a negative relationship where if the workers have less value amongst themselves, then the ownership class has more value that is produced by business society.
So what you're saying, right, seems like is that they have like incentives that go in opposite directions.
Exactly.
Right? Like,
So
I
the
don't think
state
that's like, I
exists.
don't think that's necessarily a contradiction, but I think it's that they have opposite incentives, right? And if they have opposite incentives, what we're going to do in that system is we're going to do certain things to make sure that workers have more bargaining power, whether that be
So
union
that's what I'm
membership,
getting at,
state
Parker.
representation, right? Plenty of different regulations, limits of monopolization, right?
Right.
Those different types of laws, and I think that those are going to be sufficient to be able to deal with a lot of those issues.
So Parker, like because the state exists as a way to create order, because there's these dual incentives that are mutually exclusive almost. The state exists to maintain order, and it is a tool of the capitalist ownership class to maintain their ability to uphold private property. So how, whenever the state exists to protect this private property ownership and the incentives of the ownership class, can we use that apparatus to create like regulations on the way that this ownership class acts?
Okay, well then you're kind of what you're arguing is that any system that you're going to create in terms of a state wouldn't be subject to those same pressures. And I just like I don't accept that. I don't have good reason to accept that. I don't have any evidence to substantiate that claim at all. It seems like it's just like a belief just based upon vibes that like somehow these internal pressures don't exist for any other state.
So a state is quite literally a manifestation of these contradictory incentive structures that exist whenever we have a difference in relationship to the means of production in the world's resources, things like land. Whenever we look at like indigenous cultures, they did not have a state because they did not have the concept of class and private property ownership. So we're talking about dismantling the systems of private property ownership, the entire system of capitalism, and removing the need for a state to exist altogether.
So your idea is that there should not be any state, right?
The idea is that we would take the conditions that we have today and dismantle the characteristics of the economy of our society that require a state to maintain order, such that a state no longer needs to exist.
Oh, okay, so then here's my question. Under a system where there is no monopoly on violence, again, like I asked the question to the other person because they said that they do believe in a state. What monopoly on violence would exist to prevent like murderers from murdering people or pedophiles from assaulting people?
So it's not to say that like there wouldn't be an organization of community to protect our own interests. It's that we wouldn't have this organization be managed by an ownership class.
So, but it still sounds like it's a state. So you're just saying like direct democracy, right? And that's going to be the ownership of it. But that still seems to be like a direct democracy, but they own the state. Like it's direct democracy control of the state.
Dictatorship of the proletariat, Parker.
But like again, like I don't see how that's that much different than like the systems that exist. You're just saying it's a different form of democracy. It's the difference is instead of representative democracy, it's direct democracy.
Well, it could still be representative democracy. It would just be representative of all people. It wouldn't just represent the interests of the capitalist ownership class.
Okay. So then my point would then be is that that's still a state under my perspective, right? Because that's going to be a monopoly on violence, right?
I think
Yeah, that's fine. Like Hell said, it's
definition of a state.
That seems to be contrary to what she was saying. She was saying that like it's zero state, the state would wither away, but it's seemingly that the state wouldn't wither away, and that it's actually important in maintaining certain systems that we find or take for granted, right? Like that there should be laws that enforce against those certain types of evil actions.
Yeah, so say there's a communist rev, right? I mean, still communist systems. The state automatically wouldn't just like wither away. No, there's processes, and we need to meet people's needs first, and we need to make sure that we're giving land back first before we do anything.
But wait, I'm just saying at no point would there ever be a point where we want no state.
The state would, if the material conditions at the time for that state, communist or not communist, call for a state, then there'll be a state. If it calls for better material conditions, then they'll call for a state. The state will eventually wither away. We can see that.
I can explain this really easily. So the state, we say, there is a monopoly of violence. Like there are two groups of people with separate interests. So one group has to force their interest upon the other group. Whenever we remove this element of private property ownership, there are no longer these dueling interests. So the quote state, this organization of like order that you're talking about, will be for all people. It will not be forcing it upon a group of people with separate characteristics.
Can I ask you for a question? Like, let's say like a group of people within a certain society think it should be legal, right? Or don't want to punish people for engaging in like P3DO, right? Let's say like a group of people in society did want to do that, right? Under your system, if the state is withered away, how do you limit that from happening? If most of the people within that certain aspect of society, within that council, are okay with that occurring?
Vanguard.
I do not believe that there would be like a group of like a new class of people would emerge who would say that we should like develop our own systemic structure for this to occur. So like the community policing element, like where people would address these issues in individuals as they arise through like things like restorative justice, providing healthcare, having people's needs met. Like I'm not saying on an individual level that people won't act out of passion, right? But the idea that there would be like two groups of people with inherently different or contradictory incentive structures would not be the case in this hypothetical.
So you don't think that there, in your society you're referencing, there would be any people that think it's okay for adults to grape minors, right? You don't think there'd be any people that would ever do that, right?
I just said that the community should offer those people like restorative justice. They should have the ability to seek healthcare, work through these issues. But the state does not exist to do community policing. It exists to maintain the private property structure of capitalism. What you're talking about are like community organizations who would help people in their community, like help victims recover from crimes and atrocities put upon them.
Yeah, I'm saying like if it didn't operate with your values, if it operated with someone else's values, like that council had separate values from what you're advocating for, seems like there would be no like federalized system to be able to prevent that from happening if we haven't already established that into the federalized system. Like I think that there are certain things that shouldn't be up to democracy, right? Like you shouldn't leave people's rights up to democracy, right? When we're talking about like basic standards of whether or not people have the right to vote. That shouldn't be up to democracy. That should be protected, right? So even if there was like a council that wanted to vote against women's right to vote, that shouldn't be allowed to occur, right? Because there should be a state to enforce that doesn't happen. Does that make sense? That's at least what I'm arguing.
Well, this is pre-assuming that we're already in a communist system. Then this education would have already happened to understand that why those things should be protected and why it's like not okay for like any type of racism, hatred, or any type of bigotry in any sense is wrong and wouldn't exist in a society. If we are pre-assuming that we'd be in a communist society, this is not to say that communism would abolish bigotry or would abolish racism or abolish misogyny and abolish these type of things. It wouldn't, because those things are social aspects. Those things are still things that people need to do a lot of deconstructing on. But communists have a better, instead of in capitalism where it just kind of happens and there's, they're like, oh, well, it's protected by this and the other. We'd have vanguards and education people and communities protecting their other communities by educating those type of people from their society and calling them out when they see it so that they can do the deconstruction and the education.
I understand, but no law, right? So like I understand that we'll try to like change people's values, and I think that's a great thing that we should be doing, even in the society that we live in right now. But I'm talking like I don't
said
think
no
that
law?
we're not saying that this 100% happens, so that there would be
No
some
one said no
circumstances
law.
where this be able to occur. And even with the councils that I brought up, like where there would be certain people with values that are different from ours, that would still be able to occur. I don't think it's bad
I'm
faith
confused
by
where you got
any
no
means
law.
to say that like there would be some circumstances where this occur. And it sounds like you didn't even dispute that.
I think that your question, your what you're asking is not necessarily bad faith. The question could be received bad faith. But I'm confused where you said where we got no law from.
If there's no,
Where you said no law.
what is it? What is a law would be something enforced by like a state, right? And if there's no state because it withered away, then there would be no law.
Again, you're confusing this idea of like there being total democracy and people having the ability to determine how we structure society. You're conflating that with a state. Like a governance system is distinct from a state because it is one group of people enforcing their will upon another group of people who have a contradictory incentive, like we talked about.
That same thing
So
could be true for what I'm referencing here, right? The people who have the ability to control how the state operates might have a contradictory like incentive for how the system might operate than other people in that system, or like how we might view it. That's what I'm saying. I'm giving a specific
governance
example
structure
where like there's
is
a
led
group
by
of people.
everyone.
Yeah, I'm giving a specific example where a group of people, the norm in that society is different from like what we typically see. So I'm just saying like in that society, there wouldn't be a type of restriction mechanism for that. Push the galaxy, thank you.
The restriction mechanism would be the organization of labor, right? Like the organization of your community. Like you're suggesting that if we don't have a dictatorship of capital, that people will not be able to make humane
No,
decisions.
that's not what I'm saying. Wait. That's not what I was arguing, right? I'm arguing that right people aren't going to be able to do it to like be able to efficiently provide for everyone to the degree that we currently provide within our society right now. Now, could you still have a society that operates? Yeah, but it wouldn't have the same types of conditions that we would see within the society that we have now that we would say that we would see as desirable. Right, like, but yes, like in a point that like Athena made earlier was that there have been systems throughout history where they didn't have like this state or this government or this type of money, and they still operated, right? But we're talking they operated at a significantly different quality of life than what we're talking about in terms of today with technology, other things, and sorts of the other sorts of things that we have today. So like
I'm
again,
not
you
saying
could.
that every decision is made through direct democracy, right? Like people should have like matters of science and public health led by experts in their fields, right? And this is what we call democratic centralism. It means that we have councils of people who represent their nations, their communities, their industries, their workplace, and these people all come together and have an equitable say in how the governance structure is ran, which is different than people who have the wealth advantage, who own the capital, dictating for everyone else how the law of an order of society should be ran.
That's not what I'm arguing either. I think that a representative democracy that I believe in, right? I think that we want to limit like the impact of corporations and like money over our political system. So
But that
obviously,
cannot
I'd
exist
argue
with the capitalist mode of production.
that's an assumption that I don't accept, right? Like you're
Whatever-
saying it's contradictory, like that we can't limit the effect. You're saying it's impossible to limit the effect that corporations have over our government.
Yes, because the wealth advantage, and whenever people are incentivized through wealth under the system of capitalism to have their needs met, to have more personal property, they will always be incentivized by the people who have ownership to money.
Sure. So a system with corporate lobbying versus a system without corporate lobbying. In which system do rich people have more power over the political system?
There is no way to remove corporate lobbying.
I didn't say remove. You're changing my language. I explicitly said reduce or limit.
There is no way to create an equitable system of democracy while there is a capitalist mode of production, and because you cannot remove completely corporate lobbying or this wealth incentive from the system of capitalism. You could reduce it, but this exploitation would still exist.
Okay, wait. So then you agree that I can limit or reduce, right?
How has that worked so far?
Wait.
Because
I don't think that we've currently done it within our society. But like,
okay, so then you're projecting an idealist society then.
What? I agree that what do you mean idealist? Me saying that like that we should have a different system than what we currently have?
So no, that is not what I'm saying as idealist. But if you're saying, oh, well, we'll just put limits on these systems and then they'll just stop doing it. Even if we have put limits on these companies to do things, we have labor rights, we've done these things, they still do it anyway.
Are you saying that? Are you saying that like other systems around the world don't have lower levels of corporate influence?
So let's look at a country like that has a lower level of corporate.
Can I have a specific answer to that question?
Let's do like a sure, yes, there is. But let's look.
So that's all I was arguing, that certain types of things that we do within our system can limit, right, these types of things from happening, right? Corporations influence over these types of systems.
Let's look at something like Norway. Actually, let's look at Norway. Norway has put those restrictions on the massive corporations. Norway also provides military aid to Belgium to imperialize the Congo. So, like, just because
are you saying that like I agree with imperialism because I agree with like a state, or I agree with certain capitalist markets existing?
I mean, capitalism isn't like Covey already said this earlier. Capitalism is imperial.
What entails that I have to agree with those imperialist actions if I agree that there should be a capitalist market?
Covey already explained this to you. Capitalism? Covey, you can take this and explain it more if you want. If for capitalism to exist, it has to be in any sense of the word. It has to be empirical in any way, shape, or form. You cannot pick
let's say a society that is totally
currently empirical. Your hypotheticals that your hypothetical of let's say is idealism. Of let's say we have to be in the specific hypothetical.
Are you not idealistic?
Realism.
Are you idealistic?
No, I'm not.
That is a ridiculous statement. Come on, you guys are.
Idealism in the sense that you're talking about
live within reality right now?
Idealism means that you believe that your ideology, the things that you believe, can have an impact on the conditions around you. Materialism states that your conditions around you are what inform your ideology. So I believe that our current conditions, the mode of production, shapes our consciousness, the way that we think about exchange. Idealism means that your brain, your consciousness, your ideas will have some effect on the world around you just by existing in your brain.
So my brain can have effect on the world around me?
Your labor will.
So wait, I'm confused. Do you agree that like my labor can have an effect on the world around me?
That would be the materialist stance.
Do you believe my mind can have an effect on the world around me?
That would be the idealist stance.
So do you disagree with that my mind can have an impact on the world around me?
Yes, you would have to create labor, a material action, in order to affect the things around you.
Okay, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. But that would be predicated off of my mind, right? Like I like in order to be able to do this live in the first place, the labor that I put into this live, I had to think of like doing it. I had to like come up with the ideas to be able to have the conversations about these types of things. So my mind was involved. I think both were involved in that process.
But the ideas that you have in your brain are generated by the conditions in which you exist and the way that society functions around you.
I wouldn't dispute that. So these are both happening simultaneously. I don't think that they're contradictory. Push the galaxy. Thank you. Like I don't know why you dispute idealism in the sense that you just described it.
So the idea that we can all agree that society would be better if we had no exploitation or that we had no corporate lobbying is great. But we have to look at the conditions around us and how we materially would need to restructure society in order for these systems to either go away or be reduced. Just thinking that they should be this way, even if the corporate lobbyists agree that society would be more equitable, they're incentivized by the material conditions of the society to prevent that ideology from influencing the way that the structure is in place.
So then you can agree both of them, right? Go ahead, Athena.
Yeah. So can I just say one thing I would say is why I would say what you're saying with regards to capitalism being more humane through regulations, or if you're like living in a democratic socialist country, is idealistic is because it has never functioned. Capitalism cannot exist without imperialism because again, capitalism relies on continuous economic growth, and for that growth to continue, capitalists are going to need new markets to sell goods and services, and in order to continue kind of like fund or kind of push for economic growth, they're going to continue being heavily reliant on natural resources for manufacturing. And then to fuel that industrial production, they're going to have to extract resources like minerals, oil, agriculture, timber, whatever it is within colonized or dominated regions, right? And then in order to do that, they're going to need cheap labor. In order to do that, they're also going to need a financial system and investment, right? And then usually when they do that also through military force to protect their own economic interests. So capitalism has never, ever existed without imperialism. They are deeply intertwined. So I would argue that you saying that you can somehow make capitalism more humane through regulations is idealistic, because it has never ever happened since the very creation and inception of capitalism. Whereas all the things that I have stated are things that were being implemented, right? It's not based on these abstract ideals or utopian fantasies. It is grounded in an analysis of historical materialism. And also, they have been implemented and then disrupted by capitalist systems. So that's why I would argue what I am saying is not idealistic, because these societies have existed prior to colonization. They have existed in post-colonial societies before neocolonialism was implemented, whereas capitalism has never, ever existed without imperialism.
Wait, so are you saying that imperialism didn't exist in any of the societies that you mentioned? That had like the post capitalism, or prior to capitalism, sorry?
I mean, within indigenous societies and within let's say Burkina Faso, no, not necessarily.
Not in the way that
I mean, but Burkina Faso
as the mode of
in like the
production-
1900s. We're referencing like earlier than that, right?
As
Like
the
prior
mode
to
of production
capitalism?
developed, so did
Yeah, prior to the
imperialism.
transatlantic slave trade.
So, imperialism did, yes, exist prior to capitalism, but the way that imperialism functions has developed alongside the implementation of global capitalism. And now it is very much defined as the extraction of resources for the purpose of commodification. And that structure did not exist prior to capitalism. So, yes, people were going in and imperializing, changing social structures and cultures, and that was also not great. But the way that imperialism functions today is deeply intertwined with capitalism.
And capitalism is reliant on imperialism. So capitalism cannot exist without imperialism.
So I just so it's like you're saying it's necessitated. So there would be you're saying that there's a contradiction, right? Is that the view? Is that there's either there's a contradiction entailed between an anti-imperialist position and capitalism, like a social democratic perspective?
Yes, you cannot be anti-imperialism and pro-capitalism.
Okay, so then here would be my question: is if every society on the planet had the same social democratic system, right, with regulations and stuff like that for all of these different types of systems, where all of the resources that would be extracted would be under a particular social democratic model. In that sense, if you were to not have, is that compatible with no imperialism?
Because social democracy is a very nationalistic way of viewing the economic structure of a nation, of a society, it will always work to rely on the extraction of value from the global south. And so they will prevent and aid through their state military force the development of even social democracies in other countries. Right, we could see this in places like Chile.
Wait, but if there was a I'm giving a hypothetical, if there was a social democratic system everywhere, right, and they didn't engage in that type of action, right, is it possible for it to be consistent, logically consistent, that there's anti-imperialism and there's a full entire system that's social democratic?
I mean, I think the idea that this could happen is idealist because it's not based in material.
That's not a critique of my. I don't understand why this is a critique of what I'm saying. As if what everyone on this live is saying is not to some level idealistic, right? It's both idealistic and materialist. We agree with both of them. I don't understand why so many people are using it as a critique. Can you respond to what I'm saying without saying just it's?
Because, well, exploitation would still exist in a social democracy. And even so, it would be materially impossible for every nation on the planet to maintain a social democracy while there are countries that rely, their entire social democracy, their structure of economy relies on the extraction of value of the global south.
Okay, again, I'm giving you a hypothetical where every system is social democratic. So there wouldn't be any extraction of the global south differently than any other society because we're making an assumption, a hypothetical assumption here. Because all I'm saying is that the idea of capitalism in a like a conceptual sense, right, is not contradicted with anti-imperialism. And like, yeah, again, all of our systems are to some degree idealistic. Because we agree that like just because it hasn't happened today doesn't mean it can't possibly happen, but we do need reasons to believe that those things are true. Right? Those are
But
always
I think
important
like
when we implement them.
Yeah, so I think like the issue here is that social democracies, yes, they do have more progressive taxes, they do have social services, they do have welfare programs, but this particular redistribution doesn't necessarily abolish the fundamental structure of income inequality, right? Capitalists will still continue to accumulate wealth through private ownership and investment. And despite like this progressive taxation and social spending existing, there will still remain a significant gap between capital owners and workers, which will result in a system where wealth continues to be concentrated in the hands of a few. And that concentration is still going to lead to the exploitation of, again, an underclass, which is back to my initial topic. Capitalism cannot exist. Like billionaires and millionaires cannot exist. Is that mine?
That's
oh,
mine.
That's yours. Billionaires and millionaires cannot exist without another group of people being exploited. So the question is, who gets to determine who has power and who doesn't have power? Who is the exploited class and who isn't the exploited class, right? So even like the Nordic countries that you talk about, or like Scandinavian countries that you talk about, they are heavily like involved within exploitation of the global south as well, through their participation in like NATO or like some countries are in the EU, not all of them, but some of them are in the EU. So they still are involved in the exploitation of the global south. So like these two things cannot exist. Like capitalism cannot exist without imperialism and exploitation.
So
Like Norway literally, for
also one thing I would say is that just because social democratic systems have done that doesn't mean that all social democratic systems would do that. The same way that we could point to certain socialist models that have done certain things that we would disagree with, and we wouldn't say that's true with all socialist models. So I don't know. I don't accept that from my perspective. And then also like in terms of exploitation, a market socialist system would get rid of that idea of Marxian exploitation, yet still would exist the distinction in like income disparities, income and wealth disparities. So like that structure of difference and inequality would still exist, yet you'd still get rid of that Marxian sense of exploitation that we're referencing. So
That's not
it
true.
seems like hold on.
That's a misrepresentation.
Please
Martha.
finish. Is that possible? The Marxian sense of exploitation would be from a capitalist perspective of like a capitalist extracts labor. How would that be true under a market social system?
So that's a misrepresentation, right? A market and the way that a market exists, the exchange process will always have inherent exploitation through the exchange process and the commodification of resources. Like the way that communism works to dismantle these systems, we recognize that we can't just remove all characteristics of capitalism overnight, but the exchange process existing through the dictatorship of the proletariat and the initial stages of dismantling capitalism will still maintain elements of exploitation.
Can we define exploitation? Because I think we're using two different senses of exploitation, and then we're going back in between these different forms of exploitation.
Yeah.
By the way, I just want to let y'all know I only have like 13 more minutes left on the live because I'm about to.
Exploitation would just be relying on or benefiting off of someone or something else.
What? I mean, the exploitation exists under communism then.
I'm going to steal what my comrade Ash is saying in the comments is that there's
you benefit from other people in any society, so there's exploitation in any society based on that definition.
Mutual beneficialness would not be exploitation. Like if both people are receiving what they need and providing what they can, that would not be exploitation.
I,
It,
I
it would be like one person, right? Like disproportionately benefiting off of someone else's.
oh, disproportionately benefit. So you would have to say that there has to be an equal benefit to everyone within society. Is that your view?
Equitable, yeah.
Equitable or equal?
Equitable.
Okay, so then okay, well then, but then there's a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then there's still a distinction in wealth. Under your definition, there's exploitation. It's not mutually beneficial based upon your perspective then. Because I mean, I can say that like the system I'm advocating for is mutually beneficial for like my system, right? So then under your definition, it seems like we'd get rid of that idea of exploitation. So it seems like
So if someone is disabled, Parker, and they can't produce to the same level as their neighbor, they deserve to have the things that they want and need
absolutely.
still.
Absolutely.
And that's not exploitation. That's equity.
Wait, I don't dispute that. Wait, you were saying differences in wealth. I was saying differences in wealth. Should people have any difference in wealth, or should they have the same wealth?
Hey,
Yeah,
Parker,
people will require differences in wealth based on what they need.
But then that
I
sounds like
think
inequality.
No, I think it has to do with the fact of like accumulation of capital. Would market socialism still leave room for the accumulation of capital?
Oh wait, so then
Like
here's my
would wealthy people still disproportionately control like certain sectors or regions, for example, or certain industries?
Wait,
Would
so
wealth be
repeat that?
While a market exists, that those things are inherent to the exchange process. And the goal is to dismantle those processes through communism.
Yeah. But like based upon the definition that we were providing of exploitation, right? It seems like exploitation would exist under your perspective, even under like your system. So then, like, I was just trying to clarify that.
Parker, will you let someone up named Comrade Sean? He's in the. He can explain this way better than Comrade Sean is educated on this as fuck.
So,
She's the best.
Yeah. So is like a definition of exploitation. Anyone?
Yeah, exploitation would be extracting resources or labor from someone to their own detriment, to the benefit of someone else's.
To their detriment. For the benefit of other people.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. What do we mean by extracting resources?
We're talking about
like is that going to be from a capital relationship, like where it would be like you hire someone, they produce a service for you, and from the profits that you take, you give them a portion of it?
yeah, that's a part of exploitation.
But is that like the definition of it? What do you mean by extraction of resources?
So essentially, like what we're talking about in resources in this particular instance, I was talking about the global south, but like the extraction of labor as well to the detriment of the worker for the benefit of the capitalist. So like when a worker goes and makes money for a company and makes a certain amount of value, the capitalist takes the extra value, called a surplus value, takes their extra value and keeps it for themselves and only gives the worker a portion of it.
Okay, so yeah, that's the in terms of the production process with surplus value. Like that's the Marxian exploitation that I think is taken away if you talk about market socialism. But if we talk about taxation, then under your definition, taxation would be extracting resources to the detriment of some people for the benefit of others. That's exactly what taxation is. So are you saying taxation is exploitation?
No, because everyone benefits from taxes within the society. Everyone benefits from having a fire department. Everyone benefits from having like those public services, whatever they may be. Like even when you're talking about in a social democratic system and you're talking about progressive tax systems, like your point is that this is not exploitative because everyone is benefiting from these social safety nets.
I mean, I didn't necessarily provide like a definition of exploitation, but yeah, I mean, sure, we could say that. But like the point I'm making at least is that there are certain people that would be taxed, right? That would receive less from the system than they're taxed, right? So they would be put at a detriment for the benefit of other people. So it seems like they would be exploited. So it seems like you'd be okay with the exploitation of rich people, which I don't think that's like a bad thing to concede to. I'm just saying that like exploitation is also applicable to rich people in this connotation, which then kind of erodes the idea of exploitation when you're trying to apply it against a social democrat.
I want to reinforce this point before Sean goes again, which is that whenever we talk about quote Marxist or like socialist markets, this is a period of transition. We are working to dismantle all characteristics of capital overnight while maintaining like some structure to society. So like these things will not last forever. They will maintain some characteristics of exploitation as a result of coming from the capitalist structure in our transition to a communist mode of production. Go ahead, Sean. I'm sorry to interject.
So then it seems like we're using exploitation in two different senses there. Like we're saying some exploitation is related to the impact on like the working class, and some exploitation is going to be in the Marxian sense based upon the capital surplus labor value extraction.
No,
which is totally
because
fine. It's totally fine to use two different senses of exploitation. Sorry, go ahead.
But we're not doing that though, because like this is implying that like rich people don't benefit from like social systems the same way that everyone else does. Like, and that's just not true.
They wouldn't net benefit from it. They would. I mean, I actually have no issue with saying that they would net lose, but like that's what I think that they should provide to society, because I think that the reason why they get their money in the first place is because they live in a society which allows for them to get to that position of wealth in the first place.
Sure, but this would be an issue of like even if we did this, what I'm doing right now is that I'm arguing like for social democracy, because within a socialist system there would be like a redistribution of wealth, so there wouldn't be any billionaires or rich people. Like your idea of social democracy, saying that these safety nets are a good thing, would be saying that they would benefit. You're making arguments against social democracy, because then you're saying that rich people would not benefit as much and they would be exploited. But I guess you would be okay with that exploitation, which I don't necessarily care. But then again, like you said, we would have to redefine exploitation.
I was saying, based on your definition, not only under my view, but also under your view, both rich people would be exploited in that sense. But like that's just under the definition of the term, and I don't have an issue with that based upon the definition that you provided, because I don't think that creates like some unjust relationship for them, because it is the case that they get their position of power because of the society that lives or that exists.
I guess so. Sure. I just would say that there would be no rich people underneath the socialistic system, unless you're talking about like a transition from from capitalism to socialism, which if you don't have a problem with it, I guess I don't have a problem with it either.
Well, I'm just saying that like in order to be able to get to a system of socialism, you'd have some type of redistribution system.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that process of redistribution would include exploitation of people who are like higher income, which I mean, I don't have an issue with, but I'm just saying it erodes the definition of exploitation when you're trying to apply it against my economy to say that it creates some unjust relation, because the exploitation that exists within that sense, that Marxian sense of exploitation, right, isn't necessarily creating an unjust relation.
No, the unjust relation within yours would be still having rich people. There would be no unjust relation in ours, because we are redistributing wealth that the workers created for the rich people, that they are hoarding from the workers and the people in general.
But I advocate for that redistribution as well.
Say again?
I advocate for redistribution of wealth as well.
Sure, but you don't advocate for a full redistribution of wealth under social democracy.
Not in the way that you'd probably be advocating for it, but like again,
Right.
if people are committed to the statement that redistribution of wealth is not exploitative, it seems like we're not using that definition that you provided, and that's all it is.
No, we are, because again, like, okay, let me ask this: do you think that freeing slaves is exploitation?
Again, that's not my definition of exploitation. No, I do not
No,
think
no,
it's
no, no.
exploitation.
I'm just under the definition that was provided to you, that I provided to
Under
you.
your definition?
Yeah.
For technically, yes. Actually, under your definition, that's actually a critique of your definition.
Is it really?
Yes.
Because you think, okay, so exploitation.
Wait, I don't know why you brought that up, because it's a critique of your own definition.
It's not.
Wait, that's not the definition that I provided. That's the definition that you provided.
Yeah, 100%. It's not a critique of my definition.
It is, though. That's the definition that you
It's not.
provided, and based
So-
upon your definition, it would be saying that that's exploitation.
No, it's not. Because when it
I don't
comes
think that's
to,
exploitation, but under your definition, that would be.
it's not. Because the reason why it's not is because you are already doing the exploiting of the slaves, and to free the slaves would be to provide equity. It would not be to exploit
I agree it's
the people
justified.
who are
Wait. Let
exploited.
me clarify because I think people are misunderstanding. I agree it's justified, but based upon the definition of exploitation that you provided, right, it is extracting resources to the detriment of the slave owner, right, to the benefit of other people, which I think is good. You should not allow the slave owner to own people as property. But I'm just saying, under the definition that you provided, that technically would fall under that definition.
Okay, so both slavery and freeing slaves is both exploitation. Both of those are exploitation.
Not under. This isn't my definition of exploitation. I don't know why you're trying to.
No. Under
Like,
this
I think it's.
definition.
I think it's really like not good faith for you to like argue like this is my position or this is
I
the way
didn't
that I
argue
was
that it's your
defining it.
position. I didn't argue this is your position.
But like that's at least how it's being portrayed.
I'm talking about with what you're saying about my definition. So both freeing slaves and keeping slaves is both. They're both exploitation.
Under your definition, not mine.
Okay.
Why are you asking me about your definition? I'm
Because
so
I'm
confused why
talking
I'm
about-
supposed to answer for your definition.
I'm not telling you.
Because
You're
I
supposed
think
to
what you're
answer
doing
for
is you're
my
portraying it
definition.
as if I'm answering that way.
No, I'm portraying it as like when you're talking about the exploitation of a person or the exploitation of the rich or whatever else, right? Like what you're doing is like you're conflating equity and giving equity to people with exploitation. To say like, oh yeah, there would be exploitation underneath this system in order to create a contradiction, even though the contradiction doesn't exist because equity is not exploitation.
Well, again, that's what I agree. That's why my definition of exploitation is not your definition that you provided.
Sure, but how can what is your definition of exploitation?
I didn't necessarily provide one. Exploitation for me would involve some sort of unjust relationship where it is the case that you're extracting resources to the detriment of other people. Unjust
What
relationship.
is unjust about it?
Wait, I'm just saying that you have to add a qualifier of unjust.
Sure, but what?
But then it would just mean that it's not exploitation in the sense of social democracy that I'm advocating for.
Wait. No, what I'm just asking is, I get your definition, 100%. I'm just asking what makes it unjust. Like what
Makes what unjust?
Who determines what
exploitation.
is just?
Who did
Yeah.
Who determines?
Justified is based upon our own positions. That's like my notion of justified is based on my definition. Your notion of justified is based on your definition.
Sure. So then, under your definition, it would also be exploitative to free slaves because the slave owner would
That's
see
not
it
the
as
definition that I use. Because I think it is. I think that slavery is an unjust relationship. So removing that unjust relationship is not exploitative, right? Because
Sure.
I do not think they should be able to own people as property. So it's not exploitative to take away the ability for people to own people as slaves. Because again,
Sure.
it's unjustified to own a slave.
Sorry. What I'm asking here is that who determines what is justified and what is not justified?
Me,
In
you
this
are
definition.
different positions.
Okay, excellent. So then, underneath the idea of this and who determines what is and isn't justified can be based upon the individual, then under your definition, it would be unjustified to the slave owner to free the slaves because he sees the relationship as a justified relationship.
They
Especially-
might, the slave owner might view it that way, but I would disagree with them, and I would think that they're insane. Well, this is just subjective morality, though. Like,
But whenever the
that's
people
fine.
who have the
I don't-
wealth
this is-
advantage
wait, hold-
manage the state and determine what is just, and if you perform unjust exploitation, they would have the ability to enact the state military force to protect their private property ownership rights. Like that's kind of like the base of the conundrum.
wait, I'm
Right.
I'm
And,
wait.
real quick,
hold-
y'all, Parker doesn't like slavery. I just want to go ahead and say that. Like, so anyone who's saying like anything in that regard, Parker doesn't like slavery. I'm just pointing out like the issue with that definition as well, and to say that if we hold this to my definition of exploitation, it is the exact same thing for any other definition of exploitation.
No. What I'm just saying is that the definition of exploitation that I provided applies one other qualifier that is necessary, right, in defining these types of scenarios as like either exploitation or not, based upon the way that we apply it. And I'm really confused what you're trying to
So
like
whenever the
argue against my
state-
position there.
Whenever the state is ran by the ownership class, they have the ability to determine what is just or unjust and what they are willing to stop with the state military force.
Here's one thing I wanted to
That's
clarify.
where I was going.
Like when we're talking about subjective morality, like people having different positions, that's not at all like I mean that's for everyone. Everyone, you guys believe in subjective morality? Like everyone here believe in subjective morality?
Sure, yeah. But we don't make our arguments based upon morality. Is my entire point is that like within a social democratic system, and within any go ahead.
I was saying whenever we're defining what's justified, that is us talking about ethics.
Sure, but I'm not. I didn't. Yes, but I was going on that based on your definition.
Yeah. But like I'm confused. Yeah, my definition was referring to justification, which is moral within definition.
Yeah, no, I didn't. Did I disagree with that? If I disagree with that, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, I was saying I think we all agree on the definition that I provided, but then what I'm saying is that the issue for this argumentation is then it kind of entails that like the system I'm advocating of social democracy wouldn't entail exploitation under that definition, and that's like the issue that I would have with how it's typically defined from a Marxian sense.
No, it absolutely would, because like whoever has the monopoly on violence and controls the states in order to do the regulations would have the say on what is just and what is not just. And if they think it's just to exploit the global south, then they will think it's just to exploit the global south.
And I would disagree with that, right? Like,
Sure.
That's true of any state, whether it's a socialist system, whether it's a capital system, any system that has a state, or any system that doesn't have a state would be subject to people with certain types of values, right? Using their power to like hurt people.
Yeah, but social democracy relies upon it, whereas socialism, even if you're talking about like a Marxian state, it behooves them within the framework of the system to get rid of those things that create those types of contradictions.
Yeah, and I'd love to have this conversation further. I appreciate the conversation and whatnot. I mean, I did get a little bit after like
You've
the
been
time I had to
fucking
get off.
amazing, Parker. You've been awesome, dude.
No, I appreciate the conversation.
Awesome.
I think this is really great conversation. This is good stuff. And like I just want to say, like, as someone who's a social democrat, I'm very sympathetic to like this position. Very sympathetic to this position. And actually, I started off TikTok with this position. Like maybe in a less like I understood it less than everyone here does. Like, so like I just want to say, like, I appreciate this conversation. I think it's good. I think it's important to have these conversations. I know a lot of people hate me because I'm a liberal and they think I'm like not trying to engage genuinely, but I really am. I love y'all so much.
Can I leave you with a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Have a majority of anti-colonial movements been pro-capitalism or anti-capitalism?
Have a majority of anti-colonial movements been pro-capitalism or anti-capitalism? I don't know. I think that they'd have elements of both.
They've been anti-capitalist.
Severely.
And now what I'm asking you is, why have a majority of anti-colonial movements been strongly anti-capitalist?
Well, my question is, how are we defining anti-capitalists? Are they like are socialists or communists, or is it anti-capitalist in a certain sense, like liberals that
socialist and communist? Yeah, they were. So a majority of anti-colonial movements within like the 20th century, all across like the African continent and just in general the global South, have been socialist or communist. They have been vehemently anti-capitalist. So the question the little homework I'm gonna leave you with is, why have a majority of anti-colonial movements within the global South been anti-capitalist?
Yeah,
Parker,
that is something I will do more research on, definitely. And so then, based on that, before you leave, do you agree that some have been not anti-capitalist?
I mean, they might have adopted some capitalist ideas or practices, but like an overwhelming majority of them have been anti-capitalist. Because capitalism is directly intertwined with imperialism and colonialism.
Sure. I actually like, at least from my perspective right now, no, I'm going to do more research on this as well, because I think that's a great point to like look into. Is that like, I'm actually like totally fine with like saying that like capitalism has a lot of these issues, or that capitalism has been involved in a lot of these like imperialism. I appreciate the galaxy and that imperialists have used capitalism to be able to engage in imperialism. But my kind of point was that like I don't think it's logically necessary to be entailed by certain aspects of capitalism, but like other aspects, you could argue that.
Which an example, for example, right, of an anti-colonial movement that has embraced some capitalist ideas was like the Indian independence movement with Gandhi, but also Gandhi was pro the caste system. He didn't necessarily want an egalitarian society. He did want to continue maintaining a caste hierarchy within India. So it's interesting that people like movements like his, or like the ANC after the collapse of apartheid, because they realized they couldn't actively fully redistribute wealth because of how the South African economy had crumbled due to the sanctions. And that's precisely why they adopted some capitalist ideas, but the rest have been anti-capitalist. So maybe the question is, why do you think BIPOC communities and the global South veer away from capitalism? Maybe. But yeah, this was a good debate. But we finally found something that we disagree on. And it was heated, but it's good.
Parker, you should definitely read the book Blood in My Eye by George L. Jackson. I think that would help you a lot.
Let me know the title again. I'm writing it down.
Blood in My Eye.
And look into Thomas Sankara, please.
Yes, I was very sympathetic to Thomas Sankara from like my perspectives before. I haven't done enough research where I'd be very confident in like prescribing anything about it, but like from what I've seen, like when I was a socialist, that was like probably like one of the people I was most sympathetic towards, at least from what I've heard. So like, yeah, I just want to claim that. But yeah, I appreciate the conversation. This is amazing.
Real quick, I want to throw this out there that historically, social democratic parties have sided with fascism against communist parties and allowed for fascism to arise. We can see this happening with like the SPD in Germany during like Mustache Man coming to power. And I'm not saying, Parker, that that's your intention, but I do think that it is an important like historical material fact to consider.
Yeah, I do think that's an important historical material fact to like understand. And I would just claim that like if I was put in that circumstance, I'm not picking the fascist. Okay, I just want to clarify that. Yeah, like that's definitely not me. I'm picking the socialist in that circumstance.
Yeah.
Sure.
Before I drop, I also wanted to say like some of the comments did irritate me. Like again, like I'm still friends with Parker and Dean. It doesn't mean that like now we're like beefing and we don't like each other anymore or whatever it is. Like, so I didn't like those comments that were made. Just because we disagree on some things, it like people can have healthy debate and disagreements. So yeah, just wanted to say that. But
In chat, we're asking for the book name again. Blood in My Eye. That is the book name.
Yes,
Blood
yes. And what was the author?
George L. Jackson. George Jackson.
All right, perfect. All right, I appreciate the conversation. Much love to everyone here. Seriously, love you.
no problem. Appreciate. Oh, can I say something? I'm
Go
so
ahead.
sorry. One more thing, because
Yeah.
there are 2.6 people here, 2.6K people here. There's a petition within my link tree, by the way, y'all, specifically for the slave trade that is within Libya and Egypt. If many of you might be thinking, what the fuck? There's slave trade that exists today, not modern slavery, but actual slave trade where people are sold on like car parks and like slave auctions. Yes, in Libya and in Egypt, black people are being enslaved. There is a petition within my link tree. Please go sign that petition. There's also a PDF that gives you all the necessary information that you need on the slave trading systems in Libya and in Egypt. And what to do. So to message the Libyan embassy nearest you, Egyptian embassy nearest you, and also UNHCR office. But every single thing is on that PDF. Please download it, share it to as many people as possible, share the link tree as well to as many people as possible. And within my link tree, there's also an initiative that specifically is trying to provide menstrual products to Sudanese women who are displaced in Sudan, refugees, due to the genocide. So if we're saying that we're feminists, we have to be intersectional feminists and really fight for all women, not only Western women, but also women in the global South. Anyways, thank you so much, Parker. I appreciate you. Have a good night.
As always, have a great night, y'all.
Night, Parker.
Good night. Good night.
Adios.
Adios. Love the conversation today. That was great. Don't typically get to do that. Great conversation today. I hope everyone learned a lot. Hope everyone learned a lot. That was a great day. I'm gonna get off right now. I just want to say thank you to fucking Cole. Holy shit, Cole! Thank you so much for the fucking. What was it? I think it was literally. Literally $300. Cole, can we get some fucking W's for Cole in the comment section right now? For the $300. That is fucking insane. W's for Cole in the comment section right now. Holy shit, W's for Cole. I'm sorry I didn't say thank you to everyone while I was in that convo. I just wanted to be able to have that convo full through. I love y'all so much. Sid, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Don't worry. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sid. Don't worry. It's okay, Sid. Thank you for telling me. I really appreciate it. But thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. Ballerin, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Have a fantastic night, everyone, and peace out, y'all. What the hell? I just ended it. What the hell do I hear? New achievement unlocked?